All right, welcome everybody to the Wednesday broadcast. It is going to start off with a B3 matchup, a table that's just finishing up their series. Alon, Daniel, Blaine, and William going to duke it out in this last match of session 2. Nathaniel here, joined by Michael. How's it going, Michael?
Going all right. How about you?
Doing all right myself, and it's going to be even better as these games get going. Blaine across the way already opened up on the hot seat. That's a very nice start for WWYD potentially. Several pairs here for Daniel as our dealer. Fifth pair now could be a cheat toy. Door is the 5, so and I'm not seeing anywhere on the table except for the one that Blaine already discarded and the one in Alon's hand on the left. That looks like a Tanyao type hand there.
Dealer looks like to be making a cheat toy shift with this hand, which I didn't see, but I suppose upon drawing the fifth pair, that's naturally where that hand would go.
Right. And of course, there's not going to be a Tanyao here. You could draw a door and make use of that. I wonder if there's a shift back into a normal hand. There's the first pair discarded, which is... We still need one more before we can consider it a real cheat toy hand.
Right. Let's see. On the right, just a normal hand. Has 2 pairs, so a little, like, could end up reaching Nomi if it makes it to Tenpai. And on the left, there's a tricky 5-7 Kanchan that needs filled. Otherwise, that hand is Ishan 10.
We've got the dealer Ricci for cheat toy on the ones cut east. Now that is the Yakuhai honor for dealer, but perhaps being ones cut with no hesitation on the discard, it will get pushed anyway.
Yeah, I think I see. Well, I don't know these players, so I don't know how defensive they are. I think that'll determine what happens on an East draw here.
Yeah, I know Daniel has been around the B3, B2 division for a bit. Ooh, Con by Blaine flips the 5 so
flips
door as
2
well.
Dora for dealer here.
Oh my.
East not thrown by William.
Yeah, William, of course, Overlord Whale. Probably with this hand, can make an attempt at it if it draws into Tanya, but instead it's Sumo, Chitoi Sumo with 2 Dora and 2 Ura indicators. We're going to find out if it's Baimon. Oh, it just misses.
Does not get it, yeah.
All right, but for Daniel, what a great start to this one. 18,000 points in the bank, and still dealer in East 1. The last time I saw a start like this, it was Joshua playing, I believe it was another B3 or B2 series, and he ended up with like 7 Homba and 80,000 points. We'll see if Daniel can do the same here. Hypie is looking pretty good. It's got an East pair.
Yeah, the double tone is always a strong start, and even I would say that this is a potential Honitsu with maybe like 1 more Mandraw.
Yeah, or even pair up the tune. You could certainly consider it from there.
A call from William on the left, looking like just non at the moment.
Yeah, just trying to shut down this dealership. I mean, right now, after dealer Sumo's 18,000 points, it's really a battle for second for a little bit. If it was later in the game, it would definitely be a battle, but because it's just East 1, you have time to make up points. You all have dealerships remaining.
Okay. It looks like we are not going Honitsu. Decides to take this Ryoncon here and keep a safer tile. Well, that's near Dora, so I don't know how safe that 1-so is.
Yeah, maybe just holding it because it's near Dora. This interesting 9-mon cut confirms the 5, 6, 7 and 6, 7, 8 shapes, but we still need a pair if we pull in the east. Maybe that pair will come in one of the other 2 shapes.
Alon's hand a little bit of a mess over there.
Yeah, pulled the tune, drew into an Ankh of the West, but still unclear as to what it wants to be. Probably So Honitsu from the looks of things, but It's a bit of a ways off.
William deciding to decline tenpai.
Well, yeah, that was Tempai. Would have to drop the 6 so. Be waiting on the 6-9 pin. Yeah, it chose against
I'm
it.
kind of not certain why that decision was
Boom.
chosen.
Ooh, door draw for dealer. And Daniel also drew into the Anko of Tone himself. This is just Ishanten, but I guess the ideal draw is probably 4 so that you can incorporate the door and get a Yaman Wait here.
There was an attempt, or there was a chance there to. Well, that would have been a Tanki Tenpai, so I guess you don't want to take that, maybe.
Well, here's the 4 so draw, so now we can take
Maybe
a
a
Nobiton.
Nobiton.
Or the 8 pins a couple times, so you could also choose the 4-7
Take
pin
the
wait.
Ariane Men. Yeah, I think that could be.
Oh my.
That's the better weight here, yeah.
Blaine has worked this hand into Honitsu. Maybe even
Oh
Honitsu
yeah,
Toy
I
Toy.
haven't been paying as much attention to Blaine's hand, but that is doing some hand parsing at the moment.
Right. It isn't Tenpai, but it's actually Shanten for Suanko. However, Suanko Tenpai would involve dropping this 4 pin. And Daniel draws the 3 so. Pairs up the door. This is a Mongon Tenpai for Daniel. Double East door 2. Waiting 3 so, 5 so. There are. The only tile left for that wait is the door, and Blaine draws it.
Oh,
It's coming out.
Really
It's got to come out
unfortunate
here.
for Blaine.
Yeah. That's just a Dama dealer Mongon, and this is going to blow things even wider open.
Oh,
First,
yeah,
18,000
that's so
point
unlucky.
sumo. Second, 12,300 roll. And Daniel's sitting here at 60,000 points. And we're just in East 1.
Yeah, I was just thinking because William and Alon could both use the 3 so I'm like, it's gonna be Blaine who draws it.
Yeah. All right.
because
Well,
of- yeah,
you know, it just has to be that way, right?
right.
The worst possible candidate. Is Blaine going to force another Honitsu here? It has the blocks for it.
I think that's. I don't think there's any other way to play that hand.
Okay, why don't you go around the rest of the hands as well?
So dealer here we have a pair of pay, a penchant, and then some other kind of standard looking shapes. That's likely to be a pinfu, and the penchant will likely be dropped. On the right, we have some strong so shapes, keeping the one around, maybe thinking there's an Itsu chance, a Ryanman joint in the Mon, and just needs a few more draws there to shape up. Blaine's hand is just probably going to end up being an open double Yakuhai Honitsu for Mangan if he gets there. And on the left, it looks like there's a completed shape in the Mon, a floater, 5 pin, and then a pair, and so I think that is Rian Chanten.
Yeah, Blaine has an opportunity to get a close tip by here. If the 8 pin is drawn, waiting on the Chun and the Hatsu would be an insane reaching.
Oh, that is technically Ishan for that weight, but would need to draw the 8 pin for it. William gets a nice draw. That is now Ishan 10, I believe. Okay, so just Richi's on the 8. Probably not the weight he was hoping for, but I can understand taking. This is still a Mangan, so you know, I think that's fair enough.
Yeah, although I think it would also be acceptable to do something like cut 9 pin and just say I've got amazing floating tiles.
I think that's the way I would lean with the hand. Okay, so that's a pretty wide Ishan 10.
Yeah, for Daniel.
Yeah.
Quite strong, and with all these points, you can just play it however you want. The doors come out, so you're not really that concerned about value, really. This is a Tenpai. Smash the 5 pin. No.
Oh, it looks so bad against Blaine's Ricci.
Each.
Oh, well, Williams doesn't have any fear here.
Well,
Takes
I
the
guess it's half Suji,
Mhm.
but
Shabarichi 1-mon 8, so maybe confident that Blaine doesn't need the 1 or the 8. Well, Daniel
The-
draws it. Oh no, the 8 pin!
Dong.
And Williams fighting Mahjong is going to end up paying out here. Ricci, Onitsu, and the Yakuhai, of course, for the manga. No Uda for Hane. But Blaine coming back right into a third place, swapping places with William here.
that chase not rewarded.
Yeah, I mean, there were only, I guess that was the last, there were 3 8 pins left. So, reasonable odds for a draw there. Well, it will shift us into East 2. William, dealer now. Hi Dorit has a chance to fit in this hand because we were missing blocks. There are 4 of them. And that floating Dora. And now it's drawn a connector. Perfect. A couple of conchons to fill, and some nice diamond in the upper shape, 7-8 in both the Pinzu and the Sozu. To the right, we've got Blaine, who, after picking up that Mongon, must be feeling a little bit better. And this is actually just 2 away from Tempai. Lacking a pair right now, but that's pretty easy to find. You can always trim away from the North Anko that's already in hand.
Right.
And there's a chance that you could try to shift this into a Chanta type hand, even Chanta Sanchoku, if you imagine drawing an 8 or 9 pin.
Daniel's hand on the left kind of looked like Chanta for a second there, but with the 5-6 joint, probably not anymore.
Yeah, it looks like that will just be Chun Nomi. Oh, until you draw this Dora. Maybe there will be a way to incorporate that. Possibly drop the North now and just find out in the next couple draws. Across the way for Alon, it's just a Tanya type hand. Maybe you could find Pinshu with that too.
I think so. Right now, William is overblocked, so I think maybe he's hoping that the 6-8 Mon he can just end up kind of jettisoning here in a second.
Yeah, just pick the worst block and throw it away. 6-8 is a Conchon, the 2-4 is a Conchon, but that Conchon has a Dora attached to it, so of course William would love to win with that in hand. A lot of times with these, oh, well, you fill a shape, so out goes the 6-8 as you predicted.
Right.
Now, here's a question. If you draw the 9 Mon, do you shift to Sanchoku?
I think I still, I mean, I think the discard is the same. I think I cut the 6 Mon and float the 8, until, and see what happens.
As is, Blaine has found a pair, so E-shot done now for Richidora 1. Daniel on the left just drew a connector to that Dora, so now the shapes are pretty much confirmed in hand. Everyone looking for a 3-pin. And Alon is using the 3-pin as the pair in the hand, so that's not coming out. It looks like, really, there are very few tiles that will help these hands complete because the 5-pin that Alon wants is being held by both Blaine and William. The 3-pin that Daniel wants is being held by Blaine and Alon, and so on and so forth. It's just all the good tiles are being held.
This does feel like it's going to Ryukyoku unless, well, here's Tempai.
Yeah, Blaine had the best hand for that. There is 1 9-so that's being held by William, so those are gone. But there is a 6-so left in the wall. And depending on how Daniel finds Tempai, if he chooses to fight for Tempai, that might involve dropping the 6-so into this Ricci.
So, yeah. And perhaps that wouldn't be the playing from ahead strategy, but with this point buffer, you might say,
Yeah.
if I deal in,
I can afford it. I picked up 12,000 points earlier. I can give some of that back. Interesting, Alon might actually have to discard the 6-so as well. Oh, no, that's Tempai. I read that as a 5-5-6 temporarily, but this is perfect.
Okay.
Ricci, Pinfu, Tanya, potentially Peiko with Dora 1 or 2.
This weight I think to Alon, this weight looks great, but to us, we know it's not.
Yeah, every single tile is being held. Every single tile. Oh no, William has to find the 1-so first,
Oh,
but the 9's gonna
Boom.
come.
yep. I think that draw kind of doomed him, I think.
Yeah, they didn't want to drop the 1-so against the second Ricci, and saw the sort of, I believe it was one chance at that time, 9-so, and
Mm.
it was the less expensive hand that was dealt into for sure. Blaine, now the dealer. High pie looks pretty strong. You've got Ipeco chance at the upper Sozu, Tanyao type tiles.
Yeah, this hand already I mean, the blocks are basically already set up. You'd like to use that 6 floater over, you know. You'd like a better shape than that 6-8, and you'll see if you can find it.
On the right, Alon, it looks like this has to be a Chanta, right?
That's certainly what the game like handed you. Though, if you might want to try to force using both of these Dora.
Yeah, after you draw the
Now that
second Dora, that might have to change your plan because in order to use both Dora and a Chanta for 8-pin, it has to be 2, 7, 8, 9 sequences.
right.
That's a little tricky. So Alon will actually just cut away from the west pair and hold all of the floating tiles for anything to connect. Or maybe it was a
I think
Chitoy.
I think you certainly have to keep Chitoy in mind here, even with only 3 pairs. Speaking
Yeah.
of pairs, there's actually that this looks like it's going to end up Honitsu, though he's never. Now we are basically, I guess, do you call it mochi mochi if it's on a suited tile still?
Not
On
sure,
these
but
on the
we
Dora.
can use it that way, sure. Yeah, Daniel across the way also would love to call the 8-pin, but it's probably not leaving Alon's hand ever.
Boom.
We'll happily grab the north though, even though it's not Yakuhai. Looking for the Chun, and gonna make Honitsu door 2 for Mongon.
Yeah, the 3 is not going to be so available, but well,
This could give you a way out. You can call the 5-pin perhaps, and then you'd be waiting Shabo 8-pin Haku.
that would be an interesting wait.
Yeah, once cut Haku, I mean the 8-pin you're not expecting to come out. You're just relying on one tile really. But if the tile's drawn, there's a decent chance it comes out.
Okay. So what do you think about this Blaine's 8-mon cut here instead of the 1-pin?
Yeah, that's interesting because you'd expect a Tanya, right, with these types of shapes, but maybe Blaine believes that the 1-pin is either safer, or if he's recognized the Honitsu Crossway, doesn't want to get rid of it. Maybe he's concerned it's already Tempai.
It could be. I think I probably would have shoved it out, but
Yeah, I
I
would
think
probably
both
try
of
to get
those
rid of it
considerations
sooner
make
rather
sense.
than later. And
Here's an opportunity to
yeah,
see
try
if
that
he had
again.
kept the 8-mon, that would have been an Anko now.
But yeah, now Blaine gets rid of it. Saw the 5-pin overflow and says,
That's
hey,
a little bit of unfortunate backfire.
oh
there.
no, Alon, we'll actually deal in with the Dora.
That's painful.
It looked like that hand was becoming Sanchoku, and it was Suji to the 5-pin that came out.
Yeah, that's. I feel like you know what kind of game you're playing when you decide to yeet Dora into a Honitsu.
Right, it's very much. This better be Ishanten, and if it's not Ishanten, I'm in trouble.
And then you die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Alon now the dealer. It seems like every time someone deals into something Mongon Plus, they become the dealer. So let's see if Alon can pull something in this hand. It looks pretty strong. You've got good Tanya tiles, Dora.
There's some kind of distant Sanshoku chance in the upper tiles here, but it feels like it would take some pretty specific draws to make it happen.
Yeah, you and I both. I'm like, there's got to be a Sanchoku somewhere. I'm like, okay, it's not here yet, but we can get there. we can transform this like 4, 5, 6.
It's potential. Yeah, like 5, 6, 7, something like that.
6, 7, 8, and no matter how it happens, you can make it work. We already saw a call from Daniel on the right, grabbing the south, just looking to shut this hand down. Has a great hand to do so. Already Ishan 10 with 2 diamond weights here. No door, just
Yeah,
south only.
that really just looks like a move the game along.
And why wouldn't you at
Call. Yeah, at this
68,000
point, yeah,
points? Yeah.
exactly.
Across the way, William 1, 2, 3 Sancho was possible, but of course he could always just call the west wind. And actually, I think he let that first west wind pass. So maybe looking for a little bit more value here. Blaine will
I
open up
think,
on the Hatsu and has a
yeah,
door in hand. And you think
yeah,
William is really forcing closed hand here?
I think what it is that even if you have Shah, like open Shah Chanta Sanshoku, that feels like so much hand to put together for 3,900 points.
As it is, looks like William is planning to use the west as the pair in the hand for that Chanta Sanshoku. Maybe even Ipeko now.
Interesting draw.
Has to be careful though. Alon has been making progress. Ishanten now.
That 3-pin will end up being a pretty unfortunate potential weight.
This is a pretty amazing Ishanten now.
It really is. That's incredible.
The issue though is in the pins side. There's Furiten on both sides if you drop the 2 pin here. So actually it's Tempai if you drop the 4 or 7. So, but it's just on the 3 pin. And I think Alon recognizes that the 3 pin is not a good weight here. But I'm not sure why the 5 pin came out. Might have been.
I don't like that.
I actually don't think it was intentional. I think Alon was considering all the choices and the timer just ran out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because, you know, the button pops up and is do I have to Ricci this? Do I like this weight?
Yeah, no, I do.
Should I drop the 7 and hold the Tempai and Dama?
I think the 4 may be the cut there, and expect to like use that the Yonrenke, the extended Mon shape there.
Yeah. And I don't mind cutting the 2 pin either, and just if you draw another door, then you've got a non-50-10 amazing shape. But we do have Tempai on the left for Blaine. Opened up with 2 Dora now. Oh no, and this 8 pin will come out from William's hand.
Yep, just gonna end that.
3,900. Also, Daniel had found Tempai, but 6-9 still wasn't coming out so easily. And that will send us into the South rounds. Daniel dealer again, and boy, it's been a rough go for the rest of the table when Daniel's dealer. We'll see if they try to just find something fast to shut this down. High Pie, though, not amazing. Maybe you start cutting away from these 9s and try to find a Tanya.
Yeah.
William on the right. Looks like those
that
are
7 is a great draw, actually, for that hand, so... that hand already looking quite nice.
You see William trying to find ways to grab some extra value. The 6-mon is an amazing floater, but William values this south because that's double non, and the 2-mon because it has a Ipeko chance. And drew into Tempai immediately with Suji trapped 3-mon, but it's just Ricci Nomi. Oh, well now you can Furiten Ricci.
Oh, wow. I actually just...
I think you Furiten Ricci this. You have a 3-sided.
Sumo.
Yeah. I actually agree with you about the Furiten Ricci, I think.
I can hear Korak now. Would have been Ricci Patsutsumo with potential for Ura. But I think if you make that decision...
I would have been very hesitant to take that Ricci with that point.
Yeah, it's certainly understandable.
Situation.
I mean, you're not expecting to Patsumo one of 3 tiles in the wall. It's just so unlikely. And but I think there's actually a couple different Furiten options you can take. One of the 3-sided weights in the Pinzu, either cutting the 8 or the 3 pin, or you could Ricci the 1 or the 4-mon and attempt to find Ipeko. I think 3-sided is a higher probability to win, and the Ipeko has the chance to upgrade value. So I'm not sure which one you would take there. But William says, okay, we'll end Daniel's dealership. We'll get to mine, and we'll make some progress here. I'll receive Tempai again. These have been some very fast Tempai.
And nobody's expecting a Tenpai already, so...
No. And didn't choose the 9-mon Tonki, instead holding this 2-mon. I wonder if he'll switch to the 1-mon here.
I think that keeping the 9-mon Tonki is probably standard there.
Yeah, but actually, William is correct. Look at where the 9-mon are. 2 to the right, 1 on the left. Confirmed, locked in hand. It was just never coming out.
Well, now you have a Nobetan, so that's all fine.
And that's a couple times where players have made a decision that might seem a little weird, but is actually like an amazing table read.
I don't know if I would have been able. I mean, like, I guess if they don't start flowing out immediately, maybe they're being used somewhere.
Yeah, I was
But
gonna
they
say,
could also still just be in the wall.
mhm. You should actually
Nice draw.
Tempai.
That
Now Allah's not gonna
is,
reach this because it's a reachy on the Dora indicator, and also there's just so many upgrade chances. Imagine a 4-mon draw.
yeah, I was just thinking, like, yeah, you reach that if you had Sanchoku.
Well, this is oh
That would have been a weight upgrade, but you'd lose. I think you just take.
reachy Pinfu Dora.
I think you take it.
Yeah, you lose Sanchoku chance this way, but the tile that you have to draw for Sanchoku is the 4-mon, and that's one
It's
very
just
specific upgrade.
It's yeah. I don't like the chance. Like, I don't like waiting on the chance to draw a single tile.
However, if
It
that
just feels really bad.
and even then you'd be there would have been sumo, you'd be on that bad wait. Now this is a 310 Ricci, but it's very wide, 36947.
I kind of think that Alon goofed this up by not taking Ricci on the 6-0 draw.
Yeah, I like even the 310 Ricci there because you can sumo the Dora for a lot of value. William has in fact switched to the Dora Tonki weight. And that's going to be problematic. I don't think William's going to win this hand as a result. No one has any incentive to drop Dora here. You desperately want to chi that 4, but you can't.
Yeah, not without.
1
Okay. Well, now just take the Sumokiri Ricci. A 3 so came out.
The 3 so's are getting thin, Ricci.
If you prefer to hit that before the 3 so comes out, but maybe if players recognize the 50-10 Ricci, they won't suspect it. Or maybe because it was 50-10 Ricci, they might suspect it even more.
I have no idea, like, how much attention these players are paying to that, but
1
that Ricci is weird enough that maybe they did notice the Sumogiri.
6-pin comes out. Kenbutsu the first Ricci. And now they're both waiting on 3 so. There is 1 left in the wall, and the only player who'd be in trouble would be William. Daniel can just back out here. 7-mon just came out, so that's a safe push.
It does feel like you. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so are we waiting for Blaine to sumo the Sanso so that we can be reminded that non-cultists in shambles?
Well, no matter who draws it, either Blaine or Long, we'll be at sumo. Now William passes. Okay. And actually, the last Sanso was just in the dead wall. Non-cultists rejoice. 3 players Tempai, so Daniel will share some of his points with the rest of the table. And William will retain dealership very importantly.
1 Dora in hand. Shapes potentially some kind of middle Sanchoku, maybe Tanyao if the draws are right.
Ooh, that's maybe a good draw for Tanya. Have more Puln options. Can shift those blocks around a little bit more nicely in the lower Matsu. On the right, Blaine also with a Dora, but some disconnected shapes. 2 excellent, actually it's 1 completed shape in the upper Pinzu, and then a good Diamond in the Sozu. I'm on Not very good in this hand. Now it goes across the way along, holding a bunch of honor tiles and then some Tanyao Pingshu tiles. So we'll see the first row of terminals and honors most likely from Alon as that hand gets sculpted into something more standard. And on the left, Daniel looking for probably a Ricci Pinshu here. Really wants the Dora.
There are 5 blocks, just not very good ones yet. Well,
Ooh.
one completed shape, at least.
So Haku pair up is great, and I imagine William will be eager to open if the Haku comes out. I just don't know if he will go out to Zuke if he gets the chance.
I don't. Well, actually, with these discards, going Atazuke is actually, I think, okay. It's still, you can still kind of, especially like maybe cut the 1 here. It'll still look like Tanyao.
Yeah.
So
I feel like
I think you take the 5 mon.
Oh, sure, that makes sense. Confirm the door in your hand. It would be one of the harder tiles to find given it's the door indicator. So if you get that chance, it's worth taking it. And I do want to point out, Blaine on the right has had some insane draws. Has pulled in the Anko in the Pinsu, paired up the Dora, has Diamen Ishanten with Dora 2.
That is incredible, yeah. That hand is probably going to end up our winner this round. But weirder things have happened, so...
Yeah, I almost don't even like this 7 mon because we really just want to use the 6 mon as a pair in our hand, and the 7 is close to the Dora. It feels like it's going to be scary if somebody reaches.
I think he ought to swap that out for something more innocuous, like as soon as he can.
Oh, well, that's a nice little
Like
upgrade.
That's better. You think you definitely cut 7 mon there.
Yeah, Sotogawa doesn't really work as well on the 10th discard. So will be Atosuke. William's still looking for the Haku, and that's buried deep in the wall somewhere.
Yeah, I don't see this call. Now if you own Haku and cut 4 mon, I don't think you're gonna get your tile.
Yeah, but it is getting late enough that William really just needs Tempai, because he cannot lose this dealership.
Yeah.
Thinking a little bit before the call about what cut to make, because you could just wait on the Shabo. But yeah, it does end up taking the 5 mon wait, and there are 2 5 mon on the wall, which is more than you expect, I think, at this point.
That's true.
Oh, there's the huge Dora draw.
So is that...
It's Tempai.
That is Tempai.
It's a bad Shabo.
Sanso Haku. Or Hatsu, sorry.
Sanso's out already. That wait's dead.
Yeah, so that is a Hellweight Haku. Hatsu, sorry. That's a very, like, cheeky Ricci.
Yeah, but, one's cut honor. It's not that bad. And now Blaine, with a tough decision here, chooses to go with the Genbutsu 8-so, and maybe this is why he held on to the 7-so. He knew that after the Ricci, he'd pair it up and not be able to discard it. So just build around it now. And Williams just got a fight here. Ishota now for Blaine. Will throw out the 7.
That's an interesting way for that hand to have developed there.
Could even cheat this 8 mon.
I think...
Oh, doesn't.
That actually would be fine. So what?
This is Tempai 2 though. If you reach the 7 and 7's Suji now, it does take it.
That's okay. Well, maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, but William will find the sumo here. Yakuhai Dora.
That is a blessing of luck for William.
4 Ricci sticks picked up, way more than the value of the hand. That was so important. William now in a much better position than just a few moments ago. Has a single Dora and 1 completed shape. just so many conchants that it's going to be difficult to build this
Yeah.
hand quickly. You don't expect to kill conchants so easily. At least I don't. Playing on the right. These seem like reasonable shapes. Maybe there's a 3, 4, 5 Sanchoku possible.
Still also has a Conchan issue, kind of. Well, if you take that as 2 blocks, then you have a Conchan issue.
Yeah, right now you are kind of treating it as 2 blocks, or a 4 or 5 with 2 floaters. And that hand does need another block, so that 7-so as a floater makes a lot of sense. Across the way, Alon going to try to force this Dora into hand. Probably as a pair. Haku Pon is available, but I have seen Alon in the past skip the first call. And maybe in this situation where you really want some points, will also pass. However,
these dragon keeps feel like it's like a dreamer play.
yeah, there could be. Well, now the dragons start to come out, so maybe not. Oh, and there's another hot six. So. Dragon Dream's dead. Daniel on the left looking very good for Tanya, though. Oh, and there's a door. This is actually just Ishanten. Not a good Ishanten. There are a lot of bad shapes to fill, but
you don't really necessarily need a good Ishanten.
Yeah, and that's an upgrade.
Yeah, you don't need that Dora.
Because Daniel has Tanya, you could try cutting the 8 pin instead, or the 6 pin, and hedge the 2-so keep with that type of shape. But
I think if you weren't so far in the lead, you'd consider it.
Exactly. In Daniel's position, just going to hold all of the Tanya shapes rather than trying to hold the 1-so for the 2-so.
Position, you could cut the 7-9 here, right? Yeah, okay.
It looks like William as well, holding for Tanya. And there's the reward.
Each.
Kept the 8 pin. Now gets a nice little Richi Tanya, waiting for 7-so.
Well, at least you have that 9 left.
Yeah, that Blaine holding that 7-so, hoping to draw around it. Now it's a vulnerability in the hand. Really not trusting Richi Suji. Goes with the 6-mon instead. It has the benefit of, if the first one passes, you've got 2 more to pass.
It also has the benefit, yeah, I guess, using your little bit of insider knowledge that you're hoarding middle mon tiles. But then again, Daniel has some of those himself, so.
Yeah, the 8-pin Anko hidden away in hand. Alright, William does decide the Suji 3-pin is better than the Suji 8-pin. I think the 8-pin's soon to follow, though. Like, you could chi that and push the 6-mon, and then push the 8-pin. I think I would have maybe tried for that.
I think that's fair. Maybe not quite confident enough in that play. I do think the 6-mon can just come out again here, maybe. Or just deciding to get rid of this. Looks at the board, says the weight isn't pin 2, probably.
Maybe forgot that he pushed the 6-mon already, and that it's actually Genbutsu. Or it's possible also that William is seeing something around Blaine's discards or Alon's discards that says, I'm not sure the 6-mon is safe anymore. I mean, Monzu do look pretty expensive.
It's true, they do. This 4, can it even deal into anything anymore? Like, reasonably, though?
Yeah, it's very difficult. And in the end, it will just be a Ryukyoku. I mean, Daniel's perfectly acceptable. Finds that result perfectly acceptable. Picks up a net gain of 2,000 points, leaves a reach stick in the middle, and 3 home buff for South 3. Importantly, the dealer was not Tempai, so that does move us forward in the game. Oh, Blaine, hello. What is this?
This is Ryan Chantan.
Yeah, too many pairs. Of course, when I see 2 1s and 2 9s of a single suit, I immediately think Churen, but I'm guessing that's not going to happen here.
No, I think the ideal thing here is to hope that, well, I guess you just want to draw into an Anko.
Right. Oh
Something
no.
like that.
So
Well,
there's a decision point at the very first cut when Blaine filled a 2-4-6 shape on what to cut. Do you hold all the shapes you have, or do you hold the floating six
I
pin?
think I think I start cutting a pair for the floater, but then again, hindsight, you know.
Yeah, but even without hindsight of this set, I think it's the normal play to cut the pair because you are overblocked already.
Yeah, there's the whole three pairs is worst,
Exactly.
you know, like efficiency maxim. So
Yeah, you're gonna have to cut a pair anyway. You might as well start now and hold out for a good floating tile so that you can improve one of these pairs into
yeah,
something better.
I do think that I would probably have just started the ones or the nines right off.
It's still,
Really just getting punished for that.
yeah, maybe now you start to hold this and cut a pair like the 9 mon and say,
It
okay,
feels
maybe I
so
can draw
bad
back
to
into
like
it.
have to because you've kind of already, I want to say screwed yourself, but you've already limited your options in that
Right. Well, the
area.
the rest of the hands have been making decent progress on the right. Ishanten for Riji Pinfu across the way.
リーチ
Well,
Anshan fill for William, so we'll get a 5/8 Rhiannon.
yeah, and that's the one you're not expecting because 2 7 pins had come out already. William finds the third 7 pin and will take the Ricci. It is just
Richinomi.
Richinomi.
But the pot is good enough.
Yeah, you'll pick up an extra 1900, and maybe you can flip some Ura here. 5-8 is looking pretty good in the wall. There are 4 left.
It still doesn't. You'd still normally want more, being 15,000 down from a positive, but I just don't know if that hand was the hand for it. That 8 feels, well, okay. Daniel like playing from ahead here, so because I don't think that 8 mon really it fits kind of awkwardly.
Yeah, but there is a way to use it. You have to cut all these pin tiles.
相撲
But there's going to be a Tsumo. William will take the win. He cheats Tsumo and misses on the Ura.
No, Ura.
But 49 is not bad. Increases the gap on 4th place for William. And Alon will try to overcome that deficit in this final South round. South 4. Hi says. Probably not.
No.
This is like an average Hi
pretty,
right? It's nothing special. You're going to be put to the test in terms of your efficiency and your hand building. And I know Alon is up to that challenge.
Let's see. Daniel's hand looks to be quite strong. The 3/5 Kanchan needs addressing, but other than that, I'd say that hand looks like it. What is it? It's already Ryanchanten?
Yes.
So
Ooh, interesting draw for William across the way. So many pairs. This is Chitoi Ishanten. But you can also open up for Toy Toy.
I'd say so. Okay, so you can't just take, if you're William, you can't just take Haku Shah, right? Because that doesn't really do anything for you.
If you
Except
take,
on direct hit.
yeah, Hakusha. Actually, you get extra fu. So that would be 26.
There's nothing in the pot, unfortunately. How much does that swing on Sumo?
Yeah, so Tsumo would be 27 plus 700 is 34. Just a little
Not
shy.
quite. Yeah, not quite. So I do think that Toy Toy makes sense as a play for William here.
Now, the Haku came out once. The Shaw's already once cut as well. So it might be a little bit difficult to find those tiles. You are relying on one ofs.
If this is a Chitoy attempt, I see it's that awkward thing of like keeping the Anko in your Chitoi hand.
Yeah, but I think it's fair to hedge both options here for a while. Oh, there's another Anko. And maybe it's not Toy
Well,
Toy. Maybe it's something a little
it's
bit more
yeah.
fancy. 2 mon is in the wall. 5 so. They're
Okay, do you
both in the
call
wall.
this?
ポン
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can still get your San Anko.
Oh, this 2mon held.
Oh.
Wow. That would have been a huge deal in, but Blaine holding strong. Slightly. So could switch away, but why would you? 5 so in the wall still. I mean, if William gets Toy Toy, Sananko, Hakusha, that would be a Hanemon Sumo. That
It
would
would
move him
be.
over
So on
30K.
Sumo, William can actually manage a positive second.
Alon.
We'll see. I mean, that does seem like the kind of thing that could happen on, the stream seemed to bring out that kind of thing.
Oh, but instead,
Don't.
Daniel will pair up the 3 and discard the 2 into the Ron. Will be a Mungun for William, who will confirm second place. So picks up.
And confirms a negative 1.8.
Yeah, but from moving from third place to second
Yeah,
place there,
from
you
third
pick up
place.
5
Yeah,
Puma points.
it is definitely worth it.
That was like a Hanemon win in its own right.
Right.
Well, William, negative 1.8. Blaine takes the negative 10.9, along the negative 33.2. But the winner here, the big winner, after some very early monsters, is Daniel, 45.9, added to the point total. Daniel will be climbing after this one.
Oh, close to even after that win.
Absolutely. In fact, I think just barely positive. So Daniel, plus 1.1. Alon still in very good position in the promotion zone, plus 65.1. Blaine hanging around outside the demotion zone, and William, same, just barely inside the demotion zone. A lot of game yet to go, and they finished their series here at this B3 table, and so we will have an opportunity to swap around to another game.
Yeah, where is the other table at?
It looks like the other table actually finished their game quite early and started game number 2.
Okay.
And so perhaps we will take a quick break to go ahead and set everything up there. And when we come back, more Mahjong action. All right, it turns out that the other game that was going on, they played 2
Each.
games extremely quickly, and they're already at the end of game number 2. South already in early Ricci
Early Ricci,
means
yeah.
we're probably ending this game quite soon. How's this looking for Rob? Forso Ricci, Ricci Tanya, Dora. Yeah, that would do it. That would put you in
Ricci.
first.
Oh, yeah. Then I was going to say, like, does that Ricci make sense for the win condition? Yes, it does. So.
And Greg on the left also opening up, trying to confirm first place here with a fast open hand. Gonna find it a little bit difficult to do so against a Ricci, though.
It is still actually still has some work to do on this hand and has really very little information about how to defend.
Yeah, early Ricci. And then the tiles.
Shop here.
Yeah, the tiles afterwards were nothing, but there's the sumo. Rob rolls it in.
That's gonna knock Dave under.
It does. Oh, that hurts. Any 2,000 point sumo would have done it. And
Right.
Rob will steal away first place, plus 27.0. Greg takes a positive 9.3. Second, Dave negative 8.1, and Isabella takes the fourth place here.
Rob had gone almost a negative 80 in the first 3 games here, so you know, it doesn't boost you all the way back, but you know, stems the bleeding a little bit. Greg keeping close to the promotion zone. Solid second.
Bumping up.
Oh, actually joining the promotion zone with that.
Just barely above Blake behind Garth here. And these scores, I mean, it looks like, demotion zone for these players, Isabel, Dave, Rob, back to back to back in the standings. However, that's a very small negative, so I'm guessing that it's actually really tight throughout this league. I mean, we see Kayla and Ione jumping out ahead in the standings here, but this division pretty reasonably close. I know B2 has a lot of players this season.
28, yes. So the 23rd place is not actually the bottom.
Yeah, we can see only 24 players actually fit on this screen. I saw Kayla head of B2 right now. Had played last night, had a great series. Jumps up to 151.2 with 0 fourth places. Always feels good to have no fourths here. And I did want to check in on the result of the first game because they played one earlier. Going to take a quick peek here at game results, and we see in the first game it was Greg who picked up the first place, plus 24.1, and Dave took the positive second there. Greg, a nice pair of games here, first place and a second place. All right, well, I do have confirmation that the next game is going to go live soon. It's been confirmed. It's going to be an A1 matchup. Lucas, Simon, Joe, and Kenyon will be duking it out. Joe is having an awesome season this time around. Yeah, first place overall in A1.
Yeah, Joe's current reign of terror is formidable. We'll see if it continues tonight.
Yeah, I'm actually going to go ahead and swap over to Joe in the stats because he's had some insane statistics for the first couple weeks. I believe after week 1 he had 1900 EV, and as this updates, we'll get to see what it is now.
It's cooled down to only 1543.
Oh goodness, that is just insane. And
Okay, but also Claire's 32% Ricci rate
that's
also
also
stands
pretty
out
crazy.
as rather remarkable on this stat sheet.
Yeah, Claire played her games a couple days ago, and yeah, we have 2 games to finish from this table. And to help commentate this, we're gonna have a brand new person joining us. Michael, I know you may not have seen this, but David has actually broadcast once with us before, and it was such an awesome time. I'm hoping that you're gonna have fun casting the A1 games with David tonight. David, how's it going?
Hey, thank you for tonight. It seems like we're going to Joe's game. I'm very much looking forward to that. I know Joe from other places, and yeah, he's a fun person to watch, and I'm hoping for him to do some very fun stuff today too.
Yeah, I got
We'll
the
have to see if he's just as hot as he has been. So
I got the Joe experience firsthand in
you
the first
did,
session.
yes.
It was wild. I think I felt very fortunate at the end of that series to have come away with a few points because Joe was stealing everything else.
All right.
Oh yeah. Just talking about the stats, I'm very surprised. Like seeing him like with such a I guess a relatively high deal-in rate, but because of his win rate, it doesn't really matter too much, huh?
No, that's still a 15% differential there. So you can definitely make that work.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
good to note as well. The average deal in is not that high.
That is true. So it seems like he knows when to deal in, when not to deal in. No, yep. Which I feel like it's also a really important skill. Which is one thing I find sad about like, some websites because a lot of websites will only show deal-ins, but knowing how much they deal in is a very important thing too. Oh, and we have the game starting.
All right. So Nathaniel will be tagging out for a little bit while me and David cover these games, and then he will be coming back in a little bit later. So let's go ahead. So Navitas Lucas is our first dealer. Has a like some decent shapes in the Pinzu and a pay pair. This could be like a Pinfu type hand with the right draws. Um, on the right, Simon is actually that is Ishanten, but could end up on a Shabo, which I'm not. Oh, but it's a Dora Shabo, so actually that may be the play there. Across the way, likely Honitsu for Joe, and on the left, looking like a Pinfu type hand, maybe Richinomi, if that Penchan doesn't fill in for Kenyan.
Yep. Specifically for Kenyan too. If she wants, she can try changing that into a Tanya, depending on situations.
Mm-hmm.
Because as you see right now, well, I mean, other people wouldn't know that well, but oh, interesting with Jowser. Jowser's Hongitsu can get pretty high value pretty quickly. And yep, Simon here also,
Home.
a single call can make his hand really fast.
Oh yeah, Simon can just like I forgot to note that Simon he could just call for Tanya Dora 2 here very easily.
Yep.
That okay, well it we have been correct or I
Each.
have been corrected. It is not Honitsu.
Oh gosh. This is wow. Jowser and Tenpai for Toy Toy
Chi.
what you call it? Honoto vs Simon here with Richi, Tanya, Dora 2, Shabo, but either way that they are both very fun mangans.
Okay, so that is actually Joe's hand is actually I should have seen the Honroto coming. That was my mistake.
Sumo.
Oh
Oh,
my gosh, the Dora
Simon
symbol.
Simon shuts it down, but that Joe's hand would have been a Haneman on the Haku there. So
Yep. Oh what? Well, maybe today's not Joe's game. Maybe it's Simon's game.
we'll have to see. Um, this hand already Rian Shan 10 for Simon here. would like to connect. Would like to draw Dora into this 7-mon floater, but we'll see what happens. Joe's hand needs a little work. I guess that could potentially go so Honitsu if he decides to take it that way, but the shortcut says no. Cross the way looks like a pretty standard type hand. And Lucas also potentially hedging. The hand's kind of a mess. He'd like for it to go Pinzu Honitsu, I think. But the 5/6 is hard to drop.
Yep, it is very hard to drop. There is also, I guess, a mitigating possible Itsu chance instead. If you can just get a few fine calls, that could be a fine Itsu that could be played open.
Right. That's a good point, and I can see it going that way.
Though currently it does seem Simon just a single good draw and that could be a 3-set reach, which as dealer that's one of the most ideal situations you can get into.
Yeah, holding the 7 just in case, but likely could end up on a slightly awkward 2/4 Shabo. Was probably hoping to find some other way to play this.
Curious, if you get Tempai for the 2/4, do you take the Richi or do you try to change the hand a bit?
I don't really like the 2/4. I'm not sure what I'd do with it though. I might actually cut the 2-pin and just hold out hope for something to connect.
Interesting. Okay,
But
that's one way to approach it. I also do like it because, yeah, the 2-pin is one dead. I'm also because the 7-mon can connect for a better shape, so that's always a choice. I know some people might think of the Sanjoku, and in that case too, the 2 pin can also be a reason for that.
that could happen. If you draw the 4-mon, that's definitely a possibility. Those 3s dying out quite quickly though, so
Yep, that is a bit of a mice. Though, speaking of interesting hands, Jowser's hand. Do you think that becomes a Honitsu?
I no, I don't think he. What I expect is that Joe is trying to set up paid Dora Shabo.
Ah, yes, because it's the Dora, so it's a bit awkward to go for the Honitsu in this case, because you don't want to drop 2 Dora just for the sake of Honitsu, do you?
No, I really don't, and I think Pei is actually both in the wall. I don't see them in the pawns here, so. Oh, sorry. There's Lucas discarded 1. Still 1 left though. I think that would be a pretty nasty weight.
Oh, though Kinyan here trying to sell. Oh wait, is that Tenpai for
That is
Jowser?
Tenpai, I believe.
Each.
Yes.
Yes.
On the,
Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Is Kinyan here? How often do you fold?
I think. Oh man, this. I expect to see a fold actually, because I just don't think Tanyao Nomi is worth.
That's
Simon
fair.
says,
Oh,
"No way."
Kinyan would have summoned it. I was gonna say if Kinyan possibly gets the 9 side, she can't win off of that. But seems like the game was like you should have kept the
Yeah,
hand.
I suppose so. But Simon happy about his read. Joe picks up 3,000 points, or well, 2,000 points.
Personally, I find that a very difficult read. How do you find a 1 out non Yakuhai what you call honor tile not safe?
Well, these are better players than me, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe Red Shabo. Somehow I didn't see the pawn, or I don't remember the pawn well enough to say.
But yeah, I guess based on the pawn, you could possibly guess that Jowser's pawn does look somewhat like a Hongitsu pawn, so honors are a bit more dangerous than
yeah,
usual.
that could have been it.
홈,
That's gonna be a call. That's a Honitsu. For Lucas.
Yep, the Lucas special Hongitsu.
홈.
Is that is Tenpai? Interesting. Oh, oh gosh, that might be a
Oh.
deal. Oh, not yet.
Actually, given if Simon didn't throw it then,
치.
I don't think he ever. Oh,
Oh,
well now he can.
interesting.
But that 3 is now radioactive.
I will say it is an interesting what you got upgrade
치.
to a 3-sided weight. Do you like the
Oh,
3-sided
좀.
weight? Oh well, it wins anyways.
Oh, I mean, it had just been called, so I guess you can. It's still a gamble.
Yep, that's the thing about Hongitsu. You never know if they're waiting on the same thing again.
Well, we barely had time to cover the hands in that one, but this Kenyon's hand needs work. I'd say this is kind of a little bit of a disaster. Lucas's hand looks okay. That Kanchan, could use a bit of. Oh, well, there you go. That kind of fixes that problem. So that hand looks fairly strong. Not a lot of value, but maybe he just takes it anyway. Simon 1-2-3 Sanshoku looks like it's the play for him. And Joe may just take a Yakuhai call here. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, I guess because someone asked in the chat, yeah, introducing myself, yeah, I should have done a bit earlier. Sorry for doing it so late. I'm David. Currently, I am in B3. I recently joined Arma last season, but personally, I've been loving what's going on in the Arma so far. I'd say I'm a bit more of an aggressive player in general, but that it doesn't seem like that in Arma. But a warning about me, I'm very loud and I love overreacting to things. So be careful every once in a while when I'm just shouting and screaming about a hand that you might not think is interesting, but I'm like, oh gosh.
So we see Kenyon is Ishan 10 here. Could be. Well, I'd say you need the one so should. I think you just this is now a Tanyao hand. Not a lot of value, but the dealership is potentially worth quite a bit if you can continue it.
이치.
So Joe finds Tenpai on 3-6, just didn't have a chance to call the Haku, just a pair. So this is just Richinomi.
Richinomi, but in this situation, he is the third place, and in here, I guess stopping the dealership is always a good thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
Though curious how okay, so I guess half fold for Kinyan so far. Though I
Mm-hmm.
feel like depending on Kinyan's draws, she might possibly pursue later on, depending if she gets perfect draws for Pim Fusalan. Ooh, this 5. Do you call it?
I
치.
think if she has any desire to win the hand, you have to, I think. Oh, and then the 4 is cleared for you. I think you skip this call and cut it from your own hand,
치.
probably. Oh no, sorry, I missed that Tenpai.
Yep, she's going for the Tenpai, and it's all Suji safe. So if you trust Suji theory, her hand is completely fine to challenge. Here's one chance.
That was my mistake on missing that potential Tenpai. That makes a lot of sense. Simon is drawing decently, but has this 3-6. He clearly knows it's bad. So the
Yep.
hand is basically dead. That's a little unfortunate for him, but I guess he doesn't need to win this hand. That 4, yeah, I mean, if you're Kenyan, I think you just push almost anything at this point.
It's interesting how some people really value their dealership. So even if their hand seems to be low value and bad waste, there's some people who really try to go on the aggro.
Sumo.
Oh, but at the end, Joe does get the sumo.
Joe does get the sumo. Potentially thinking, so the Shah Dora is hard to use, and I think they were, if not all out, at least it didn't look like they were being used.
That is fair. So I guess in that case, even if Kenyan deals in, it's usually going to be cheap, huh?
I think that was probably the thought process is I'm gambling my dealership against, the possibility of dealing into 1K, 2K, what 1300 for Richinomi, something like that.
That's fair. As long as you don't hit a Urador, that's usually a cheap hand there.
Yeah. So for Lucas, this looks like it's going to end up pretty standard hand. Would like to attach to one of these floaters here. Or get actually, he needs a head as well. Simon's hand. Okay, that helps. I think the blocks were looking a little underdeveloped, but that joint helps. Across the way, Tanyao, potential door acceptance, and Kinyan also has some kind of Tanyao hand happening.
Yep. Currently, I'm really liking Joe's hand because that's usually it is Tanyo, and also a lot of times that's painful. Joe could have called there on the 2 so for Tenpai, but he would have been on the bad weight of 6-8, I think. Yes. When do you
Oh.
in Joe's position, when do you start considering trying to play open?
Probably, and like within the next several turns.
That
Oh,
is fair.
that's a nice draw for Lucas.
Yes, that is nice. It's interesting. Let me ask you,
Gee.
what's your, I guess, how much do you think of importance of value via speed in general? Like, for example, if Jowser were to play a closed hand right now, it's usually Richi, Tanyao, Pinfu, possibly Ura to 5,200 to 8,000. While if he plays
Right.
open, he only has a 1,000. How do you think of that? I guess trade off in general.
I think it's hard to
Home.
make a general claim about that. I do think that what I've tried to develop for myself is a sense of like how quickly to, basically when to sell out hands. And I think Joe is at the point. See, I like the play he made where he kept the Ariane men with Dora acceptance because he was trying to find some value for the hand. But I'd say the end of row 2 is when I think, all right, if I have any chance, like if this hand isn't coming together, it's now or never kind of.
Home.
In fact, that may even be a little late, depending on how skilled your opponents are and how quickly things are progressing.
Interesting. Yep, as you can see here, everyone's starting to be aggro right now. Strangely, no one's in Tempai, but again, with this many calls and these boards, you never know if anyone else is in Tempai, right?
Yeah, actually, oh,
Gee.
Kenyan is in Toy Toy Ishanten, but if she gets it, the 4 deals in now.
Yes, because Simon's got a monster
Oh,
Tiny
that's
Outdoor
Home.
so.
3.
Oh, here it comes. That's so
Oh
disgusting.
no!
That's really rough
Yeah,
luck for Kenyan. I mean, like, I think you just eat the loss there. You just weren't expecting a Dora Anko.
Yes, like at that point, like Kenyan, she got Tenpai for 3 on Tanyao Toy Toy. Though, like even though she doesn't see any Dora, like you usually have to push that hand, right?
I think at that, yeah, I think, like I said, I think that is like taking the Tenpai there. Like, I don't think you pass it. It's just unfortunate. So Simon, this hand is very awkward. These 1s and 9s, like, despite the 6-8 block, seem to suggest Chitoy or Chanta or something like that. Joe also has some awkward pair issues there. Maybe an Anko based hand or something. I'm not quite sure. Across the way, Kenyan probably going to end up with a Chun hand. Maybe can accept Dora. And Lucas looks like a pretty standard hand.
Yep. As you were talking, Simon's hand seems to have turned more into a Cheetoy style.
Oh yeah, there's 5 pairs. I think that is. So Dora 2, yeah, that's Chitoy.
Yep. I'm curious. Do you ever change this hand into a Toy Toy?
I'm disinclined to do that, unless. Okay, so if I draw if I draw into like the Dora Anko, I think yes. Otherwise, probably no. But I
Oh,
think it depends on personal. I think that's a play style thing. Some people might take it on the 6-mon drop.
I noticed. Korak talking tat. You can't. Toy Toy's a lot more difficult because the one show is dead right now.
Oh
So
yeah, then you don't. I didn't know. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't. If one of your pairs is dead, then you never start calling.
that
I
is a
think.
fair point. So yes, Navitas trying to win a hand here. Possibly yeah, Tanyao only, but at the same time, Tanyao in his position is pretty nice, getting over 30K.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. In that position to play it that way.
Reminds me, I want to ask this to you. How much focus do you put on the fact that there's a UMA shift depending on whether your points are over or under 30K? Do you usually think of that a lot?
I think it's pretty significant. In fact, I've heard some folks say that really the goal is just to try to be, like at a tournament you want to win because there's incentive to, like kind of roll up high scores because it's a high variance, like small data set environment. But for the league setting, it's often the case that you just want to be above 30K as often as possible, is kind of the way I've heard it talked about. Actually, Lucas now Tenpai 5-6, so
Interesting. There's a possible chance that it comes out of the Kenyan's hand because that 5 might go out. Oh, interesting. Takes the 4 Kanchan Tenpai, which is essentially dead on this board thanks to Lucas here.
yeah, just one in the wall. We've seen people sumo one in the walls, but it's not likely.
Hey, with Joe in the table, I feel like anything can happen.
That's true. And that gets passed.
Oh, interesting. It's kind of the right choice here. Han does not deal in, but is it the right choice?
And you can see him think,
Oh, he does it!
what a read!
Wow.
That's incredible.
Do you count there? Because, wow, like, counting was the right choice, but how do you know that count is the right choice
No,
there?
I don't think so. I think I deal in there because I don't want to limit my weight for like I don't know if I'm confident enough in that read to purposefully limit my weight that way.
Wow. But yeah, that was an amazing con. He went for the quote unquote content, and it rewarded him by not letting him deal in. Wow.
All right. Do you want to take the lead on the next couple?
Yeah, okay, let's look at the hands. Jowser's hand. Nothing too special if you ask me. I guess that 8 does help out. Before, I was thinking possibly a Chanta shape. With that 8 pair, might be a bit more awkward. Could be a Hongich, could be a normal Pinfu. We'll see how
Mhm.
it goes. On the right with Kinyan. So far I'm seeing usually,
Eat.
call Red Dragon and, oh gosh, that's early Ricci, and see how things
Oh,
go. But
wow.
with that Ricci, bit more awkward. We have Navitas here with, yeah, that's the perfect reach, very early reach Pinfu on a two-sided weight. So you're always happy with that. Game gives you luck like that sometimes. And on the left here with Simon, that's a really slow hand against the Ricci. I was possibly thinking you could try Tanyao if you want to think the ones are safe and try to do a bit of like
This
playing
feels like a
around.
fold.
Yeah,
I expect to see the four pin or something come out.
that is fair. Yeah, it's really awkward. So yeah, currently I think this is Navitas's game just because of how early that is. Though I will say Jowser does have a hand that can fight. Kinyan has a fighting hand, but that one will deal in if she decides to fight, which is kind of sad. Yep,
Boom.
as you can see the deal.
Yeah. I just don't think she had enough information to make. Like, I just don't. That was not a very foldable hand, is part of the problem.
Yep. Such a early Ricci with no information at all, and your hand is starting to look better and better. I think it's hard. It gets hard to fold that type of hand, huh?
Yeah.
But yeah, this hand wise, Kinyan has another Yakuai pair. I feel like every other hand Kinyan has had a Yakuai pair. Whether it's worked out is a different question, but
Right.
seems like a really fast call and go hand.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of parable Yakuais, Navitas has paired up
Oh.
with the white dragons,
Boom.
and apparently, both him and Kinyan decided to trade Yakuai pairs, so they both seem to be on a base race on who gets to Tenpai faster. On the opposite side, Simon with that 4 helps a lot. That could be a Tanyao Pinfu. It's I think that's the Ishanten, so he could also be the winner of this hand too.
Oh,
And
there's Ipeco just already built there too. So.
oh yeah, Ipeco too. That can be a pretty expensive hand. And on the left with Joe, that's usually a call and go. Sadly, no one's holding on to the red, so his hand gets a lot slower if no one calls
Gee.
red. But once he gets to that red, I think there's a calling test. Interesting.
Boom.
That was a really fast call, and that's the drone. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, with Dora 2, you don't need Simon just doesn't need a Mungan. Like Simon is well served by just taking his 3,900 points and his plus 30. So
That is fair. So it seems like at the end it was Simon's game. What'd you think of the game overall?
I thought that actually everybody I thought that Kenyan seemed to get some bad beats. Some unfortunate. Like I don't think that she really pushed anything like ridiculous. Like I think she just got unlucky a couple of times and took some big hits that were a little surprising, maybe from her perspective. And Simon, I think, was just running the hottest at the table. I think Lucas earned that nice little plus 10 second, and I think Joe finally slowed down a little bit.
Finally. Still, that keeps Joe in first place, as we can see here,
Mm-hmm.
with an overwhelming 169.4 points. And second place is still a whole 30 points away from him. So if he just continues playing this way, I feel like he's keeping his lead, right?
At the moment, I'd say so. Yeah, it's not that like he misplayed anything there, and that's not that I could remember, at least. It's just wasn't his game, but still has a fairly substantial lead to defend here. So
Yep, and Lucas with second place. He's just above positive right now, but uh, I think I heard last time Nathaniel saying even if you have a bad start, you always have a chance to going up to first place.
at least until the very end.
Yep. With only 169 being the top. Yep. There is the chance that anyone can be first place. No matter what. Kenyan is a bit negative, but not in the demotion spot yet, and Simon is sadly in the demotion spot. But I think the difference between negative 10th place and 17th place is only 20 points. So I guess a single first place can immediately get you out of the demotion spot.
I feel like Kenyan's stats right now are really anomalous in the sense that Kenyan has been historically one of the strongest players in the league, has won the league twice now, and is often seen up in the 1100, 1200 EV range. I think she has had quite an unfortunate series of 7 games to be to have a stat sheet looking like that.
Yep. And while we were talking, it seems like the next game for the table has started. Do you want me to go over the hands?
Yeah, you can keep going.
Yep. Okay. Let's start with Simon's hand. That's there's some pretty nice finished shape here. I see a Pinfu here. There's a possible chance of Sanshoku, but even if it's just Pinfu, I'm very happy with that hand, especially as dealer. On the right here, we have Kinyan with a few shapes. We'll see where that goes. That 3 does help a bit, but I guess it's usually just a wait and see what happens. A lot of times it could be a Pinfu. If she can pair up a Yakuhai, this hand becomes a lot faster. On the opposite side here, Navitas has a North triplet already. Otherwise shapes, that's the Ishan 10, and that could be a very fast Riichi. No value, but fast Riichi is always nice. And on the left here with Jowser, also a pretty fast hand. That is also an Ishan 10. For pretty much usually a guaranteed double-sided weight, sometimes even Pinfu or a three-sided weight if he gets the 5 pin. Any thoughts of the hands?
No, I mean I think that Joe is likely to draw into Tenpai first here, though not guaranteed, just highly likely. I think the 3 and the 6 so are a little bit. You don't really need both, but I can see why he might be holding on to them just in case. Elsewhere, so dealer is Simon is Ishan 10 with this
Yeet.
Ryankan here. Oh, so Joe does find Tenpai. Really wants to draw in the door indicator, the 8 so, to, for Pinfu door 1, but may not find it, especially with 1-8 already cut in a pond.
So interesting about Simon here. If you get Tenpai here, okay, that's a half fold. I guess he can play
Yeet.
around that, but interesting. We have a Pursuit Reach on the right from Kenyan on a 4-7 Pinfu 8 here. Ooh, interesting. With 2 door in the hand. So yeah, if Kenyan wins here, that is pretty much automatic at least 7,700, which is a lot in the first hand. Who do you think will win? Because there's I've seen this a lot in I guess higher level rooms. You'll see a lot of times with 2 people on Ramen Riichis, and I usually see it's always like a game of luck of who gets their weight first.
The 5-8 pin is a little better in the wall. It looks like, though maybe that draw might actually change it. So let's see. With the 4-7, there are 3 7s out and 3 4. So actually only 1 4 and 1 7 left in the wall for Kenyan's weight, and then 2 5s and 2 8s. So Joe has twice as many tiles to sumo.
Well, let's see if there's a Haite or Hote. Sadly, no.
No. So this goes to draw. Simon didn't see any way, I think, to get into Tenpai safely, so
That's
tried to
fair.
dodge around that.
I guess. Do you think that was Simon being more passive, or do you think maybe it was because of the Dora in the hand that's really awkward to use?
I think Simon probably didn't see any safe route to Tenpai with what he was holding. The Dora can never come out, and the upper Sozu probably didn't look so safe.
Boom.
That is fair. Well,
So.
time for these hands. Kenyan's hand here. There are some shapes. Nothing too fast. There's a few. There's the Kanchan she has to finish. Maybe you could possibly think of the Itsu Pasa. It's a hand that's usually a bit slower, but if she can get a Yakuai pair, this hand becomes a lot faster. On the right, Navitas, has a lot of. I think that's at least 5 blocks there. Whether he changes to Tanya or goes for a closed hand, I guess depends on his draw. A lot of pairs can make it a bit awkward, but depending on what happens, it could be a Chitoi, it could be a Tanyao. There's a lot of choices there.
Yeah.
On the opposite side, Jiaozher has a fair amount of shapes, but 2 Jiangkan, so that could be a bit slower in Tenpai efficiency. And usually you can only reach those type of hands, but we'll see if Jiaozher gets the flow he's been getting the past few games. And on the left, we have Simon just playing Call for Days and is on, I think that's Tenpai on the 3, so I think that's everyone's favorite tile.
Okay, I was about to say, so actually Navitas was Ishanten, but could have actually drew into an Ipeiko Kanchan, but it would have had to drop Dora, so I think prefers the weight or the Tenpai where he could keep the Dora there with the 8-pin draw. So that is on 1 4-mon. The 1 is 2 cut already and 1 in hand. So there's actually 3 in the wall for that weight.
Oh, this is sad for Simon. He got the one tile he does not want to see right now, especially against a 5 reach. You can't really throw the Dora here too much, can you?
That hand is now, well, it's not necessarily dead, but it is Dora Tonki now. I think is what's going on there.
Yeah.
Sumo.
Oh, well, now just gets the Sumo. Oh, Urador too.
Mangan.
Yep, Mangan. That is always a nice thing to see. And he even gets dealership now.
And having eating the Oyakaburi continues Kenyan's kind of unfortunate streak here.
Yes, getting hit by Oyakabure always hurts you so much mentally, right?
Let's see. So
But
yeah, go ahead.
yeah, okay. Hand-wise, I guess this time, Navitas has a fair amount of shapes. I could see a possible Tanyao. I can see a possibly normal closed hand. Has 1 Dora, which helps the value-wise. But as dealer, you want to see you just want to see a hand that can win. On Jiaozher's side, he's got a fair amount of pairs there, so I could see a Chitoi route. Other than that, he has a few diamond shapes, but I feel like it's a... Oh, that's a good triplet there. So it's a bit faster now. On the opposite side, we have Simon here with a few shapes. That 13579. Is there a special name for that shape? It's a bit awkward there because the 2 Jankan, so it's a bit slower, but at the same time, it does give you each a chance, especially with that 8 draw, but decides to give up on the each.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that this is
Boom.
probably standard. We have been notified that there is potential Doko on the table.
Oh, yep.
For Joe.
Joe,
So we have to root for it. We are contractually obligated to root for the Doko.
That also gives Toy Toy now. before anything, Kinyan has a possible Yakuhai call open hand or could change to Tanya. Yep, changes with Tanya with the 8 now. I guess you are rooting for the Jiaozi now, and yes, I also do have to root for the Doko, but yeah, this is a really good hand to win, right? With 9 and a 2. The 4 might not come out that much, but usually the 2 and 9 come out pretty easily, right?
Yeah, I would. So we just don't see the other two. So
Each.
not calling the 3 there means Joe is hoping for Doko Toy Toy.
Yep. He could have possibly changed to Tanya, but let's see how he decides to handle this hand with the reach on the board now. Did he try to cheat for oh yikes. Oh, okay.
So we're
Avoids the Ipats.
Chi.
yeah, but if any of these other tiles come out, Joe deals in.
Speaking of Tenpai, we have Kinyan here with 5 so only Tenpai, but a Tenpai to Tenpai. Seems like she's gonna push for a bit. Oh no, Joe just keeps
Joe
getting one
is
after
Joe's
another,
Done.
just the
That's
worst
it.
draws. Yikes. Game is
Doko
not on
denied.
Joe's side right now. Luckily does not get hit by Uradora, but still 5,208 hurts a lot.
Yeah, that's a significant chunk of change.
Yeah,
Yes,
sadly we
very
don't see
very
a Toko
sad.
today. Well, next hand, Jows is at least dealer now. I personally, when I see this hand, I think Tanya, but then again, there's Pinfu, there's a lot of different things. I just have a Tanya mindset, so there's a bias there. Simon's hand, ah,
Nice
that
draw
5, 6, 8,
already.
5, 6, 8, 9
That's
is a bit awkward, but I will say can go for a very high chance for Pinfu. There could be some mad
Boom.
people who could possibly try to force what you call it, a Chanta or a Junchan from that hand.
mm,
Kinyan here, that seems like Hongix if I've ever seen one. And on the left, Navitas could also force a Hongix here. We could see a Hongix against Hongix if Navitas calls this. If you're at Navitas here, do you
Chi.
call that?
I guess so. So this is actually
Each.
Senpai for Simon had an incredibly wide Ishan 10 there, but was headless Ishan, but found a pair. Now Tenpai on
Boom.
5-8.
And that's Kinyan and Tenpai for West Hongich. So yep, that's I don't think you ever fold with that hand, do you?
No, especially that's high Mangan chance. So I don't think so. Not unless something incredibly like terrifying comes up.
The white dragon is the one terrifying thing. If Kinyan draws the white dragon here, what would you do?
Um, actually,
Well, I guess it doesn't matter because Kinyan just wins with that run. But
I think maybe some people might just yeet it and pray. I think a more cautious player, if they drew the Haku door in that situation, would reorient their hand to Wei Dorotanki.
that's
I think
fair.
is a very A1 play kind of way to do it.
That is completely fair, and I've seen a lot of strong players do that too. That is a good point. Well, with the new hand, Simon here with he's got a few shapes here, a bit slow. Could possibly try to force a 1-2-3 Sanshok. I don't see too much in that hand. On the right here with Kinyan, I could possibly see another Hongitsu force here, and those discards are possibly hinting that too. Navitas on the opposite. Usually a Pinfu style hand with that. That 7 door is going to be a bit awkward. But other than that, that's usually a good hand. And on the left, Jowser. He's got some shapes. It could be a Pinfu. It could. Tanya's a bit more difficult. Yeah, it's usually a Pinfu. That Dora is going to be a bit awkward too. So we have 2 people with the awkward Dora. How often do you keep the Dora for?
Well, Lucas, this is
Each.
Tenpai. Yeah, so you keep it until then. I think I would have played it the same way. Um, I, and Joe takes the opportunity to say, well, at least I can safely cut this floater now.
Okay, so interestingly, three of the Dora are off the board now. If you're everyone else here, do you play a bit more aggressive now that you know that the Dora density is really cheap?
I think it depends on whether you see like an actual route. Like Simon has incentive to fight because his dealer, his third place is a little precarious right now. So I think Simon tries to find a way to fight. If I'm, say, Kenyan and I have that hand, I'm not sure I want to fight.
That is fair. Even though that is possible, only she does have to throw a lot of dangerous tiles to get to Tenpai.
Probably going to play around with the idea for a little bit, but as soon as you get something especially bad looking, I think you bail. Joe, I'm not sure how he's going to play this. It looks like he's taking the opportunity to throw some outer tiles. He's just not drawing into anything dangerous at the moment.
So do you cheat it for Tenpai as Joe? Oh, okay, he does.
Well, Joe says, "I don't want to be in last place anymore. I'll take that risk."
Interesting. Would you have done that? Because playing open here means you only have a 1,000 hand compared to possibly playing closed for a Ricci Tanya.
I don't think I would have. I
Oh,
just don't. I'm not convinced that Tanyao only is worth taking any. Well, but on the other hand, this hand looks very hard to fold.
Wrong.
And, well, he gets it. He gets his 2,000 points.
this is another
So-
example
so
of the bad weight wins.
Maybe it could be less that Joe was saying, yeah, I'm definitely gonna like feel this is worth the fight, and more like, I don't know how to fold this hand, so I'm not gonna try.
That is fair. I have heard that sometimes if you, especially when you call too many times, at that point sometimes it's better to not fold because if you can't fold, it's better than trying to force a fold that doesn't make sense.
For how late that Ricci was, that pawn was actually not so easy to defend against, I think.
That is fair. I do remember sometimes you can go to like the second or third row, and the person who reaches you only throws like honors or terminals, so it's hard to read what their tempi is
There was
sometimes.
a lot of outer
Boom.
tiles, I think, in that pond.
Yep. Well, with this hand, let's start with the Kenyan's hand. Possible Pinfu. Ooh, that gives us 789 Sancho. That's a good way to call it open and try to keep it on the dealership. On the right here, Navitas. Navitas, is this a Hongich? Well, we'll
It's looking
see.
that way.
Zhaoz's hand, that just seems like a call red. Ooh, two door in the hand, so we'll see how he wants to play around with that. Though it does seem like Tenpai soon, so we'll see whether he throws that too or is able to incorporate it in his hand.
I think what he wants to do is he wants to be able to chi it, but it's never going to come out from Lucas. So
Yep. And ponging is also going to be very difficult because no one usually wants to drop the Dora. And on the left, we have Simon with possible Pimfu, possible Tanyao. Personally, if I see the 5 pin here, I usually call for Tenpai with that hand. Ooh, Tenpai, do you take that Ricci?
that I feel like the upgrade paths for this are pretty stellar. So I think I'm okay with this pass. And that's not it though.
There.
So you can draw into this Yonrenke shape, or you could connect to the 4 floater.
Each.
Oh, and waiting does the game rewards him with a 3-sided Ricci Pimfu Dora. That's a
And
pretty
yeah,
nice hand.
with a shiny new Dora in hand as well. So
Oh, but Lucas just got a south pair. Ooh, this is becoming more difficult for Lucas to fold.
oh, that one. So the Dora there's 2 in Joe's hand and 1 in Simon's hand.
Ooh,
Well,
Navitas is in a very difficult situation. Oh, he decides to I guess play around with
He
that
is-
7.
Yeah.
Oh
he's-
no.
Joe is not as cautious here and does deal into reach Pinfu Dora.
It does
So,
hurt, but if you see Joe's hand, I can understand why he didn't fold. As last place, you really want to take advantage of that 3-Han hand and not give your direct opponent a win, do you?
yeah, no, and I get it, and I think that, I mean, Joe's play has clearly gotten him quite far, so when it works, obviously.
Yep, sometimes the game is just like, nope, you're just gonna deal in. It's just the sad reality of the game sometimes. Well, we have a new round here. Navitas, Lucas here. I see a Pimfu. There was a Sanchoku, but it's a bit more difficult now. So it seems fine. But that green dragon is likely gonna help Jiaozi here with a green dragon. Okay. I have a very big question. When you have hands like Jiaozi, how often do you call open
Pump.
the green dragon? Oh wow.
I don't, when I'm this far down, basically when I'm like 9k down from third place, I don't like calling for Yakuhai only. This has a chance to become like Chanta or something, but even that's only 2000.
That is
So
fair.
I if I can, I like to try to wait to draw into an Anko or maybe set up a Shabo on it, but maybe he didn't really feel like that was an option for him. Or
Well,
I'm
now he has a toy chance, so I'm interested to see how he plays this hand. On the opposite side, we have Simon with that. Okay, that could be a Pimfu. That's the Ishanten. Ishanten for possible Pimfu, possible Tanya, depending on perfect draws. But I like that hand a fair amount, especially as third place here. Even a 1000 hand puts you up to second place. So that seems nice. And
Yeah.
on the left with Kinyan with a fair amount of pairs. I think that's Ishan.
That's Chitoi Ishanten.
Chitoi Ishanten, yep.
Just with a completed run, which is a little a little funny.
A bit funny, but it also means that if she can find a triplet in one of the pairs, this could turn into a normal hand too, right?
Could. We'll have to see how she deal with it. So that one doesn't, it's already not the tile you want. I suppose maybe with those 5s in hand, could be thinking these upper pin tiles probably are actually probably hard to use. Well, Simon's got a completed shape in the upper pin.
Oh, but do you think it's the mind game acid of trying to trick people into dealing into a cheat toy?
Beach.
I'm not sure. It may just be I'm just doing my best to hedge like Chitoy and Sananko hand or something like that. I think Lucas is this hand
Sumo.
isn't put together enough to
Oh
fight.
my gosh, Arichi Ipatsimo, what? How?
Oh, Urachu! Simon
Oh my gosh, Urachu
clenches
got his first place. Wow.
a
Simon
Hanemon
just has
from
all the
Richi
luck today.
Tanyao. Somehow. So, Richi Tanyao, everyone knows that's Hanemon, so.
Yep, reach Tanya on a bad weight will get you a Hanuman, because apparently it's better than good weights. Well, Simon has a very nice situation in South 4, but let's use hand-wise. Jazzer has red dragons, luckily because he's dealership. If he can win, he can try to go for dealer repeat to stack up the points, maybe even a Hongichi if he's trying to be greedy with the hand. On the right here, Simon has some fine shapes. That could be Tanya, could be Pimfu, could be Sanchoku, depending on how draws go. On the opposite here with Kinyan, that 4 draw helps a lot.
It
Usually,
does.
yep, I see a Pimfu shape a lot. Could possibly drop the 1s for Tanya. Oh, is there Sanchoku? There's also Sanchoku chance depending on how draws go.
5, 6, 7, yeah.
Yep, 5, 6, 7. Sanchoku, maybe even 4, 5, 6, depending on how the
Could
draws
be,
go.
yeah.
And on the left here with Navitas, It just seems normal. We'll see how that goes.
Gee.
Maybe a
Joe
Sanchok on the
is going to
79.
call this and go and basically try to just this weight is gonna be good enough that he's like, you know what? I'll take. Oh, this is Dora. Okay, so I was gonna say this isn't cheap hand. I didn't know. This
Oh,
could be dealer Mongon. So
yes, two Dora White Dragons. That could be a very expensive hand. This is an auto decay, but I can totally understand this auto
I
decay.
think this is a very defensible one. So the interesting issue is even if he doesn't win on the Haku, but wins on the Chun instead, this is still dealer like 330 or 340 probably.
Yep.
So plenty enough to try for.
Interestingly, no one has a white dragon right now, which seems to be the reason why people can play aggro. But I can see a situation where once someone gets a white dragon, their hand can just completely be a
Completely
forced
stop.
fold.
Yeah. We'll have to see who gets it and what happens. That feels like a 5-mon. Or no, it tosses it back.
Interesting. In that position, Navitas's position, are you trying to what is your goal as Navitas here?
I don't see this being the kind of hand that can win me the game. I don't think this Gyakutens. So I think if I'm Navitas, I might even try to just like pin Funomi and take my +6.
That
I
is
don't
a
know.
fair thing. Oh, yeah. So Kenyon here got the worst tile for her hand. She's this hand, which usually you would think possibly Tanya style, gets that. What do you think? Do you think she has hope to continue this hand, or do you think this is just like either fold or
Gee.
pray for a Doratanki?
I think she'll try to Dora Tonki and, at least play around with the idea until something.
Boom.
So the 2 will be pawned. Now we're primed to go.
Oh, this is a very annoying situation for everyone, huh? Well, I mean, specifically Kinyan. Everyone else, as long as they don't draw the white dragon or the red dragon, their hand can go continue it. If you're everyone else here and you get the red dragon, can you fold? Oh,
Oh my
wow.
god. That could be very dangerous though.
It's like Kenyan's the position here. If
Mm.
are you happy with third place?
I think if you've been watching the kind of antics Joe has been getting up to so far this season, like, I think, yeah. So she's like, I'm not gonna play this game with Joe. Like, it's
Gee.
not. I'll take my -7 rather than dealing into that nonsense.
Interesting call for Simon here. That it doesn't increase the Shantan, but it does give him better shapes now. Navidas here, I'm gonna guess that he's just trying to go for a Tempai bonus so he can keep over 30k.
Yes. Yeah. So that's a
Oh wow! Wait, it's too late, but Kenyan like got all Zhao's way. Wow, I feel wow. That is
So
amazing
we are
luck.
going again. Lucas was successful. So now Lucas is not a Ryukyoku payment away from being negative. Joe has another chance to put a hand together. Kenyon now saying, now's my chance to get positive again. And Simon probably wondering what he's going to do with those soap shapes.
Yep. Currently, I will say I really do like Zhao's hand here because that can be Tanyao. You can play open. Being last place here, do you even though your dealership, do you put more focus on a closed hand to try to get a big win at once, or do you just want to go for dealer Rinchan?
Gee.
I would be very hesitant with my own play style to open this hand, but I
Boom.
think Joe is just going to say, yeah, let's do it.
Yep. Personally, I'm more of a Joe style because I put a high focus on dealer Rinchan, but I can also see the argument of trying to play closed because it is a bit of an awkward shape, and though if you can get into Tempai, that can be a pretty expensive win.
The issue is that I don't
Boom.
necessarily mind. Well, I'd have to think. That's kind of a tough choice for me. Oh, what? So Lucas
Wow.
just getting some very interesting draws over there is now Toy Toy
Yes, that
Ishanten.
is Ishantem for Toy Toy Dora too. That can kill off someone. Though Jowser's also in Tempai for
Boom.
Tanyao. I don't think he. Ooh,
Decides
interestingly.
to not take decides to take the wider weight.
Do you agree with that?
I
Oh,
think
because
so.
that's Mangan. Yeah, Mangan with the Pong.
Yeah. So yeah, that's pay Dora.
3.
Oh yeah, pay Dora 3. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
So
apparently a sumo is enough
Sumo.
for the win. Oh, but Jiaozi gets the sumo first. That is
oh my god,
sad.
that 5 Anchan.
Well,
The
I guess
last
this is one reason you play open because if you play open, you can stop a
I
fast
would
hand from the
be
opposite.
I'm not gonna lie, if I'm Lucas, I'm very tilted about what just happened.
Oh,
Boom.
okay. So you're more of a tilt style player.
Well, I just like my beautiful hand, my beautiful Mangan gets like squelched by that.
That is true. If you have a beautiful hand like that, you always are in the mindset, I need to win this or I deserve to win this, right? But yeah, let's see this hand. Jowser has an interesting hand here. Could be play open, could be Chitoy. I'm not sure how much I like Chitoy here because
I think so this is Yakuhai. I think Joe even calls Atazuke for this hand.
oh, interesting. You would go to the Autozuke level for this.
I think I don't like calling Atazuke, but I think there's a chance that he might take a pawn.
What is going on the opposite with Kenyan on Tempai for 6 only? Okay, so Yakulis, but there's a lot of upgrades that she can get into Tempai.
Yeah, I think it's just I don't want to take this crappy weight.
Boom.
I'm gonna see. Okay, so it doesn't end up going Atazuke because the South came out.
Yep. Okay, so as Kenyan, if your hand never advances, do you always just keep it like this, or do you reach it because you are technically in sniping distance of the of Navitas Lucas here
I
if you reach it?
kind of agree with the textbook like idea that if you don't take a Ricci immediately, you probably shouldn't take it later.
Oh,
Um,
interesting.
this is
See.
pretty bad. This
It
6.
yeah. So interestingly here, um, Kenyan has a chance to be Tempai for Rampeko, but if Rampeko happens, she has to deal into Simon here.
So the ideal for Kenyan is to draw another Dora and then have a Yaku. You have
Each.
Peiko.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Yep.
so this weight is good enough.
Yep. Okay. Now, interesting here is Navitas. Do you fold against this Ricci or do you try to push?
Lucas is going to be. You don't. Pushing for Lucas means not just. If you deal into a 2k hand, you're essentially dealing into like a 7k hand because of the Uma. So.
Aha, the Uma shift can influence his decision to possibly play more defensive. But while that happens, Jowser is in
Joe is
Tempai.
ready. So a 9 so cut would be double Roan at this point.
Yep, double run on the 9. So 8 pin. I will say 8 pin is Sigi against both sides, so I could possibly see someone drop. Oh, actually, there's only one 8 pin left though.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Interesting how Simon here can still play. Do you ever fold as Simon?
Dong.
Oh wow, Jowder's doing the comeback arc. It's only 1,000 hands at the time, but
That's
Homba
so
plus Ricci
unfortunate.
sticks. Wow. Jowser just winning hand over hand with bad weights and is coming back. Maybe he's now third place. He's now in striking distance of to get second place now, right?
Yeah, because dealer Mongon is 15k swing, and there's 3 Homba, so that is actually enough. A dealer Mongon for Joe is enough to take first. Not by much, but by by like a couple hundred points.
Yep, and if I'm Joe, I'm very happy with that result. Interesting here. Now that
Sorry,
Kenyan's
dealer
last place.
Mongon Sumo. Sorry, I should have specified.
Oh, yep. Kenyan did not call the first green. Ooh, do you have to go? Ooh, interesting. Does not call either green. Do you agree with that choice as Kenyan?
So Kenyan. So what's the point spread there? It is 2-6. It's like just under 3,000 points. Even with the Homba, that Hatsu call is not enough to avoid fourth. In
So
fact,
yeah,
I don't know what the plan is, but that pair might actually end up being dropped if the rest of the hand develops.
yep. Kenyan wants the high chance, I guess, to play Ricci hand now because as last place, I guess she needs to get points in some way. Chitoy is also well. Would you try to think of Chitoy with 4 pairs now?
We're hedging it.
That is fair. Keeping it as an option. Everyone else wise, Simon has a pretty fast hand there. That's Ishan 10 though. Usually a possible weight Ramen weight depending on how it goes, but still a fair amount of chance of being bad weight. And Navitas here, that looks like a Tanyao. That's all I can say about that. I guess he's happy with just second place now, or do you think he still is in a position to possibly greet for first place?
I think that unless he gets like some kind of pretty fantastic hand. Well, okay, so let's see. It takes he needs a Mongon. I don't think there's any way outside of direct hit.
Interesting.
And I don't think Simon. Yeah, like. Oh, with the 3 Homba Mongon against any kind of Mongon or direct hit 3 Han, I think, is the win condition.
Aha. So then, if Navitas here gets a Ricci, would you go for the Ricci Tanya, or would you reach you possibly with the Ricci Tanya Pimfu?
Reach Tanya Pinfu.
Each.
Oh,
Now I think we are probably out.
oh,
this-
interesting. So putting a focus on going over 30k and not wanting to deal in here.
Yeah, I think. So the 6 looks pretty safe against that.
Oh no, Jowser just
That is
trust
reach
the
each box.
Suji.
No,
Reach
Uda,
the
but I
only.
think
Does that put Jowser into third or fourth? I think that's fourth. Yep, it does.
that is enough to put to so that saves Kenyan 10 points. And Joe takes a light third or light fourth here. 20 minus 23 really isn't that bad. It isn't what he wanted, clearly, but Simon continues to run pretty hot tonight. A lot of his plays work out. So he's trying to climb. He actually has successfully climbed back out of the demotion range tonight. Lucas, kind of another careful, disciplined second. Kenyan avoids losing too much here. Given how tonight's been going for her, maybe this isn't such a bad outcome.
Well, I will say for a fact, with how I'm seeing the upgraded standings right now, even though Kenyan is 17th place, she's still about only 25 points away from 11th place. So I guess that it's again always just a single game can get her last from this out of her demotion position right now. Uh, Interestingly, even with that fourth place, Joe is still first place overall.
Yeah, Joe had enough point padding that even this he retains his top slot for now.
So, with the two games that you've seen today, what do you think of the two games? Because personally, okay, I will say I do know that Simon is the big, I guess, hero here today for playing two first places. But personally, I'd say that Lucas is a pretty underrated hero. I guess. I thought Lucas played really well today. Like personally, I know first place is important, but I also put a high focus on how well you play as second place because I'm a person who thinks usually there's one person who rampages, so second place is usually a very big, I guess, battle of skill.
Yeah, I thought, like I said, I think Lucas played very disciplined mahjong tonight. Um, didn't really see, like, I don't think the tiles were really favoring him making big comebacks tonight. And I think that he made some smart decisions to keep himself positive where he could have. It would have been easy for him to blow that, but he did not. I think Lucas has been playing in Ho lately, and I think has been trying to tune up his discipline to to match that level of play, and I think it shows. So
Yep. And it seems like today it wasn't really much of Joe's day, a third place and a fourth place, but he had enough buffer to keep his first place, and I don't really think Joe played too wrong today. He was pushing hands that he wanted to push, a few unlucky which got deals in, but I feel like Joe played well today, and Kenyan too. I feel like did Kenyan really deal in too much because I feel like Kenyan just
like
lost
there were a couple of. I think there was like that one that ended up being with the Dora Anko that ended up being a Mangan.
Oh, yes, that
So
unfortunate
like
hand,
that kind of
yes.
stuff. But so I think that Kenyan ended up needing to play a little bit of damage control tonight.
Yeah,
Um,
because personally, Kenyan is, I felt like it's just one of those third places that, like, okay, there is that Mangan Dylan, but you don't usually expect that to happen too much, do you?
right. No, I think that probably came as a little bit of a shock. That particular one. But I think that I'm a little tired tonight, and David has been doing a great job, and I think that I am tagging out, and we'll let Nathaniel come back in, and you will have um, some great commentary for the rest of the night between Nathaniel and David.
Yes.
So
Thank you very
I'm
much, Michael.
I'm
It was a
Michael,
very nice time
signing
to be
off
with
for
you.
tonight. Enjoy the rest of the stream, folks.
Yep. Okay. So, yeah, we're going on a break, and we'll be back with some B1 games. Let's see if those are as interesting as to the A1 games we saw. Okay, hello everyone. We are back now, now with me and Nathaniel.
Sumo.
Nathaniel, how are you doing tonight? Oh, yeah.
You know, this happens way too frequently, David. When I tag in and out as director and commentator, I forget to turn myself on when I come back for commentary. Yeah,
Oh no.
we saw some awesome A1 action. Thanks, Michael, for covering that. And they're very exciting games. And I know B1 has been playing a little bit. We've seen one game already, I think, from this table, and it was extremely exciting. We'll have to check in on that one. This game is going to be hopefully just as exciting with Gauhan, our current dealer, Patrick on the right, Travis across the table, and Christian on the left.
Yep. Okay, so hopefully everyone hears you now. What do you think of the current hand so far?
Oh well, dealer is working with a lot of pairs. It's just Ishanten right now. Could be an Onko-based hand as well, depending on how the draws come together. The Dora's the south, we're the east round, so it doesn't look like anyone has much use for the Dora. Across the way is the very interesting hand. It's open already with the east Yakuhai, aiming for east Honitsu, Ishanten right now. And the other two hands are, well, the one on the right's a little slow, the one on the left looks very strong for Richi Pinfu.
Possibly even Sanshuk, depending on how draws go.
Absolutely. That'd be a huge boost to the value. Joining in East 4, Christian currently third, but early days still could easily make it over 30k.
Ooh, we have Tenpai for the Hongs here. North is one dead, 9 is no one dead, but I guess that's also... Oh, interesting. Okay, we have a dealer Ricci now.
Ended up being Ipeco. Okay, Ricci Ipeco is good as dealer. 3,900 minimum. And we'll see if the 8 so comes out. I mean, they're 3 walled. They are available. Oh,
yeah,
but the
as
pay...
we can see here, Travis here, I don't think really cares too much about this Ricci, does he?
No, not when the door was cut already from the dealer hand. Of course, it's a dealer Ricci, so that's a little scary. Oh, maybe he is respecting it to some degree. And just as the North comes out, immediately Christian follows, but right back into Tempai. It's 50-10, but you'll take it.
3-sided, interesting.
Counting the tiles for this weight, because it has to be at sumo. All the 2s are out, all the 5s are out, and there are 3 8-pin in the wall.
So one of the funny times that it seems like a good weight, but because you can only sumo and because a lot of it are in other people's hand, it's actually a lot worse than it seems.
Right, in particular, so much as the other hands, but back-to-back 8-sos in the wall, Christian holds it, and Galhan Tsumos reached Tsumo Ipeiko for 2,000 all. Galhan coming right back into things here, chipping away at the lead, still in third place, but very easy to pick up 1,500 points to make it over 30,000.
Yep. I guess. I guess I'll just go over the current hands. Gao-chan with this hand. I see some fine shapes. Possibly Pinfu. Possibly Tanyao. So we'll see how that goes. On the right here we have Patrick. With that looks like usually call Red Dragon and just go for a fast 1,000 hand. On the opposite here, we have Travis with... Oh, that's much on the Red Dragons now, so it's a bit awkward for both these two. Interesting possible Chanta there, depending on how things go. Chanta Sanshoku, that Dora could also incentivize the Chanta a bit more than usual. And on the left here with Christian, yeah, I usually see a Pinfu style hand here. Possible Tanya, depending on what happens.
A very classic hand for Christian. wants to try to force that door in somehow. And it's a little awkward that the shape is a kanchan waiting for the door indicator 2-pin. But if you can draw that, you're looking very strong for Reach Pingfu. Maybe even Peiko. Oh, okay, Peiko's a little tough to get because we're lacking a pair right now. Right now it's the 4, so. But definitely possible. And with that Mochi Mochi situation you mentioned earlier, because Travis has a chance at the Chanta, maybe he's got a slight advantage here, although he does choose to discard the 3 Pandora.
Interesting. I guess that's the Sakikiri move. Are you happy with dropping that? Because personally, I also see Sanshoku, so I kind of want to keep it a bit longer, but I can also see the danger of doing so.
I guess he got it out just in time because there is a Tenpai on the table. Gaohan waiting on just the 8 Mon. Maybe doesn't like this Richi and has a Yaku already with the Peiko, so just holding Damaten for now. And regarding the 3-pin, I think, just like you, I prefer holding on to it a little bit longer for the Sanchoku. Maybe toss the 5 Mon first, and then see what comes. But
Yep,
your blocks are pretty much set in hand, so it's understandable that it's probably going to leave the hand in the future.
Interesting. Okay, so Travis here being a bit more passive. I guess Travis wants to play more of a closed hand. He thinks that that possibly playing close here is has a lot more value and doesn't want the possible atozuke.
Yeah, and I might be getting my names confused because there are a few Travises in the league, but I do know there is a Travis who has a very typically closed playstyle. This call rate of 34.6% this season seems higher than I was expecting, so maybe it's the other Travis, but if it is the same one, then it is on brand to stay close here. And Open Chanta is just one hot anyway, right?
That is true. I guess even being first place, I actually could also be because he's first place, he doesn't want to risk too much, and with a bad weight and a possible atozuke, he'd rather keep the safe tiles.
Okay, we saw Gaohan holding this Dama for a long time, waited until a move was made, in this case a call from Patrick, and then decided to take the Ricci.
Interesting. I guess that's as a dealer, you're putting on the pressure on everyone else.
Yeah, especially because a player is open, they have fewer tiles to defend with, and Patrick is in a rough spot. In fact, through the 8-pin, even though that removes the possibility of winning on the tune, just as a measure of safety.
Interesting thing I've been seeing here so far. It seems like the people here don't tend to respect the Ricci as much as I've seen in the A1 room.
Yeah, Patrick really trying to hold Tenpai here. That 7-pin actually deals in with the left. I didn't even notice that there's a Tenpai there. Christian drew all the Forso into Ipeiko Tenpai. So Pinhu, Ipeiko, Tanyao. No Ricci to chase down the dealer. I think that might have been a reasonable Ricci given you had decent value. But perhaps there was concern about the lack of door presence around the table and wanted to just make sure to play safely.
I was also wondering if it was the reason of possibly, I guess, trying to trick people in the Oya Gembut spot. I wasn't really looking at the pawn of the dealers too much.
Yeah, I remember an 8-pin being in the discards and maybe like a 6-pin. I can't remember 4 or 7 was out, but if either a 4 or 7-pin was cleared, then that does make a lot of sense as well. Just stay silent and wait for someone to discard while bailing out. These hands are very interesting. The dealer already Ishanten here.
Yep, that can be a fast Ricci. If the dealer gets the Tenpai on what you call it, wait for the 3 show, do you reach that?
I don't like it, but with the door being the pay, it's harder for anyone to use it and chase you down. So I don't think you can be faulted for taking an early dealer Ricci like that. And now we're not even early, we're at the end of the first row, so you haven't really drawn any good tiles for improving your shape. I think you just have to smash it.
Yep. On the right here, that hand looks like a monster.
Oh, Dora 2. And the ability to call the Haku, but Patrick, because he hasn't made any improvements, hasn't been able to drop the Haku yet.
But to be honest, yeah, I find it interesting. Do you think, yeah, because I feel like the Haku has to leave sooner or later. Do you think he's trying to keep as a safety tile, or do you think he wants the idea of the chance of calling with the White Dragon?
Probably a both. because he's had other options for safety, like the Shaw, the South. The Shaw in particular, the West Wind, was very safe, being cut so many times. So I think he was hoping to pair up the Haku and then maybe have a Shabo Ricci later, but that now it's not even really a safe tile because it just hasn't come out. It's Shompai.
So yeah, as you can see, despite the fact that Patrick was the Ishan 10 for so long, he's got to fold now because he's too afraid to drop either the North or the White Dragon. Oh, wow. I find it more interesting that we had Travis here who actually decided to drop both of the Norths.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That is confusing because a lot of the value of your hand was those Norths, and it was none cut, so it could have dealt into a Tonki or a Shampoo or anything. And
Yeah.
then Patrick choosing to hold the Dora instead of this Haku when the Dora had just come out was also a little odd, but okay, we all find Tempai. Patrick gets here. If he chooses to take it, it would be on the 3-6 pin.
Each.
Yep. I mean, as dealer, I think he's going to push now because I don't think you're really too afraid of anything anymore, are you? Oh, that might be a deal in.
Oh,
Oh,
dodged.
he's not. Wow.
Could have pushed the
Sumo.
7-4 Tempai.
Whoa, wow. Ichi Batsumo. Always nice.
And misses on the Ura, but still, 2,000 all is extremely nice for Patrick, and picks up the Ricci stick that Christian played out. And that puts Patrick into the lead here in South 1. Right pie looks kind of Tanyao-esque for Patrick on the right. There's the Hots call if Travis wants it. Just generally good shapes all around. In fact, I'd rather have floating tiles in this Hatsu Bear because I want like Ricci, Pinku, Tanyao, Ipeiko, maybe even 3, 4, 5 Sanshuk. I'm dreaming about all the value in this hand that's potentially there. Would you open on the Hatsu if you were Travis here?
Travis here. Let's see his position. Travis is second place right now. Oh well, I will say I would actually open that hand no matter what. Because I personally, it does seem nice with the possible Sanshoku chance or doing whatever close, but at the same time, your direct opponent, I guess first place is in their dealership, and I want that to stop as soon as possible. Especially considering how you don't have any Dora in your hand right now, so stopping everyone else's hand is very important in my idea.
Yeah, especially when dealer is your direct competition. But we did see Christian call twice for Tempai, South Door 2, and even 3 potentially because we're on a Shabo 3, so 8 mon wait.
Yep, that is possible. It does seem like most people, if they get the 3, they'll be a bit more hesitant to drop it. I'm a bit interested about how Gao-chan is approaching this hand. Oh, I see. Okay. He just wanted to drop that 9 because... Oh, yeah, he wanted to confirm his bear. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Gaohan has a 6-9 mon diamond and a 3-4 diamond. So just said, okay, I like my pairs. I don't want to go headless and risk ending on a Tonki wait at any point in the future. There are 3 tiles left in the well for this wait. And of course we have Travis just sitting here, Ishanten, looking for some upgrade.
Sumo.
Oh, wow. Wow. The expensive side, a Mangan.
Well, that's the way to do it. Just sumo on the Sanzo. It's like all the Armo models at once.
Perfect hand and puts you up to second place, but first, second, and third place are only 2,000 point difference. So I'm saying it's anyone's game, still, right?
Absolutely. And the players might be aiming for chippier hands now that the scoreline is so close. These 1,000, 2,000 points to try to get an edge if you don't have a bomb. And Travis right now, this looks like it's just a Ricci Nomi, well, maybe Ricci Dora 1 currently. We kind of want to get out of this Penchon and the Sozu and into something like a 3-4-5 Sanchoku. On the right, we have potential Itsu for Christian. Would love to incorporate the Dora. Could just be Ricci Sanshoku, maybe, if you can draw around this 3-pin. Across the way, we've got Pinfu type shapes here. You do need to fill a couple Kanchan for the Pinfu, but if not Pinfu, maybe Tanyao. And on the left, that looks like a Honitsu Force.
Yeah. That's a Hongus if I've seen one. That 4 is right next to the Dora, so I can see why he's keeping it a bit longer, but So okay, it's not gonna happen. But if you draw the door in that hand, do you still go for Hongich?
Hmm. I don't think you have to force it at that point because then you have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You have all the
1
blocks you need to finish the hand. They're not the best blocks, but you just play them standard. Christian does draw the Kanchan Tempai. We'll choose the Penchon Ricci.
Interesting. That's okay. Richi
Gee.
no Mi. Would you reach that? Because personally, I think I would wait a bit more before reaching that hand.
Yeah, I guess what the question is, what are you waiting for? And maybe if you're waiting, you drop the 1 mon and say, I want a door draw.
Yeah.
I don't mind the Ricci so much here, given the tight score line. It is awkward that you can't see the
Gee.
door, and the door is so easily usable by the rest of the players. But if you are going to reach it, I do like reaching on the 4 mon there. Ah, there's the door draw. But fortunately, it passes because Gaohan is open twice here for just a Tanyao only.
Interesting. As last place, I would expect him to play a bit more closed. Do you think that he did do you like his choice of playing open here?
I think that's just a desperation move, saying, I'm not going to get there closed, and I am going to have difficult defending against this Ricci because there's so little info. So maybe I just open up here and try to steal what points I can, because if I don't win this hand, Christian's going to win the hand. So I might as well pick up 1,000 or 2,000 points for my troubles.
That is a fair point. It seems like everyone else here, yeah, I don't think they're really folding too much. Like it seems like they're not like throwing like completely dangerous things, but oh, okay, I think that's pretty much a fold for the dealer now then.
Yeah, all the
Oh,
Dora have been discarded, so now you're not even that scared of the Ricci.
yeah, I guess that at this point there is a lot more incentive to push now. But I guess in here, do you think you pay more points by the symbol payment or the loan payment?
And that's exactly what these players are considering, right? The Ricci can't be that expensive. Maybe Ricci Pinhu. Maybe there's a Sancho in there that stings, but it's unlikely to be something like Sanako. And so yeah, if you're just not no 10 at the end, you're probably paying out almost as much as you would dealing in. We can see that it's just 1,300 unless Uda is flipped. So if you can find a sort of safe path to fighting for Tempai, it seems reasonable to go for it.
Interestingly, the dealer had a chance for Tempai but did not decide
Sumo.
to take it. Oh, and we have a symbol. Ricci symbol Nomi, yep, 2,000, but gets the Ricci stick back, and that puts them into first place.
And the tensions still are pretty high here, as that wasn't a big sumo. Still anyone's game at this point.
Home.
Can I just say the hand on the right
Whew.
looks amazing? What?
So when
are
I
you
said
not gonna-
when I said it's anyone's game, I was looking kind of at the players around 30,000. But Gaohan with his hand, this could be Dai Sangen or Shou Sangen.
I think that he's looking for Dai Sangen more, but personally, I'm actually surprised because for me, I would go for the Hongitsu. Do you like? I can't understand the 90 is a bad weight. Do you like his choice of choosing the better weights over the possible chance of a Hongitsu Mangan?
I
Home.
think you could have tried the 3-pin and hedged more possibilities. However, the 7-8 shape holds for the Dora acceptance. So I guess you get Shou Sangen Dora that's Mangan. Might not be enough. You really want to get a Hanuman out of this.
Chi.
Yeah, I also see now the what's called Chanta route for extra Han too. So I guess that might have also been in his plan while he was trying. Or actually, no, he could have gone Chanta with the 9-8. Well, what? Okay, wants to keep the chance for Shou Sangen, but I think white is too
Gee.
expensive for everyone else to drop now, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be very difficult
Gee.
for anyone to play that out here. But so far, no one's drawn it, so they have free path to just force their own hands. Let's see, Christian is forcing a Chinitsu. This call doesn't seem that helpful. Let's it pass. We have a false Tempai here with no Yaku.
Oh gosh, that is Tempai. Oh,
No.
actually dropped the white dragon. Wow.
I thought we might see the 7-8 mon come out.
Yeah, no. Personally, if that's me, I'm dropping the 789 because 7-8 because yes, you do get Chanta here, but that's 3 Han. You want to get a Mangan Plus and possibly a Yakuman to come, or he can just Simo it, I guess.
Well, that does make it seem like this was the right play. We don't know where the Haku are. And from Galhan's perspective, with multiple players opening like this, especially Dealer who called the one mon, he might have thought that, well, the Dealer has the Haku pair. There's no way I'm getting my Shosankan at this point. I'd better take what I can get. And from that perspective, it's certainly understandable to make this play. Also, Galhan still has a dealership, so can easily make up the ground right here and right now.
Yep, and with this hand, I feel good about it. Very high chance of either Tanya or Pinfu. You already have a Dora in your hand, so you can easily get a 3 Han or a Mangan, which already puts you back in the game.
Yeah, multiple pairs, 4 of them. You might end up dropping one of your pairs and saying the 3-3-4-4 shape in the Monzu is just Nipeko. And if that's the case, you've got great shapes for Reach Pinfu, maybe even Tanya with your Dora, and that's just a gorgeous hand.
Oh, well, that's Ishanten. I'm curious where he wants to drop from here. I think he drops the pair first.
Yes, just which pair? Oh, wow.
Oh,
Oh my, I don't know about this one. That's your Dora shape.
yeah. I was gonna say maybe he wants to confirm Tanya, but doing this, you are really killing off your Dora acceptance. Interesting.
And also, it makes Tanya even hard, or sorry, Pinfu basically impossible here. So I think, yeah, Gahan might be considering Chitoy as an option here.
Ah, Chitoy, yes. There's Chitoy backup too, so I guess he puts a high focus on that too. And if he can pair up the 7, then I can understand why the Chitoy path is a lot more appealing. Well, I guess he had a chance for Pinfo again, though, this time
Right.
without the Dora.
Yeah, but the issue is, exactly as you said, the shape is, it doesn't have a Dora, and it gives you just as much Tanya chance as before. And now we're feeling very sad that we could be Tempai right now.
Yeah, that a bit of a punish there because I've had the 7, 8, 9 Tempai, and even without Tanya, I would have been very happy with that Ricci.
Okay.
But he can just draw another Tempai
Each.
himself.
The
Why
Tanya,
not?
the Tanya here replaces the Dora, so all's right, all's well that ends well, perhaps. And we've got a 2-5 mon wait, which is very live in the wall. There are
Each.
all the 5 mon and one of the 2 mon left, and we're gonna see a chase though for Christian.
That's a very hard to read hand there, huh? I think that's the way on the 2-5 only. Okay.
2-5 is looking reasonably strong, but the 5 mon comes
Wrong.
first as expected.
Oh no. That's gonna be Ricci, Tanya, Pinfu, Ura. No Ura, but I think that
Spared.
still puts him up to second place. Actually, is that third or second place? That is third
Just-
place by 100 points.
Just 100. Oh my, look at this high five though. It's shot 10 for Ricci, Pinchu, Tanya already.
Wow. Yeah, who cares? As long as you can get these type of starting hands, I guess a deficit from last place doesn't matter too much, does it?
It really doesn't. And imagine drawing 5 pin right now. You draw 5
Oh,
pin, you cut 7-8, you get your 3-4-5 Sancho with Dora. It's just insane.
Yep.
Now here it's efficient to cut the
Gee.
4 pin, but I prefer doing it this way because there's so many upgrades around that 4 pin in value
Yeah.
and in value mostly.
If you can get the 3 pin or the 5 pin, I'm happy with changing this hand, especially that 7-8. As much as it's a good hand to drone off of someone, I really do like possibly getting that Tanyao shape because Tanyao is really strong here. Ooh, interesting.
And now here decides to drop the 4 pin, perhaps because we're a couple turns later and Patrick's already opened, just planning to open up for a Tanya. Again, I do prefer holding the 4 pin just because it's so valuable. That 5 pin draw in particular, and if you're really holding for the 5 pin, you could try cutting the 7 so instead as the second most efficient discard. But if you're going for efficiency, I think you should play full efficiency, and if you're going for the value, you should hold the diamond and the 4 pin.
Home.
Oh, while that's been happening, we have Patrick here being Tempai on Red Dragon Chanta. Interesting. Well, it is most definitely enough to confirm first place and actually just simmos it. Oh, that is
Wow.
sad.
fills the contract. Gaohan made a great attempt to come back, and amazingly, this sumo is gonna drop everyone below 30,000.
Wow, this is one of the very sad times that
I
you
mean,
are
Patrick's
just
like over the moon. You picked up 2,300, but also you get extra 5,000 points of UMA essentially. So it's gonna be a big win.
wow, yeah. Even though he's just over the 30K mark by 5,000 points plus 25, and I feel very sad for Travis, dude. You are second place, but you are minus points. That's one of the worst feelings to have.
Well, when all said and done, it's only a negative 0.4 for Travis. It does feel sad that you lost something there, but actually, I think Travis was 100 points ahead, right? That makes sense, yeah. So Travis took negative 0.4, Gaohan negative 6, Christian negative 18.8, but Christian still in the lead in this series. Or sorry, in the division. Once this updates. And Patrick not far out from the promotion slots either.
Wow, what is Christian's statistics here? Average win value 10K? Excuse me?
Yeah, there's a reason for that.
That sounds like someone's gone to Yakuman or something like that.
Well, maybe we'll have to take a look at that. There was one game that was played before the one that we just saw, and there was a very interesting hand that was played in the middle of that game that we're gonna open up right now. All right, I've got it pulled up.
Yep. I'm very curious what Yakuman comes out of here.
I think there can only be one choice because this hand is a mess. I'm seeing
Wait,
4,
you're
5,
saying
6, 7, 8.
you're saying this hand becomes a Yakuman?
This is a Kokushi force. It has to be.
I was looking at the person on the
Boom.
left and I was like, okay, their hand is possible, but this hand, wow.
It's this Chitoi. This is Chitoi Honroto. No, it's Kokushi. It's Chitoi. Count them. 1,
Chitoi.
2, 3, 4 pairs.
Wow, I had a dream. Oh my gosh.
Still
Boom.
Shanta, and we need the one so, and I can see where they are in the wall.
Oh my gosh, perfect draw after perfect draw. Oh my god. North is the last win. Oh my gosh.
No
What?
way. No way. One tile overflow. This is the tile that kills the Kokushi, and it just deals in.
Oh my gosh, that is such a bad feeling. Oh my gosh, having to deal on the last north and drawing a right after he gets into Tempai. What is the luck there?
I
Oh
mean,
my
you know when
gosh.
you make this cut that either you deal into Kokushi or the Kokushi hand is dead. But got the worst result of those two. I need to go back to the start of this hand because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 8. There's not even a pair. So
Like,
pair's
I
found
was-
on the next draw, but still, it's 8 and a pair.
Boom.
And that goes on until this next draw. This was such a slow Kokushi. I can't believe Christian managed to force this in.
The fact that he didn't even go for Hongich, like he had a chance to possibly change this into Hongich, but he's like, nah, I don't want Hongich. I want to go for all in, and game rewards him in the best way possible.
Yeah, if you imagine this hand, but with a 3 pin and a 4 pin instead of this 9 so and 1 mon, this is a pretty strong Honitsu. You can pull and just get there. And even here in this decision, you could go for Chitoi. You have enough pairs and you'd have to sacrifice the Kokushi, but Christian said, you know what? I have a path to a monster hand. And he was right. He got there.
Wow, that's amazing. Also, wins the dealer there had I think a 5 tile weight left, and he beats off that 5 tile weight with a 1 single tile left. Wow, hell weight.
Now, I that wasn't the only reason for his 10,000 point average. There is this dealer hand
トン 1
where he gets Richi
Each.
Ipatsu with two.
ロン
Oh yeah, I can understand. That hurts so much because that guy's on Hongitsu Tenpai, so he's not folding. But it just has to deal into Ippat's out. That hurts so much.
Exactly. And even more impressive,
1
Wow, just Dora Uncle. What is this? Wow.
カンスモ
And just symbols it for the dealer
dealer
buy.
Baimon, Richi Tsubo, Dora 4, Uda 3.
What is-
Pulling in the last one so.
スモ
Wow. What is this? What is this? That's
Sitting at 92,000 points after a Yakuman, a dealer Baimon, and a dealer Mangan.
game's just telling him you need this game is just your game. Wow.
Ended up giving back a few of those points, but still finished with an incredible 74,000 points plus 59.8. This is why Christian is at the top of B1 right now.
Yeah, with that type of game, yeah, you deserve to be first place overall.
What a series. And I know there are more games yet to come. There are a couple B1 games that are going to be played later this evening. But right now, I did notice a new series has started. It is a B2 table. So let's go ahead and switch gears, hop over there. Who's playing tonight for B2? Looking at the schedule, I think I saw Damien was one of the players. And Melissa. Oh, I see. I found it. Melissa, Damien, Quinn, and Ryan will be battling it out. They've already started their first game, so we'll be joining a little bit late. Give me just a moment to pull it up.
Is there anything you know about these four players?
I'd have to go back into the memory banks. I think Melissa and actually I think all of these players are fairly new to the league within the past 2 to 3 seasons. Definitely didn't join at the start. And that explains why a lot of them are in B2 currently. Slowly and steadily making their way up the ranks, as here we are.
Okay, yep. Looking at the hands, it is E3 and seems like a very tight game so far. Dealer so far, I guess that's Tanya, possibly Sanshok, depending on how things go. On the right, that could be a normal hand, could be a Tanya. Interestingly, does not commit to the Hongitsu yet. I guess with that, yeah, it could go either way. On the opposite side here, we have Melissa. Melissa, with that seems like usually Pinfu. Yeah, usually Pinfu is what I'm gonna say with that hand. And on the left here with Quinn, that is yeah, that also usually you get Pinfu. So currently I'm seeing a lot of possible Pinfus, maybe a bit of Tanya on here and on the right. So seems like currently anyone's game. Interesting for Damien on the right. Do you like to commit to a Hongitsu with this type of hand?
I feel like I want to. I just don't know if I can do it yet. We haven't really sacrificed that much just yet to get here. Because it's in the Dora suit, though, I really do feel comfortable making a play for it. Even it might even end up being Chinitsu because a lot of these honors are not. It's not looking very strong right now.
Yeah, there was the possible east pair that though I guess he wants to keep his options open, so didn't decide to drop the east yet. A bit of backfire there, but we'll see if that hand can develop in a different way.
Yeah, and these are just very slow building hands. It looks like anyone could take it, as you said. Melissa across the way maybe with the most classic hand, but the hand with two Dora on the left certainly feels like one of the more expensive ones.
Oh yeah, I didn't see the two Doras. It helps, but yeah, the shapes. I guess if Quinn here can get something on the 3-5-7 side, that hand becomes a lot better. But there is a high chance that this might be a shampong or some weird weight.
Yeah, Ryan is dealer, making a play for Tanyao now. And we're getting late in the hand, so I anticipate Ryan trying to open up if all possible. Has got no help from Quinn on the left. Well, there we go. There's a
G.
pal, and there's a G.
Interesting. I'm curious why he decided to drop that 5 there. I guess he wants to make the two shapes there, 5-7 and 7-8. Personally, I'm usually not a fan of that shape too much because it's too dependent on the 6. But I guess with those two Doras, he wants to try to force any hand possible. And I guess he doesn't like he doesn't like having too many pairs.
Yeah, the 3 pairs is generally an awkward state for a hand. And it's gonna be difficult to open that. So perhaps your read is exactly what Quinn was thinking there. Melissa opening up here. This is gonna be a Junchan play.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, Junchan Ishanten. That's a winning condition that would work.
And of course, when players notice that this is happening on the board, they immediately look to the door and say, okay, 9-so fits a Junchan hand really easily. And if it's Sanchoku, it still fits. And if it's Chanta, it still fits. And so they might be concerned that Melissa is holding Dora over there.
The only sad thing is that 1-so is dead, so realistically there is no winning tile, but I guess she can go for the Tenpai bonus at the very least.
Oh, you're right. I didn't see that the last one so had been cut out the left. So yeah, just K10 now. And at that point, you don't even really need to think about how you call the remaining shapes. You could Chi a 4-pin if you want. You can pull in a 3-pin. And just as long as you find your Tenpai in the end.
Yep. Though as you can see, interestingly, despite 3 calls on the board, still no one is Tenpai. So this is one of the very awkward boards for everyone because I feel like at this point you would expect someone to be in Tenpai, right? But no one is in Does that give Tenpai?
It shouldn't be, because we're missing a block in the upper so area, and we have this 3-pin cut.
Ah, yep. Oh, and finally we have our first Tenpai, but despite it looking really good, that 5-8 weight is essentially dead with Damien just holding all of it. Interestingly, oh yeah, So yeah, that's oh, and now we have Tenpai. Oh, well, that's Yaku's Tenpai.
Oh, Chankan! That's Yaku! Chankan! This is the plan!
Chankan! That is a winning condition!
we weren't thinking big brain enough. This was the move.
Chankan Nomi!
It couldn't be Junshan anymore because all the ones so are dead, but there still is a plan. Just find Tenpai, and there is a way. I forgot that Ryan had the 4-so pulling.
Wow, the exact one way. Wow.
And Melissa, that Yaku dex is starting to fill out now. We got one of the rarest Yaku in the entire game. Chankan of all things. I'm so glad we tuned in when we did.
Wow, Chankan. Have you ever had a Chankan?
I've never had a Chankan ever.
Yeah.
I've never seen a Chankan at any of my tables either.
Oh wow! I've gotten exactly once, and I've seen it exactly once. But like, that is like, isn't that like one of the most rarest Yakus?
100%. And yeah, sometimes it pays off to just battle for K10. I mean, Melissa's weight, the 1-so was 4 times cut, and the 4-so was 3 times in a Pon. There's only one way it could possibly win, or 2 ways. You could win on Haite Hote, or you could win on Jankan, and found one path.
Wow. So today there's both a Yakuman and a Chankan. What a very statistically great day.
Yeah, I don't know. Dealer Baimon is also a little
Boom.
rare. 24,000 points.
Yeah, I guess yeah, with that many points, I guess it is almost a Yakuman level amount of points in one hand.
Oh, gotta recover from this one. Melissa already tempai. Waiting on the 6-9 so for just East only. Or maybe
I mean,
Green
oh yeah,
Shun?
go for
Green Shun? You've got a Chankan already, you might as well try.
it. Yes, get every single rare Yaku. I mean, to be honest, I would love to see that too. Also, because of the specific, I guess, rule set that I guess isn't there a specific rule set that after Khan you immediately show the Dora?
Yes, that's how we play it here. And so that gives extra chances immediately. I didn't get to see what was flipped after Ryan's Con of the Vorso. But I guess it didn't help Melissa there because it was still Chunkat only.
I still can't get over that. The fact that Chankan know me.
There's that long hesitation too, and I was like, maybe she doesn't have auto Ronan because why would you? You can't win the
Yeah.
hand.
There's
And maybe
a
just a second of
possibility-
like, wait, what? Why is this Roan button coming up?
Done.
As the 6-6 comes out.
I would not be surprised because, like, if I was in that situation, I'd be like, wait, what?
And Ryan is, you know, from Ryan's perspective, makes the con, and then there's a hesitation like, no way. No way. Because there's only one thing it could be. Well, two things. Either your computer is lagging like crazy, or someone's holding the Roan. And what a dramatic event. I mean, you're sitting there on the pod, like in shock. You can't believe that it's happening. And then the voice line comes out. And fortunately for Ryan, it's just Chankan Nomi, so it doesn't even sting that much. It's just something you have to laugh about because it is quite funny.
I will say that's what like if that was me, like I'd say props. Like I'm not even sad about dealing into that.
All right, we have to somehow, as commentators, find a way to press forward past that hand, even though it's one of the most amazing hands I've seen on stream throughout the history of Armel.
Well, the very least, this hand wise, if you look at Toyman here with Ryan, that is 3 door in the hand.
Oof.
If he can win with that, that's a very nice comeback to first place hand.
Absolutely 2-way, it looks like. Yep, Tian Shantan with potentially Peiko, so you don't even need to reach if you draw the 3-mon or end up waiting on the 3-mon. But Melissa, our
Yep.
dealer, attempting to just wrench on here. There is the Chun pair, able to be called, and lots of pairs. So we'll just go ahead and toss one of them. I really do like the 7-mon cut here.
I thought that was the 5-mon for a second. If it was a 5-mon, I'd also be interested. Would he possibly go for Sanshok with this? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess Chito is not necessarily dead yet, so that's also a backup plan.
Yeah, but she already kind of decided to give up on Chitoy by dropping the 7-mon pair.
That is true. I'm curious about keeping that 5-pin because that 4-pin makes it a bit awkward in possible
Gee.
Kuruten situations.
Yeah, it seems like it's unlikely to be held, and yeah, out it goes. Ottosuke now looking for the Chun still, and there is one on the right. Quinn just refusing to discard it here. And honestly, with what we can see in the pond, hasn't really had a reason to drop it. It's just kind of drawing garbage tiles.
So this is an interesting case. I'm wondering how many people will possibly
Sumo.
read Melissa. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. If Melissa can just get the last red, who cares about the mind games?
Yeah, it is maybe a little bit easier to read when you've cut so many middle tiles already. If it had been mostly terminals and honors, then it really does look like a Tanya. And even with that pond, I don't even think you could read it too easily to be waiting on a dragon there. So
Because I was possibly thinking, do people possibly think that discard pile makes it look like a Hongich? But-
that's an interesting idea too, because there was the 5-pin 4-pin cut and 7-7 mon cut. Yeah, that does really feel like you're forcing something there, and maybe it could be read as a Sohonitsu.
Exactly. That's what I'm wondering because I have had quite a few hands when I played so far that I cannot read the opponent's discard pile, and sometimes I get intimidated with the possible chance that they have a Honitsu in their hand.
Well, yeah, Honitsu is pretty common attempt in Akanashi because it's just an easy way to pick up 2 Han.
Curious, when do you usually, I guess, start fearing someone has the possibility of a Honitsu?
Generally, they'll make it pretty obvious in their early cuts with more unusual central tiles in other suits. Usually they'll drop the honors later than some inner tiles, like later than you'd expect honors to be leaving the hand. And also, if you see maybe a Yaku high call or a call in a particular suit that they're not cutting, and then a late Diamen cut or pair cut, sometimes they're shifting into Honitsu and breaking a good block in favor of the value Honitsu block. Those are usually what I'm looking for to try to identify Honitsu.
Aha. Curious. I'm a bit curious about this hand. What Melissa is doing. I noticed that Melissa had a green dragon pair, but decided to cut it up. Do you know any reason why that could happen?
Yeah, actually, I do not know. Maybe no, Chanta's a little. Yeah, it doesn't seem to. I can't think of a good reason here. And if I can't think of a reason, I always take into consideration the possibility of a misclick.
That is true. It was on the very right side, so there's always the chance that maybe she was trying to do Sumogiru, but accidentally misclicked there.
As someone who's made many misclicks in my, not just online modern career, but also in Armel itself, it's certainly understandable when that happens. But we do see a Ricci on the right. It is Ricci Dora 1 for Quinn. Looking for 3/6 Mon. Lots of tiles to the wall. In fact, I'm wondering if we'll see an Ipatsumo here.
There's always a possibility. Sadly, nope. But we'll say based on those discard tiles. Well, actually, no one has a 3 so far, so it doesn't matter too much. I'm actually a bit
Each.
curious of. Oh, I was gonna say, as Damien, do you possibly try to force Hongitsu? But maybe against 2 Richis, it's a bit too much of a force.
Yeah, and actually that's a really curious Ricci from Ryan here. Maybe saying it's going to be difficult for me to defend, so I might as well just make an attempt at this hand. But it's just Ricci Tanyao with a Kanchan that's twice cut. Seems very difficult to find the win here.
Well-
Melissa draws it too.
So luckily for Melissa, I don't think she really thinks it's safe on this board because yeah, there's no Suji or any other information that makes the 1/4 safer than anything else in her hand. Oh no.
Yeah, this
And-
was definitely the expected outcome, given what we could see around the table. But fortunately for Ryan, that's very cheap. Only 2,600, the minimum that it could have been with a door in hand.
Yeah, it's just sad that as last place, the saddest thing you can see is just losing more points.
Right, but Ryan is not out of it and still has a dealership left. In fact, just a Mongon away from taking second even.
Oh yeah, that is true. I guess the fact that you have a dealership is always a plus to think of. Like for example, who was it? Like how Jowser got
Yeah.
all the way from 4th place up to 3rd place, even possibly 2nd place.
Exactly. And okay, well, Quinn here as dealer has a Dora and not the greatest shapes. It's too many pairs in the hand, and it's gonna be difficult to even turn this into Tanyao. You'd have to break a completed shape to do that. But desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. If you're trying to make a hand happen, sometimes you just have to cut away with the 9 so. Especially if you see a 6 so come out, you might consider cheating and cutting the 9 pin.
Oh, interesting. That's an interesting play. I personally I've done that sometimes, but I know that some people don't like it because usually you're playing around. You have to like rework your hand a lot. So I know some people really do not like that play.
Yeah, I mean, but is this hand going to complete without doing that? It looks very awkward.
That is true. It does seem very slow. Yeah. If you can get the 8 pin here, your life becomes a lot easier. But without that 8 pin, this hand does seem very slow.
Oh, Melissa. Now this is some aggressive stuff. Opening with a south and calling a second time is a very awkward position. So she's holding defensive tiles, the north, the Haku, and even cutting the 4-pin early ahead of time, saying, I'm going to go Dora Tanki by the end of this.
Interesting. Well, that's a lot of, I guess, non-standard plays here. I mean, if I will say that that Dora is a bit awkward to use in general, but oh, interesting. The dealer is actually goes for Tanya and decides to try to remake it.
Yeah, exactly. Not even waiting for the 6 to come out, just decides that this is the only path to completing the hand, and it makes sense with the value that's currently in hand. There is even Pandora here.
On the other hand, Melissa's hand has been very interesting. Just pair after, I guess, pairing up the diamond shape, though, it doesn't
Gee.
seem like she really likes that too much. So, not much advancement. What's going on here? That's Atuluke. I'm not sure if you say it Atuluke, but Sanshoku Tenpai for Toyman Damien here.
Yeah, we can call that Atlosuke. Looking for the 4-pin, and that's going to be a little bit tricky. There's only one left in the wall. However, Quinn is very likely to drop the 4-pin if any pawn is taken.
Oh yeah, most definitely. With that hand, I think the only draw that usually keeps that is if he specifically gets 5-pin.
Right?
Yeah.
And even then, you could still choose to drop the 4-pin because it's safe to Melissa.
That is true, and it also gives you a double-sided weight.
Oh no, Melissa drew it to Tenpai and throws the door out. This is going to be a pawn and a deal in.
Wrong.
Oh no. Well, I guess sometimes you gotta force the Sanjok to make things happen.
I mean, yeah, we saw Quinn deciding that in order to finish the hand, you had to make the tough decision to open up and give up a completed shape. And Damien said, okay, well, I see players around the table are advancing much faster than me. If I'm going to win this hand, I need to do the same and open up and risk not being able to win on one of my sides, risk permanent Furitan. And it paid off.
Yep. That's the style of play. Personally, I feel like I want to do more. I'm usually a bit afraid of the fact that I'm only on one side, but I really do think that it is a strong play to play open and stop everyone else with their possibly more expensive hand.
Yeah, one of the things you can do to convince yourself that it's an objectively correct play is to say, well, if you feel you're in a situation where your hand isn't going to get there closed, it's very unlikely to get there closed, then even if you end up in that 50-10 situation, you're no better off than you were before. But at least you've given yourself the chance to win. And even if you're 50-10, you can still tsumo. Even it's just as rare as winning the hand had you not opened. So that's like a very specific circumstance where you don't think your hand's going to improve that well. But in that type of situation, you can justify that play.
That's fair.
In this hand, we see Melissa opening up again for Tanya Dora 2 at least.
Home.
Ability even for Dora 3. But Ryan fighting back in the dealer seat with the tune call.
Here he is. With this hand, I usually see a lot. Oh yeah, this specific situation of waiting on the tanki. Which tanki is it gonna be?
Usually you're going to pick the outermost tanki, although the 3-mon is once cut already. Maybe that makes you want to wait on it even more because you know that Quinn can't use it. But it's very easy to switch your tanki. Ooh, this one still looks great. This looks amazing. Because of the 3-so pawn across the way, it's very difficult for anyone to use the 1-so, even though it's once cut.
Oh, that's true. And also that 4 sets up a kind of Suji trap. Ooh, north weight.
They do say pay tanki is the best tanki, though, and Ryan agrees. Pay actually all in the wall, surprisingly.
I will say, if he can somehow draw the last 1-pin, this is also Chanta.
Oh, you are right. Yeah, that would be a nice little value upgrade. Melissa's going to be Tenpai here, deciding on the weight. Does she like the Shabo 2-pin, 5-pin, or does she like the Kanchan? What do you like here?
Personally, just because it's possible waiting on the Dora, I will take the what you got, the Shampong. And also, even if you do the Shampong here, like, the upgrades are pretty similar. Like, you're going for Tanyao Nomi. If you're going for Tanyao anyways here, even if you keep the 5-7 shape, you don't get an upgrade on the 8 side because you're on a what's called Yakulish weight on the 9.
Right. Yeah, and I agree. Both this Shampoo weight and the 5-7 Kanchan weight both upgrade on the 4 pin specifically. So this one just gives you a better potential value if the 2 pin comes out in the meantime. Still waiting for the North, unseen so far, and Quinn is making moves. A couple calls into Ishanten for just Tanyao, and now Tenpai with a 3-sided weight.
Wow. That advanced quickly.
Yeah. Unfortunately, all the 5 pins being held. 7 pin, 2 left in the wall, 8 pin the same. Where are the Norths?
Yeah, how has not a single North been shown? What?
Oh, Conchance?
That could be a contest, most definitely.
East is the normal cut here because you still can draw 6.
Aw.
Oh, there's the North.
4
There's the North. Yeah, it was bound to come up sooner or later, and I'm pretty sure
Hey.
whoever,
Oh, go ahead.
yeah, whoever dropped the North, got the North, was likely going to drop it sooner or later.
Pei Tonki once again confirmed to be the best Tonki.
Well, say I always hate when I deal into North because you never expect North to be the winning tile of all things.
Yeah, Ryan picks up a sweet little bonus there. Plus 29. And
Boom.
Homba, Renchan, still in 4th place, but if your dealer hand works out, you might be able to carry this forward. I'm looking at this poll,
Boom.
and you know what it is. It's the Doko. It's got to be a Doko.
Now, question is anyone going to drop the last one?
Yeah,
So-
there's no way he has it, right? That's what you tell yourself.
I mean, that's what you tell yourself about 3 big dragons.
That's true. The 3, big dragons is Yakuban. This is only what two Han. It's
That's fair.
fine. Just drop the 1 pin. I'm not just saying this as a commentator who wants to see Doko.
Yeah, what are the chances?
Wouldn't it be wild to have a Chang'an and a Doko in the same game?
I would love seeing it.
Oh!
The one thing I found. Oh, this could be Toy now. That's an interesting upgrade.
And that's kind of what you're expecting if you're sitting around the table looking at this hand, is that it's probably a toy, because Junchan is less likely with a 9 so cut early.
Yeah, now the question is, do you ever take Tenpai here? Actually, no. Yeah, do you ever take the Tenpai on the 5-8 mon?
Yeah, I think so. If you have Toy, like Toy plus Doko versus Doko only, then it makes sense to go for the Mongon, right? But if
Yep.
you draw the 5-8 mon, do you take the Atos Gate Tenpai, or do you throw it back and wait for Toy to come? I
That's
think
the
I would go
thing.
for the Doko in that situation.
Dokonomi?
Yeah, Doko Nomi.
Interesting. That's an interesting one.
Oh, when gets the
Oh.
ideal draw. Now it's Toy or Toy plus Doko. There's one pin left in the wall. I don't think Ryan's dropping it, but Melissa
I
won't
will say-
either.
If anyone gets the 2, gets the 2 mon and drops it, I think I always con that.
Yeah, you are a little concerned that Quinn is open twice, but I think it makes sense to con because you can get Rinshan Doko, and how ridiculous would that be?
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing. Oh, Tenpai for the dealer now. Now,
Each.
do they reach you? Yes, okay. They reach you to put a message onto the board.
Yeah, if they draw the Dora, they're not in danger of dealing into something like Toy Dora 3, so it seems reasonable enough. They could just sumo if they get the worst draw.
And also a bit safer against the possible Doko on the right because they have one of the 1 pin, so it's expected to be a bit more, I guess, unlikely that.
Con.
Ooh. Takes the con.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
less likely to con when the dealer has recheat, but sadly misses out on the Rinshan.
That 2 can be con too. Come on, drop the 2. Let's see some action.
Yeah, 3-4 came out. There's no way it's waiting on the 2, right?
Exactly.
All right, David, you know what to
Okay.
do.
Okay, con. Come on, con.
Con.
Yes! No! That was close.
Oh.
The 7 so revealed to be Dora, so that adds 1 Han to Quinn's hand.
Oh gosh, this is gonna be a monster.
Yeah, when Ryan eventually gets the win here. There it
Sumo.
is! Toy Sachaku Doko!
Oh my gosh, we're getting the collection bonus here. We're getting all this. Wow.
Tried so hard to wrench on that, and in the end, just was shifting the draws into his favor. Managed to get the sumo for the Doko. So we've seen a Chankan, we've seen a Doko. What else is going to happen this game? We have one more round. South 4, Damien Dealer with 40,000 points.
Wow.
This has been the best game ever.
See, this is the place that I want to see more. Like, a lot of times you won't see this in a higher level place because people will think, okay, never con against a dealer Ricci. Like, there's like the quote like better moves to do, but these people, they don't care. They have a dream, and if you have a dream, things will happen.
Yeah,
I love that mindset.
and I honestly, maybe cons might not be something you'd see in A1, but for sure you would definitely see players fighting for the Doko. That's definitely a dream that you'll see throughout the league, no matter which division you're playing in. And I'm so glad Damien chose to go for it. And it chose early on, had the foresight to just open up the hand, because it could have justified staying closed or going for Junchan or anything like that. And Damien might be able to win another hand here. This is already Ishan 10 with chance at 2-3-4 Sanchoku. This is amazing.
Let me tell you something funny. On the opposite here, we have Quinn also going for a 2-3-4 Sanjok.
Okay, 2-3-4 Sanchoku is really the best one. In my series, Session 2 series, I believe there were 7 2-3-4 Sanchoku, 5 of which were won.
Excuse me?
Like, there's one game where I had 3, and my Toyman had 1. And I unfortunately won one of those on the Yasume. And my Toyman sumoed Takame. And that was actually the difference between first and second in that game.
Interesting. Okay, so yeah. Well, 2-3-4. Ooh, is that
That's Senpai.
Each.
Senpai? Okay.
Oh,
That
that's
is-
Senpai for dealer.
Oh. Okay, what weight do you... you have to take the Sanchoku weight here. No?
Oh.
What?
And not even reaching. It's Genbutsu Forman. That's why this decision was made.
I understand it, but you are first place. Oh gosh.
Yeah, that does give some pause. I mean, Damien thought about it. You can tell he really wanted to go for it, but because it was Ippat's turn, chose against it, I think.
Oh, it can't win because that's...
Oh wait, has it back! Tumon just came out! No!
Well,
Switch to
Kawa-
Sanchoku now!
The 3 money is a lot more better because now you have control on the 4, so 3 is a lot cheaper.
We'll see. Quinn does end up pushing the 9 pin out, so it wouldn't have mattered, but Ricci Ura will not change places, I don't think. Just by 1,000 points, Ryan's still in 4th place. But Damien, the winner here, with plus 25.1, the winner of the game and also the winner of the Doko. Melissa, the winner of the Chankan, and gets a nice 2nd place, plus 8.5 for her troubles as well.
Boy, that was an action-packed game.
I loved every second of it. And Damien climbing now, closer and closer to the promotion zone. There is a bit of a gap to make up, but with results like these, we'll continue to do so with ease. And I do anticipate that this table will be playing another game.
Oh, I'm very much looking forward to another game with them. I want to see what other like amazing hands that they try to make. Cause gosh, I don't. What are the chances that you get all of those rare Yakuts in one game? Like, if it's multiple games, that's one thing, but all in the same game? Excuse me?
Yeah, and we even missed a few hands at the beginning because the game had started while another game was going on that we were watching. So I wonder if anything interesting happened before then. No, it looks like just a bunch of Ryukyokus. Interestingly, that Toy Toy Doko that Damien won was the only Mongon of the game. Everything else was very small.
Well, there was a Chankanomi that did that. Yeah, I guess there were a fair amount of cheap things.
It looks like this table is on a little bit of a break. and I don't know how long they're planning to break. I do want to catch the next game if it pops up. So I think what we can do, we could take a break as well, but I just can't guarantee that they'll be playing the second game tonight because they did start a little bit later than they had anticipated. So maybe they ran out of time to play. What we can do instead is hop into the other match that's going on right now, B1 table. They've already started their game. We'll catch as much of this game as we can, and if the B2 table picks up their match, we'll hop back. In fact, I won't even change the names on the right just yet because I do anticipate being able to swap over soon.
Well, at the very least, for the B1 table, I see one name that I'm pretty sure we all know.
Yes.
Actually,
Anyone who's
yes.
joined the league will have gotten an email from 12Sixer. Edwin. Pio, a very well-known member of the Mahjong community as well. Clinton on the right. And Casey, across the table. We join in a very interesting spot, though. Clinton with a Ricci already.
You don't have the game up right now.
Oh, you're right. Let me pull that up.
Go.
Kaz chased. And look at the run here. Ricci, Nomi. Thanks for the shout out.
Oh yeah, no worries. Table is East 4. I guess it's still pretty close.
Yeah, it's actually super close given the fact that we were already East 4. Maybe Kaz the only player who's pulling ahead a little bit. Clinton the dealer hand is a bit of a mess here, although you'd love double tone. Door acceptance in the 4 might be 4 Mon. And on the right, looks like it's just going to be a Ricci Nomi. Across the table, we've got Edwin, aiming for a Pifu perhaps. Would love to fill the 8-pin Kanchan first. And on the left, looks that hand's exciting because it's got 2 uncle already. That is Ishanten. Just looking for a pair.
That's one of those interesting cases. So many triplets that you don't have a pair.
And that's actually a really luxurious place to be because anytime you need a pair, you can just back off of one of those triplets, chop one tile off, and you've got a pair.
Interesting with that 5-pin draw. I wonder how much he's thinking Sananko, Suanko now.
Oh, I absolutely think that's why the 5-pin was kept. Because if you're just looking for a pair,
Boom.
the 5-pin's not actually a great tile. The 8-pin is a better pair candidate because there's 3 8-pin in the wall versus 2 5-pin, at least from your perspective. But in terms of drawing into Sananko, you prefer to have a pair already set in hand.
Well, as you're saying, 8-pin was the better choice.
Yeah, but you certainly feel like a backfire, but you can't fault the play. Kaz will open up here for Tanodora 1. Waiting on 6 Mon.
Oh, interesting. That is Ishanten for Sananko and Ranshanten from Suanko.
Yeah, this is getting exciting. Dealer opening up though. Also Tempai waiting on 4-7 Mon. And that's Tempai for Pio. You have to make the right cut though. Has to be the 9 so otherwise you. Well, I guess you also got the 5 or the 4 pin.
Yep.
So
okay,
I'm not. Oh, sorry, I'm not greedy enough. I don't believe in Saranko waiting on the 5-pin 6-pin with the 4-pin cut.
That's fair.
But inevitably, Pio's going to draw a 5 or a 6 here, and I'm going to be punished.
Well, let's see, because currently this would be the, I guess, seems like the better way, considering how we already have 2 people Tempai on the board. It has a higher chance of winning against them. But at the same time, being in Ricci, yeah, you can see here, you can force some people to fold.
7-pin. The 7-pin is not amazing. The 4-pin also all held. There's only one 7-pin left of the wall, but we saw a Chonkan before, so we can see it again.
Oh, that'd be very funny.
Sumo.
Ah, but
Oh,
Kunji with Seo instead.
no.
Draws the Dora Takame, so Tanya and Dora 1,000 all. We'll grab all the Ricci 6-2. That's a pretty notable win there for Clinton. Moving close to first place here. And I do want to mention to anybody watching that we are just tuning into this game temporarily. We are going to hop back to the B2 table in exactly 4 minutes for that final game of that series. All right, what do you make of these hands?
Personally, whenever I see hands like these where there's a lot of awkward shapes, I just look who has the Yakuhai, and that is our favorite Edwin here. So personally, I think Edwin might just get a fast 1,000 and just move things along. Even though you're third place, I'd actually be happy with a 1,000. Ooh, with that draw now, you could possibly think of playing closed. But I think I still like playing open with this hand if someone drops a white dragon.
And we have 2 candidates to discard that cast, holding on to it. Pio as well. Neither willing to throw it out just yet, and that's giving Edwin a chance to draw into this closed.
Oh, well, here's the white dragon.
Boom.
Yep, decides to call open, and that will put him in Ishanten.
Now, will Sakigiri this 5 mon?
Wait, interesting. He wants to set up an early Suji trap here, I see.
Yeah, so this is not sort of traditional play, but this is very classic Edwin style play, and you'll see a lot of that over the course of an Edwin game. Gets
Why
rewarded,
not just
of course. Just draw it.
Just draw it.
4-7 so. Actually, pretty live at the wall. 5 in total. Cast drops a Dora. That's the second Dora, so now it's starting to feel like none of these hands are going to be that expensive.
Yep, I mean, in this type of case, I wouldn't be too sad just trying to push anything. Like, even if you think that Edwin's in Tenpai, I think this is one of the cases that if you think your hand is good, like Pio's hand, I think you get Tenpai, just push. What?
Okay, another classic Edwin move. This is an educational stream now. Edwin does not believe that the 4-7 so is going to leave anyone's hand. So he thinks the pin look better because so many of those upper pin have come out. So he's going to preemptively switch over to that.
Ricci.
My head is hurting looking at it.
We do see the Ricci from Pio waiting on just the 3 so. Ricci Ipeko.
I am very curious how Edwin plays around this. Like, if Edwin was in Tenpai, I'd say yeah, you usually push for a fair amount, but with this, I'm not sure what Edwin does. That 9 might come out. Not yet. Oh. Ooh, interesting. So does Edwin take this Tenpai instead? He does.
Yeah,
Okay.
and 9-pin can easily come out here. It's Sotogawa. It's sort of not really Sotogawa because that 8-pin is close to the Ricci tile, but players might just hazard it out because it's twice cut.
Sumo.
Oh, sadly it's Simo first. Oh.
Ooh, that's how you get manga, and just sumo and find Ura.
Yep. That puts Pio all the way back to third place.
Okay, I think after that hand, though, that very interesting hand, we do need to switch back to the table. They're just about to start their game, but that's a little taste of what's to come. After this final game from B2, we will be switching to the last game of that B1 series. We'll get to see more of that exciting Edwin action.
Wow, I guess, gosh, the way that Edwin plays, it is at the very least not the way that I'm used to seeing, but I guess that is one way style of playing, and I will say,
Yeah.
if it works, it works.
Yeah, it's definitely non-traditional, but there is, a reason behind every single move, whether it seems intuitive or not. And here we are in East 1 of the final game of this B2 series. Melissa, the first dealer, Damien on the right, Ryan across the table, and Quinn on our left. High pie for Melissa looks very strong. Chance at dealer, I was going to say Tanya Pinshu, but now that you've paired up the Haku, could just be Richinomi. On the right, Damien, also reasonably strong shapes potentially, and Itsu in the Pinzu. Across the way, Ryan looking good for a Tanya Pinshu, maybe not Tanya. If you feel the 8-pin here, that 5-pin draw really allows you to move in that direction, cutting away from the 9-pin. And on the left, Quinn holding an Anko of the 7, so also choking this Haku, not letting anyone call Pon. This is probably the weakest hand at the table, but with some good draws, can certainly turn it around.
Yeah, we'll say I wouldn't be surprised if anyone gets Tenpai very soon. The question is what happens when the red dragon comes out, because currently I don't see a single red dragon.
Oh, yeah, this is also really interesting for Melissa. After having drawn that 4-1, there's a chance you could turn this into Hoitsu.
Oh, and the first red dragon comes out. So, okay, in this... Oh, decide to directly drop the red dragon. Would you have done that?
That hand looks very Tanya. I think if your plan is to drop the red dragon, you have to do it right there. It's like your last chance almost to drop it.
That is fair. This first row, so I guess there is still the chance that someone has not paired up the red dragon yet.
Personally, I think I'm more hesitant to throw it away there. I might just hold it till the end of the game,
That
or at
is
least hold
fair.
it until Tenpai.
Yep, I guess also because that hand currently... Oh my gosh, punished.
Ah, so unfortunate.
Home.
All right, choice
No,
here.
that's-
Do we take the Tenpai? No, Melissa
No.
once more. And I'm not surprised to see this.
Well, I mean, with 2 of the reds dead, I feel like this is a lot better now because, likely no one has expensive hands, and that hand, like, a single chi puts you in a really good position.
Yeah, it's just the difference between 1,500 and 5,800. That's a
That's
pretty
even-
big difference.
Yep. Yeah, it's dealer too. If you can win this hand, that's a big statement
Chi.
to everyone. Interestingly, takes the chi that does not put her into Tenpai.
Yeah, it does leave, some reasonable calls here, but I think your calls were good enough as they
Home.
were. But no, grabs the 5-pawn and perhaps rewarded for that chi. Now waiting on 6-9 mon, 1 9 mon left of the wall, 2 6 mon. By the way, I don't know if you noticed this,
Chi.
but Damien Tenpai on the 5-pin for Itsu.
Oh,
I just noticed it now, and there's the 3
Dom.
If we leave the hand, Sanzo cultists celebrating once again.
we'll say that's actually the best situation for him, I think, because I think the only the Sumo there would have been more expensive.
Yes, that's true. And the 5-pin was also not live at all. Ryan was holding the last 3.
Yep, so I guess that's one of the cases where you deal in, you're sad that's 1,000, but hey, now you have your dealership, so let's try to make something out of this.
And this is really interesting. Damien drops the Dora on the first cut, and there was some hesitation as well, so that might have been an intentional move. In this situation where the South can act as a ping-pong pair, I don't mind holding on to it over something like the West, but Damien might have a read on how this table reads Dora, and might not want to give anyone a chance to get value off of it.
That is fair. Personally, I do that sometimes, but I like there. It's like both sides. Like, if you drop it now, you don't have to worry about it in the future. But at the same time, you are very sad if you pair it up later on.
Exactly, and the question is always, what is your personal risk tolerance? How long are you willing to hold it in your hand? And that's going to vary depending on your own personal play style, the players at the table, and the situation in the game. And for some combination of those, Damien chose to get rid of it early. It doesn't look like it'll be that punishing.
But yeah, based on that 6 discard too, it does seem like Damon is trying to be a bit more, I guess, safe. You can also see Damon, like statistics in general, seems to deal in a lot less. So it seems to be a lot more of a style of, okay, I'm not gonna win as much, but I'm gonna deal in less. So I'll try to put something out of that.
Melissa making great progress on this Honitsu. Ishan. Yeah, that's Ishan then.
Yep,
Yeet.
Ishan 10.
Richi though
Ooh,
from
Richi.
Ryan. Just instant on this Penchan. Sorry, Kanchan.
Interesting, Richi Nomi. Do you like that, Richi?
I really hate Richi Nomi for a Kanchan, but I think what Ryan is recognizing is that Melissa can't use Sozu.
I will say, oh,
Yeet.
that's Tenpai. Yep, that's always the pursuit Richi. Actually, not always. There are some people I know that would purposely not Richi on that for the sake of trying to trick someone with the 4 Shogun boots.
I think though, as dealer, you're willing to take this fight. You're the chase reach. You know you've got an excellent weight. Just for the value purposes, you should fight with a Richi. And this is also going to get Melissa out of the hand. Quinn is probably going to be out of the hand, but in the head-to-head, you against Ryan, you probably have the advantage.
Yep. Usually the advantage, or at least the same, if you're both on Yamen, and as dealer, you take that.
Exactly. 1-4, so actually really live in the wall. There are 6 tiles.
Oh.
Oh, but the 8,
Oh.
so the last... Oh, since when is 1 greater than 6?
Always.
Yeah. I have a degree in... Like, all my degrees are in mathematics, and I'm going to have to rethink everything I knew.
Are you sure that you've never had those games where like you think you have the best Richi and then you lose to someone like you have Richi in like turn 3 for like Richi Pinfu Tanya Dora, and then someone in like turn 13 wins off a Kanchan off of you?
Oh, yeah, that's happened way more frequently than I like to admit.
Speaking of fun hands, Melissa, can we see something fun with that?
The Hatsu's come
Boom.
out. We'll see the pawn here. But if she pairs up the Hatsu, it will be at least Shosangen, and there's a chance at Daizangen.
Oh gosh, I want some more action. One Yakuman was not enough for me tonight. I need another one.
Now this is where the Haku comes out, and you don't call it. You don't pull, and you don't con. You hit escape as quickly as you can to pass the call. You don't want people to know you have that dragon.
Do you call this 3? That's the interesting point.
Oh,
It's
Melissa
not.
wants more. She wants Honitsu Daisangen.
That's it. Hey, that's agreed. If she wants to go for it, I have like I really love that move.
And gets rewarded with back-to-back pin draws, 4-pin, 2-pin, Ishanten.
Oh yeah, and can be on Tanki for the Shosangen. That's a lot of points for that. Wow.
If Ryan ever cuts away from this 2-pin, 1-pin, it could pull an into Shosangen Tenpai. Oh my goodness, that's technically Tenpai.
That's Tenpai, but do you take it? Or Kan? Do you take
Kan.
Tenpai
Kan.
Kan?
Flipping the 8-pin to be door, that adds 2 door to Damien's hand on the left. And Quinn wants that 6-pin for Toy Toy Tenpai.
Oh gosh.
Oh, the Hatsu came out. Can't be anything more than Shosangen here. And now you just have to take this Tenpai. Now you're feeling sad about the con, but...
It's sad.
At least...
Gosh, you do have... It is too late, but oh gosh, it's so sad.
It's fair to... Now, interestingly, if Melissa draws the 8-pin, there's no reason not to keep it in hand, because the 4-pin said anyway. Oh no, this is going to deal in.
Oh no.
There's no way you get off of this.
Yeah. Well, okay, why not? Take the Hongi. It's not a Yakuman, but hey, you take the Mangan every day.
Yeah, and Melissa did a great job of greeting the value that could have, called it down for just the 2 Yakuhai, and a shot at Daisangen or Shosangen wouldn't have gotten there. And instead greeted and got 8,000 points instead.
Well, I guess first place is the first place. You take it.
Oh no. Oh yes. Okay, we have Chitoy Believer. I gotta say, this is not the move I would have made, but I want to see it rewarded now.
As a Chitoy hater, I would not.
Yeah, seven pin looking really tough to get because Damien's got a pair across the way. Damien's gonna be fighting for this hand with everything he's got. So on the right, 9-pin Anko looks to be cheap unless you can draw more Anko for Suanko, or sorry, San Anko.
Interesting for Ryan here. I'm pretty sure that's just gonna be a normal. Just go for 2Han with the red dragon. Question is, does he ever greed for Hongich? Yeah, that gives a Hongich chance.
Two Anko. No.
Oh gosh, this could have been Sanako.
No, our toy. Thinking strongly about this because you have a backup at the 5-6-7 shape,
Home.
and yeah, actually just goes for it.
Home.
You might end up Hootie 10 here unless you could get the Tuso back.
Okay, let's see on the left. Do they greed or do they go for the Tenpai?
Greed. Let's go. It's Ryan, so we'll probably cut the 6-mon.
Interesting. Why drop the 6-mon here?
Oh yeah, I guess you could just cut the 9 instead.
Yeah, nine would be the 9 is the normal move, and it's safe. It's usually safe against everyone. So I'm curious why he wants to choose the 6-mon over it.
Yeah, that is a good question. Maybe it's just because it was a late decision. Had to quickly cut a tile off of there and was reading up from left to right. 3-4 blank 6. Cut the 6.
Sumo.
That's Sumo, so it does end up shutting down the dealer hand.
Yep, and I guess at second place, that's a good thing to do, because the worst thing you can ever have is fourth place coming back with a good dealership. You never want to see that.
Exactly. And so it will be South round now. Melissa is the dealer again. Ipai says it's okay. Could turn into a Tanyao. I see the 4-pin pair, the 2-pin pair, 4-pin pair, and
Home.
it's too early to start dreaming about anything fancy.
Ooh, interesting call from Ryan here. Does not even, despite, I'd say that's a good close hand, but he just wants to play open. Interesting.
Yeah, so this is going to be 2 hands in a row where he fights for
Chi.
not value, but rather passing the dealership. Now, this is an interesting chi. Choosing to go headless, maybe? Or are you cutting 4-pin, 3-pin?
I think, because you can't get Sanchoku with this. So I think, goes headless. I would have just done 4-pin, 3-pin.
Yeah, although if you're going to do 4-pin, 3-pin, then you just don't take that chi.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think if you chi, you're planning to do a headless here. And this is at least consistent.
That's fair.
Now, interesting call for Quinn. Atosuke on the pay, probably hoping to end up using this door in some fashion. But if you do call the Northwood right now, you'd be in Tepai.
Boom.
Now
think that's-
decision.
Oh, it does not want to drop the white dragon. I understand that feeling. Against someone with 2 calls, you don't want to drop the white dragon. But also, because of that, you gotta do a bit of Mawashi here.
Yeah, and I wonder if there's any world where you end up cutting actually 5, 6, 7. So I don't think there is, but thinking about Honitsu is definitely, it was a move that could have been taken. And instead it's Melissa that will pair up the Dora. And this is actually Chitoi shot down.
Yep. If one Chitoi doesn't work, maybe the next one will work.
It's going to be some very interesting decisions if Damien ever drops the White Dragon. I think because you still have a chance as a normal hand, you can call it.
The problem about Damien is it's too.
Boom.
I think it's too late to drop the white dragon,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
especially with that third call.
Because that hand kind of looks like Honitsu. It shouldn't be because the 9-pin, 9-pin came from hand. But
Yeah.
one way it could have happened was if the Honitsu player was trying to force in the door out, which is very similar to what Quinn actually ended up doing, even though it's not Honitsu.
I think, yeah, this just makes it so that Damien, I think he just pretty much folds now because no way he plays with white. Like, I think his idea right now is maybe if I get the last white, I'll try to push this, but without the last white, I think I just fold.
Yeah, it's difficult to. So the 1 pin clears. If you can get the 3 pin or the 5 pin to clear, you can try for something like Itsu. A Chitoi was another option that was not taken with the 9-mon cut. But most likely, yeah, just bailing out, as you said. And Ryan, after making that second call, has drawn nothing. Look at those tiles in the discard. Just almost 2 rows of Tsumogiri.
Yeah. Sometimes the game's like that. Ishan Tenhel. Interesting 6 draw here. Oh, decides to drop the 5-6. Okay.
Yeah, although
I-
six O's Genbutsu, yeah, that's fine.
Yep, it's also the safer move, so I can see why he wants to do that. And at this point, I think Quinn might even just have auto discard on.
But we do have Tempai for Ryan. 3-pin, 6-pin. There is 1 tile left in the wall for this weight. Only 3 draws to find it. That's not it. So it looks like we are headed to Ryukyoku. Well, it says a safe tile, and it will be Ryan and Quinn picking up 1,500 apiece. That's notable in the sense that Ryan will take over first place. Oh no, just 200 points shy.
Oh yeah. But hey, with South 2 in that position, I'm liking my chances to possibly get first place.
Absolutely, plenty of time to do that, and not enough time for someone to steal it back after you do. Damien, nice little high pie here. Can call the Hatsu, has a door in hand as well. Like a very standard call and go, but you can also build it closed.
The one problem I have with this type of hand is usually 4-pin is going to be really difficult to get.
That's true. Although after you call the Hatsu, you're looking for a pair. You might as well just draw a door, right? It's that easy.
Yeah, yep. Yep, that easy. Just wait for the Dora, because you'll get it.
Ryan on the right, aiming for maybe a Richi Pinhu across the way. Quinn, multiple. Actually, that hand's really rough to put together. You got multiple Kanchan shapes. They're not terrible, but there's just not a lot of value unless you can draw the Dora. And on the left, Melissa has the Shaw Uncle already, and Haku available to be called. Dian Shanten now.
Interesting. Okay. Quinn here decides to drop that 7 there. I was wondering maybe possibly try to force Tanyao. Does not want the force Tanyao.
Yeah, it does feel like this hand is more likely to finish closed. Just trying to hold and maximize the floaters to accept. And also, interestingly, holding this Hatsu. But now
Okay,
goes
now
Boom.
you call that? Okay, decides to call that.
Yeah, and because Damien did draw the 4-pin, so now the shapes are just amazing. I guess, because your shapes are amazing, maybe you're thinking about staying closed.
Chi.
Yeah, I was possibly thinking because that's even close.
Boom.
That's Ishan 10 that will usually always get a double 2-sided with ramen weight.
But yeah,
But-
even if you call here, you're always going to get a good weight as well. So
Yep.
valuing the speed here over the extra potential from the Ricci is Damien. I think there's something to be said about when your dealer with a chance at value fighting for the value instead of fighting for a cheap win to rent on here.
Yep. I have heard in some places, some pros actually say like that there's that the mindset of dealership, like some people overly focus on the idea of Renchan, and sometimes you gotta focus more on the idea of trying to get big hands.
And well, it will be 2,900 picked up for Damien plus Homba directly from 4th place. So that's very important in the sense of confirming at least a 3rd place finish for Damien. And we'll get a dealer repeat here.
And it's fine currently, but I feel like he's got a few Kanchan Penchans that Kanchans that he's got to fill up for to make the speed go faster. I will say there is a Sanjoku chance, especially with the 9 being the Dora, he might want to think of that.
Yeah, and gonna hold all of these floating tiles, 3 mon, 3 pin, 6 so, hoping to draw anything that will replace this 8-9 pin penchog. Speaking of the Dora though, Ryan on the right's got a Dora pair. It's
This
gotta stay close, so you're gonna reach something, but a couple weak shapes there.
this is one of the hands I hate the most. You know you have value, but you don't have many good shapes.
Yeah, overblocked actually, so there's some flexibility in the shape you choose to retain. Oh, that's a good draw. Let's knock up a good A shape in the Sozu can replace the Penchon.
Yep.
And it seems likely that Ryan will end up on a Shampoo weight here. 9 so 2 bond most likely.
How is Quinn's hand is I can see the shapes, but it's still got a bit more to go. Maybe Sancho could chance if he's lucky, but not much to going on there.
Yeah, I'm trying to find route for like Jun-chan, but it's just not there. So most likely just the Sancho that you mentioned. For Melissa, Richidora 1 is going to be the plan. Maybe there's an Itsu that you can build. It's a bit of a ways away though. You need 1 so, 3 so, 7 so.
I also would say that Sancho is the plan, but at the same time, Sancho might be a bit too slow.
Yeah, and most of the draws that move you towards Sancho will also move you towards Itsu and involve dropping one of your weak blocks, specifically the 1-3 pin most likely, because you want to hold the door shape. Damon Ishanten now. I'm looking at the possibility of a Tonki. If you draw 5-8 so, of course, you've got a very wide weight in the Manzu. I think it's what, 5-8-7?
Yeah, I think that's a. I don't know why, but I cannot read that right now.
Yeah, it is a little tricky, but maybe there's a Tonki you can find in the future that will be better. The 9 pin's not good right now because it's twice cut. 5-pot's not much better.
Game is really not advancing anyone's hand right now.
Oh, 3 so is great for Ryan though.
Drops the 1 so. Would the 1 so have helped him?
It could have, yeah,
Not.
because you get a diamond, but I guess there's only 1 so, one of the 1 so left in the wall.
Yeah.
It still should be a wider weight than what you currently have, because you also
That
need
is
to
also
accept the
true,
4
yep.
so. But I think at this point Damien's holding a safe tile, which you've noted seems to be characteristic of this play.
Yep. I will say I understand the mindset, but it's if you're dealer, I don't. I like it a bit less. Yeah. Okay. He decided to go just for Tenpai. Yeah. It seems like a hand that no one's doing anything, so might as well just take Tenpai.
And
There.
Hat was faced with a choice earlier. Do you keep the 8-6 shape or do you keep your pair with potential Shabo? And chose to go for the Shabo weight.
That is. Oh, I was gonna say that's Damaten, but that's actually Furiten on opposite with Quinn.
Oh yeah, you're right. That's Ipeko Tanyao. But Kuritan.
That 5 would technically win it, but that Furiten does not allow it. Whose one is that 7? Oh, dealer. That's the dealer's one.
This is a diamond shape though, so Ryan can actually get Pinfu out of this, amazingly. If there are enough draws left in the wall to accommodate that.
This is such a. I find it kind of a funny hand where the game is just like, okay, well, let's just give no one like a winnable hand.
Right, give all the wrong players the right draws.
Yep. So just 2 people with Tenpai.
Damien does retain dealership though, and Quinn will also pick up 1,500 points. So what this is doing is just drawing everyone closer together around 30,000 and really increasing everybody's chances of winning this game.
We'll say I like seeing it. I would not like to be in the position, but I love seeing it.
Yeah, it makes things really tense here. And I just jumping up
Boom.
for Ryan's hand. That's Ishanten for Chitoy.
I love Chitoy.
It doesn't have to be Chitoy. Ryan can certainly play around with his hand.
Oh yeah.
Melissa on the left, opening up on the pay with 2 Dora makes a lot of sense. Gonna call for 3,900 and all this home bot too.
I think as Ryan. Oh, goes for Tanyao. Interesting.
Okay. This also backs away from the Chitoy. If you're hedging Chitoy still, you could have cut the 2-pin.
Yeah, I was actually thinking 2-pin just because even with that, you still have a chance of calling White Dragon, in which case you can just play open for either a fast 1000 or a Toy if you want to be extra greedy.
But if you are going for Tanyao, it does make sense to hold the 2-pin in your hand, because all of the times your Tenpai final weight will be on the 2-pin, 3-pin, which is an awesome weight, by the way.
I personally, it's one of the weights I love the most.
Now, if it was like 446, that's pretty good, but 442, 4442, that one's the awesome one.
I guess in no red mode, 4446 is a bit weaker than usual.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And with Aka Adi, you probably want to have that door acceptance. But there's a 2-pin draw. Now we're back to Chitoy Shanten.
Yep. Chitoy Shanten, but I would not be sad with the open, especially with is that 3 Honba? Yeah, 3 Honba. I'd be happy with a 1000 hand, to be honest.
Puts you in first. Can't complain about being first. And here's your opportunity.
Chi.
I say yeah, Chien take Tenpai.
And this is another situation where you could make a good argument to just stay close because you have amazing shapes and
Chi.
fight for extra value. And it's always difficult to decide when the right time is to open, when the right time to stay closed. And Ryan potentially going to shut down what could be Chinitsu for Quinn.
Ooh.
There is a
What do you do now?
Sananko shift if you want it.
The thing is, the Sanako. Oh wow, he's bold.
That's greedy.
I was yeah, like I was saying. Yes, he can do it, but at the same time, if you do that, you're killing a lot of your weights. You're going from how many outs is that? 7 outs to 3 outs. Like, that's less than half of what you had before.
Yeah, I think if you had a Pon instead of this Chi, you could easily justify this play. This is a little bit worse, but it could pay out still. I don't think any Mons are going to leave Quinn's hand, but
So let me just say, the only reason, actually the main reason that I actually really hate this, keeping the 2 triple is because you can't con it. Like, as much as I do, I don't do too many cons. This upgrade, like, if you got Toy, go for it. But with no con on the 2, this is a bit weaker than usual.
you got to think about the content when you make these decisions. Ooh, there's another Mon tile. N8 is going to be dropped for Pol.
ポン
That's it, yep, that's a point.
Ishanten now. This Chinitsu could actually happen, but this also means that Damien's probably just out. Not going to drop any more Mon tiles. And
Yeah,
go ahead.
oh yeah, no, I'm just saying, Damien's had quite a few hands that can't really do much. Oh, that's a door. That's the awkward tile. Wow, drop the Dora.
You either fold or you drop the Dora, and so I guess we're going to drop Dora.
Would you have dropped Dora there? Because I might have been a bit afraid.
The only player I'm scared about is Melissa in terms of Dora drop. And Melissa does have a Dora shape, it just that doesn't deal it. There it is!
There it is.
Alright, Sananko.
Well, he got rewarded for the greedy Pele.
Absolutely, and that's a significant win. Over 40,000 really adds to the gap between you and Melissa. And I also want to point out that Sananko is a fairly rare Yako as well. We've seen Chankan, Doko, and Saranko tonight at this table.
They know how to make content for us.
Ryan now dealer with Tanyo type hand, 3 pairs, but easily pawn into just a Tanyo only, as the door is the 1 pin, and because the 1 pin's door, we have to look at Damien's hand on the left because there are 2 Dora and a callable Haku in hand.
Personally, the first thing I thought when I looked at the hand is, can I possibly toy this? But I think that was a stretch. Interesting goes to the Atozuke.
Yeah, and I don't think that Atosuke is bad here.
That's fair. I guess in this position, yeah, you're second place. No, third place. Okay, you're third place. So yeah, I think that Atozuke is worth it because you don't want last place coming winning, and you want to stop everyone else because you only have one more hand out for this. So even if it's kind of obvious Atozuke, you gotta go for it.
Yeah, and if it's obvious, it doesn't mean that your tile is going to get held per se. Even, in all across the league, in fact, A1 included, players will be able to recognize that you need this honor tile, and they'll drop it anyway. It's only later in the rounds where they might hold it, or if they sense, something positionally, or they sense a lot of value in your hand, where they'll hold it. But for a situation like this, it's pretty reasonable that you might see the Haku come out.
Yep. Especially with the Toyman here, Melissa. Yes, you can keep that white dragon, but like if you want to get first place, then you can't.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Like, everyone has some incentive to push their hand. No one really wants to fold out when they draw the Haku, except for maybe Dealer. But Dealer is Dealer, so Ryan is Dealer, so he wants to win the hand too.
And with these shapes, I like this is the style of hand. If I get Tenpai, like if someone drops to 7 or 8, I'm ponging for Tenpai. 4, 6, even then, I'm actually not too sad with a pong for cheap for Tenpai.
Melissa pairs up the Haku. This is the only way that it could go wrong for Damien.
Oh my gosh, that's a gosh, this mochi mochi.
Now Damien's still holding out though. The pay, the North, has yet to be seen, and Damien can get a backup Yakuhai by pairing that up.
That is most definitely an interesting way of winning. Ooh, that is Tenpai, but Yaku's Tenpai.
Will not take
Does
it.
not take the Yaku's Tenpai.
Because you're going to need to pair anyway, after you pull in the Haku, you don't need to take K10 unless you're really thinking that it's just going to be K10.
Actually, I do really like that. If someone drops the white dragon, you wait on the north, which is a very nice way to wait on. Even if you don't, then excuse me, you have to wait for the north yourself. So I guess if you don't care about K10, you're going for more for the win because 3 Dora, you want to win no matter what.
Here we go. Now we can see that it's probably not going to win. And Ryan, oh my, okay, here we go. Ricci, Tanyao, Pinshu, Ipeko, it's a monster. Melissa dodges. This 2-pin is Suji, so Damien will push it out.
Now, question: Does this incentivize
Ricci.
Melissa to possibly drop the white dragon because now she has 2 of them? She's thinking it's a bit more safer.
Yeah, against 2 Riccis especially. But 2-pin was relatively safe.
That Forso looks like a death zone, but does not drop it. Does not keep it. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Mongun. You've got to fight for it.
That is true. Because of your Mongun, you know that likely everyone else has a cheap hand. So, as third place, if you win this hand, you...
Oh, Haite! Oh no!
Haite! Oh my
Hote,
gosh!
Dora,
Oh,
Mongun,
no.
and Ryan's hand is even worse.
Hote, oh my gosh. Hote double Mongun. Oh,
Oh,
no.
that too.
No, Luna too!
Oh, that is
Oh,
tragedy.
no.
But it's understandable given what Melissa could see on the table. The cheapest suit was the Pinzu. She got the 2-pin passed, and she didn't want to drop the 1-pin Dora, which is, that makes a lot of sense. Haku was not cleared, so she didn't want to drop that either. The Sozu all looked terrible. I'd have to check the pawns again to make a better judgment to see if there was a decent Sozu play. But again, Pinzu just looked fairly inexpensive, and it was only worrying that you had so many tiles on the 147 Suji. And unfortunately, the 7 not only dealt into Ryan's Ricci, but also Damien's hand. Unbelievably, was Hote. Sorry, Hote was the only Yaku there.
Yeah, gosh. Oh, God, that's such good content. It's just so. Here's the thing. When I see my hand being like that, I actually think 147 is the most dangerous thing. So actually, specifically in that situation, I actually would be a lot more hesitant to drop any of the 147.
Well, agreed. And I think Melissa also recognized that they were pretty bad, but just didn't have much better. And wow, we have blazing fast calls here. Already Tempai on the Dora for Quinn. Time now Dora 2 will be the play. Only one Dora left in the wall to be drawn. Melissa's opened up for a Honitsu. Dora 1 will be a Mongon. Damien now Shanten for Yakuhai Dora 1, maybe even 2 Yakuhai if the Haku comes out. Actually, could even call the pay and wait Shabo for 3 Yakuhai Dora 1.
Nah, just go. Just go normal. Like, in your position, you're not getting first. You're usually not getting first place. Be happy with second place.
Yeah, just drew to Tempai. And actually, Ryan was Chito Ishanten but backed out. Perhaps just concerned about dropping any non-Genbutsu.
Well, there's the Suji trap, but I doubt anyone's dropping the Dora here.
The only one might be Damien if he... Oh wait, no, the last one was drawn. So yep, it's locked away in hands now.
Yeah, the very interesting situation is what happens to Melissa if she gets the last 3 so.
Exactly, because the Tuso is a terrible weight. However, it'd be Hatsu, Honitsu, Dora 3 for Hanemon. This solves the problem though.
Yep, easy. Just wait on the good 4-7. Or just...
just Sumo.
Just Sumo.
Hakchun Dora. And the extra Fu will bump that up to 5,200 plus Honba.
Is that... I think that's a bit out of Sumo Mangan reach from first place, is it?
Yeah, the gap is over 10,000 points, and since none of these players are dealer, that is a gap too far to cross. So Damien will need Mangan Direct or Hanemon Sumo.
Ooh. Quinn is in a really awkward spot. So in Quinn, you wanna... gosh, you wanna win something? Ooh, well, there's a Sanchoku-chan. Oh, decides to break up the pair for the Sanchoku-chan. Interesting.
I think Quinn is set on using the East as the pair.
That is fair.
Or how about this 8-mon?
Yep. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I can understand the mindset, though. Like, even if you have the 3s, like, what are you gonna wait on? Like, this is a very slow hand, and I feel like the only way you usually win this hand is if you go for open Sanchok.
And I do anticipate if any of those tails come out, we will see some calls. Well, now that's a good shape. Quinn will continue to hedge everything, though.
It's really awkward to work with. Ooh, drops the East. Interesting.
Yeah, Ryan's hand very much looks like it cannot use an Dora. So just trying to get it out of his hand as soon as possible.
That's fair. Personally, I was wondering if he would just keep it forever because he's wondering, I'm first place. I might as well not risk it. But he still wants to play this hand.
Yeah, that's a good point. You're not really expecting Damien to be able to call the East, and that's the person you're most concerned about. If Melissa calls the East, it's unfortunate, but okay, that's a 4th place. It would end the game even if she won Mangan or Hanemon, and you'd still be safe. Now, if the dealer pulled the East, that one's obnoxious because that's 12,000 points, and the game wouldn't end. So it's like a 50-50. Does Damien have it? Damien/Melissa have it, or does Quinn have it where it's in the wall or something like that? It's actually like slightly better than 50-50 in your favor.
I don't think, yeah, Ryan, I don't think it's a style to try to force a con.
Yeah, that 3 is, the extra 5 is actually useful here. You can make a 3-4-5 shape.
地
I will say, I will say the call pile of Quinn here does look kind of funny, but I will say it actually is very nice that people are confused. Are you on the Sanchoku or are you on the Eats?
Yeah,
Because they're
right.
both possible.
Eats is definitely likely here, and no one knows which one it is.
And the thing is, even if you know about it, like it's like, are you scared of this hat? Like oh
4
yeah, at the end he couldn't figure out. He decided to choose like the Kabe, but yeah.
Yeah, and the Hatsu was the draw that convinced him to drop it. Hatsu was Shonpai there. Melissa actually already had the Akko. Probably would have conned if it came out. But that was another option. It could have been a Yakuhai. Quinn will
But yeah.
repeat though as dealer. High pile looks okay. Just like a Ricci type hand, but there could be a 3-4-5 Sanchoku.
Yep. Worst case scenario, you can just try to force a Tanya or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Backup plan there. Ryan draws the Anko of Chun. So plan is simple. Call and go. Get this game over with.
Yep. It's the style of hand that you could call most stuff and not be too sad. Ooh, what did he drop here? Okay. Goes for the immediate Shanten up. I know some people might like keeping the 6-0 over the 9-mon here.
Yeah, you could have considered even the 2-pin. A 9-mon's Dora, so you could greed for it, but you don't really need the value, I guess. You just kind of want to lock in your Uma placement.
Yeah. Uh-huh. The question here is like, yeah, like, okay, someone else dropped the 9, so it's a lot safer now, but I was wondering, do you keep it just for the sake of safety? Because if you keep it, it's always going to be a bad shape.
Yeah, I don't mind, like, if you're concerned that there's a pull, sure, go ahead and drop it. If someone wants to pwn it, let them pwn it. If it's Damien, you're not that pleased. If it's Melissa, it's fine. If it's Quinn, you know how to at least avoid that hand. Now you pair it up. That's excellent.
Well, if you want more points, this is the way to get it.
Shanten's still looking for a call.
I don't think you con that.
Yeah, not that call. You want points. You don't want to make it easier for other players to get Hanuman.
Yep, as first place, the worst thing you can see is someone getting a Ricci with inflated con value. I will say, as last place, actually, sometimes that's a strategy. Just purposely just doing stupid cons so that someone reaches and someone else deals in for some unreasonable reason.
Yeah, get some unreasonable value due to the Uta.
Yep. I have had a few times where I was 4th place and I got up to 3rd place or something just because of that reason.
That is funny. This is an interesting cut by Quinn here. Dropping the 6-pin, it's normal to cut the 5-pin or the 5-so there instead. This sort of locks the 4-so as the pair in the hand, as opposed to any of the other cuts, which also would have given chance at Chitoi.
That is true, huh?
Melissa working towards a very normal Ricci Tanyao Pinfu. Unfortunately, that would involve using the Dora.
That's a fun draw for Ryan here. What do you do with that? Drops the 8. I can understand that.
3-sided Ricci Tanyao Pinfu 258, so is the weight.
Yep. So here's the fun thing. Melissa is obviously going for a value Ricci here. As Quinn, you have two choices: either fold here and be happy with 3rd place, or try to push because. Well,
Wrong.
that's the one. Now, is there Ura? I think the Ura makes the difference here.
Yeah,
No Ura.
Ura would have been a position switch, but for Quinn, very thankful that it did not hit. And Melissa will pick up a decent amount of points here to at least minimize some of the damage. Ryan, the big winner, though, plus 38.2, and that's a very big second place. Usually second places are close to 10 points. But this one, plus 17 is very strong. Quinn will take the negative 19.9 third and Willis the negative 35.3 fourth.
Well, that again, another fun game to watch. Sanoko was nice to watch.
We saw Hote double roam.
Wow, this is
Add that to the Chankan and the Doko. And this series was certainly wild in terms of the types of Yaka that ended up winning.
most definitely.
All right, standings have updated. Damien inching closer and closer to that promo zone. Ryan almost positive now after that big win. And Quinn close to Ryan here in the standings. So still with some work to do. But 4 whole sessions left to go.
Yep. Can I just note that in this B2Ys, there's a lot of people who are just barely negative. Like 18th place is negative 12. That's really good for 18th place, isn't it?
It is. It's pretty insane how closely contested this division is right now. Also, notably, 18th place, 0 fourth places versus the other 2 players. Like there's 0 fourth places at the top, and then a long road before you get to 18th, the third player with no fourths. That's just good Tenho right there.
that personally, whenever I see that, I'm just thinking that guy Philip here feels like that just feels like ranked mindset.
Yeah, there's sometimes you just get games where you're not given any hands, and so your job in those games is to at least not get fourth. Like just try to minimize the damage you can. You might not be given any winning hands, but at least if you can stop somebody from submerging you, you are doing your job.
Yep, damage control, because you can't win every week.
And when the weeks where you do get good hands, those are the ones where you can fight. Okay, there is one final game that's happening. This is the second game in that B1 table that we previewed. And we might as well catch the last one before the evening ends.
Yep. Well, let's see. Hand-wise, the dealer, I'm seeing that's a good Tanyao possible Pimfu Sanshoku depending on draws. I like the hand. We have Pio here with Pio's got some shapes. He's got a bit of work to do, but might be Tanyao, might be Pimfu, might be just a regional me. Edwin here. This is an interesting hand. This can be Richi Pimfu Sanshok. Well, that lower chance with Pimfu. Ooh. Edwin has a choice here. I loved Edwin's hand. This is a you must think hand. Edwin has a hand that can possibly get Sanshoku or possibly be a 3-sided weight. That's a really interesting hand for Edwin.
Yeah,
I love it.
I love the shape as well. I'm rooting for a 5-so draw.
Yeah, no, the 5-so would be the most hectic one.
You get the 2-5, 3-6 weight?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's a 4-sided weight.
Yeah.
Ooh,
yeah,
dropped it.
Let's suck it, Kitty. We don't need it. We want a 5-so. 5-so and nothing else.
We're greeting here all day.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and switch perspective to the dealer after this hand.
Yep.
Edwin right now in the west seed. This is a really important hand. It's a chance at some serious value. But we're going to see Tenpai on the right, though. Kaz has 7-pin Tenpai for Hatsudora 1.
The minus is the Dora indicator, which is one of the most, like, the tile that almost no one drops.
It's usually very difficult to find that tile. And I'm sure Kaz will be eager to switch the weight to a Champon if the 8-pin is drawn. Not only because of the value bump, but also just because you're much more likely to win, even though the 8-so is once cut.
I'm curious, if someone drops the last 8-so, do you call that and change to a Tanki?
I wouldn't hate it. I mean, it seems just as likely as the 7-pin, right?
That is fair.
Tenpai, not the Tenpai Edwin wanted, so he'll actually just Dama this. The 5-pin comes out, but there's not going to be a roam. There's no Yaku on the 5. On 3-6, there is Pinfu.
Yeah, I will say if you reach it. Ooh, wait, no, that's Yakulish.
As long as you drop the 1, so. Artoim Clinton is waiting 1-4-7, but can only win with Tanya on the 4 or the 7.
Who's Tenpai? Oh, I was wondering who's Tenpai.
And the 1 so comes back. So again,
Game is-
temporary Furiten. If Kaz dropped a 4-7 right now, it would pass. Oh, that's gonna deal in.
That's dealing. A bit sad, but actually that's actually kind of sad. You go under 30k.
Yeah, actually, Kaz in control of this game, the only player over.
Oh yeah, no, If he's the only one over 30k by the end, that's a lot of points.
Yeah, +5 Uma. Here,
Okay.
East 4,
Yeah.
PO dealer. And I'm curious what Edwin's gonna do with his hand.
Fair. Edwin can do something funny if he wants.
It only has 10 unique tiles.
That's
Just
not
saying.
good.
Just saying. You know, we saw Kokshi earlier today. How about second Kokshi?
Interesting. I'm wondering how Pio wants to approach this hand.
All right,
Okay.
decisions been made. That was the turning point. Now it's full blown Kokshi.
Okay, we're going for it. We're going for the long way.
That's a pair.
It's a pair. Yep.
Dion Shanten. We need 9 So, Chun, and South. There are a decent number of those tiles in the wall as well.
Yep, which is always nice to see.
However, Pio's making a big play, a Honitsu play.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask at the beginning, if you're PO, do you just go for 1000 only, or do you want to go greed for the opponents?
At some point, if you think, you know, there's a Yakuman on board, you just want to win the hand. But it's really too early to believe that Edwin's close to Tenpai here.
Yep.
But when one person has a Kokshi hand, you know the other players typically will have better ones. And Kaz across the way, I mean, that's just a gorgeous hand.
Yeah. That's an amazing hand. That's Ishan 10 to possible 3-sided wait.
With a Dora, Ricci, potentially Tanya, Dora 1. Chun. There's the Chun.
Chun.
Ishan 10. 6
Ishan 10, yep. Let's go for it.
Or 6-mon rather. Alright, what's missing? The 9 So. Twice cut, 2 in the wall. And then what's left? The South. I see 1 cut, but 3 in the wall. This is live. What Pio doesn't want? Tenpai? Pio's scared of dropping the Chun. He would have won on this 3-pin.
Oh gosh, Pio's defending against the god.
Wait, it's either defense or this is Shosung and Greed.
Oh, shows. Oh, yep. Yep.
It's Tenpai here again. It takes the Entotsu aid.
Yep.
3-6 Haku. The Haku's dead. 3. Oh no! That's. You could get back a massive headless with a 4-pin cut.
What do you drop here normally, though?
Oh, that means that Kaz is going to deal in.
Yep. If he ever gets into Tenpai, that's a deal in no matter what.
But Tenpai for Edwin on the 9 So Kaz needs to deal in quick, otherwise there's going to be a Kokshi.
No, Cash, don't deal in. Do not do anything. Just don't do anything. We need to see Edwin here win. Come on, don't do anything. I beg you, do not do anything.
Pio's checking to make sure that there's no good upgrades here. Could switch to the 5-8. But
Don't call that. Don't call that. You're gonna deal in if you go. Okay, good. Ooh, that's a Dora pair. No!
Hatsu Honitsu, the 9 So didn't come out.
No.
I thought there was a small chance that we might see the 2-mon cut instead, but
I know. I think 2-mon cut there is usually standard because that's usually the widest one. But come on.
so if Kaz had actually dropped the 4-pin instead, he would have gotten Tempai in that 3 draw and been Tempai for 4-7. So for a monster, but instead dealt in. And just like that, the dreams of Kokshi died.
Oh gosh.
And where a Kokshi dies, a Sanshoku is born in its place. Sanshoku Chanta? Junchan? Something like that for Edwin.
I will say if you can get a closed hand there, that's enough. That's like a closed Junchan is enough points.
Yeah, that would be significant here. Pio still retains the dealership, and now, like, taking that 77 directly from Kaz is a huge result. Not only do you move over 30,000, but also you're only 5,000 points away from first.
Yep, this is why single dealership can change so much. Ooh, that's an interesting pair for Edwin here.
That's a Chanta pair. Dion
That-
Shanten. Ishanten.
Ishanten, yep.
Yeah. Now the question is, does Edwin open? And I think the answer is no. The
Nope.
point differential is too large here. Amazing hands all around the board, though. I haven't even looked at Clinton's yet on the left. That has a chance at Riichi Tanya Pinfu Sanshoku.
Oh my gosh, that's a monster.
Now, if you were wondering what type of Sanshoku, would it surprise you if I said it was a 2-3-4? I'm just saying. It's always 2-3-4.
Oh gosh. I feel like something's rigged. Today's just been rigged.
I don't know what it is about session 2.
リーチ
Oh, there's a huge weight. You have to drop the Dora for it, but who cares? You've got Riichi, Tanya Pinfu, potentially Peiko.
Oh no, Edwin. Oh gosh.
Oh, it's the worst draw. One so at least is relatively safe because the Dora came out, but yeah.
No.
It's like I'm not folding that either, but I might have dropped one so first. Luckily no Ura, but that's ow.
I mean, yeah, what else are you gonna do? You're eventually gonna deal in every time there.
Yeah, like yeah. There's no way I'm folding that hand no matter what.
Pio now in first place, 49,000 points. And this high pie looks like it needs to call in order to get there. But we do have the Hatsu pair, so definitely a chance to get there. Edwin looking like a classic Riichi Tanya Pinfu with the Dora. If we can get the 4-mon. Maybe you need 2 4-mon for that, so maybe not Tanyao. Across the way, oh, that's interesting. There's an Anko, Dora. I want it to be more than Riichi Nomi, but it's looking like it's moving that direction. Maybe 6, 7, 8 Sanchoku. Something other than 2, 3, 4 for once. On the left, Clinton's got a Riichi. Just a Riichi. I'm not even gonna call that Pinfu.
ポン
You sure? I see possible Sanshoku and Pinfu depending on how draws go.
Yeah, it depends on how draws go.
But yeah, it does seem like there's a possible no betan or something weird going on with that hand.
I'm just calling that the 8-pin's not gonna come to hand, and no floaters around the 4-pin are gonna be drawn.
チー
That's fair. Dealer is going aggro here. Oh, it's still east. Gosh.
Oh, you're right. I thought we were in the south rounds.
Yeah, no, this is like the most drastic East 4 we've seen today. Like every other East 4 table, like I feel like everyone's been in like 10k in between each other. This is what you call drastic.
Yeah, this is a YD Shanten for Edwin, although most of the draws that you want involve dropping this 3-mon. Interesting Pio. So had no east at the start, I don't think. Maybe it was a singleton, but that got paired up. And pulling for double tone.
And greed for Chanta?
Oh, you're right. Holding that 9-mon just in case Chanta could be formed here.
Interesting. Decides to go for greed over efficiency. Interesting. Okay, so you can see on the left here, they decide to drop the 3-4. Doesn't really care too much about the Sanshok side, I guess.
I guess both of your diamond shapes are Sanshoku shapes. You have to drop one of them.
And well, Pio got the Tenpai. I guess oh no.
That's an Onko though. That can easily stay in hand. So Pio's really stuck. Looking for only one 8-mon.
I will say, it would be at least a bit funny if Kaz somehow gets the last 8 and cons it.
Reveals that the Kanchan is not the correct way. There's an option out for Pio though. If the Hatsu comes out, you can certainly pull. And even though you'd be Hurited on the 9-mon, you can switch to any other Tanki.
That is fair. Or you could just wait on the 7-mon.
Right. You could temporarily wait on the 7-mon and then switch that out to a non-Hellweight tile. Edwin's hand has progressed in a very interesting way. Still Ishanten right now. But there's a chance at Itsu if you redraw the 8-so. And most likely going to be Tanya Door 2, 3. Ooh, 7-so
Oh.
cut. Clinton wants Ipeko here.
Interesting. I was wondering, I was like, is there, like, personally, I just like the Pinfu shape, but I guess I guess the Ipiko shape is also, it's fine. Personally, I don't like how one of the 8s are yet. Ooh, we have Tenpai here. Oh, what?
So this is intentional. I think Kaz doesn't want to drop the Dora, so he's just willing to take this bad K10.
Oh yeah, I guess why not?
Yeah, I guess there's one 4-pin left that Kaz cannot see, so if he draws that, he can switch to Dora Tanki.
Yep. Oh, decides to think that 6-0 is too dangerous. I guess I can understand why he might think 6-0 is too dangerous on the board.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Pio's done nothing but Sumo Kitty. Pio should be Tenpai here. The question is, what could he possibly be waiting on? Why hasn't he won yet?
Yeah.
All of these players' discards are going to be colored by that danger sense.
This is the fun. I find these hands the funniest because it's like it's so late. Someone's likely in Tenpai, but why hasn't anyone won yet?
Okay, Tenpai for Edwin. You can reach this. Chooses the Dama instead here. Tanya Door 2. Oh, there's the 8. Dodges.
Oh,
Dodges.
wow. That's a very amazing dodge.
It is Shompai. And Pio says, okay, I gotta just drop a safe tile. I know there's people Tenpai. And at the end, it's just Ryukyoku. Pio retains dealership. Edwin gets to the perfect 0.0 scoreline. Clinton will pay out here. 3 Homba. Pio's dealership continues. Lots of pin tiles, including a Dora 3-pin. I don't know if this has to be something like Chinitsu. Especially after that 6-mon is drawn.
Yeah, I was gonna say before that, maybe after that, this is just Tanyo.
Okay, what about Edwin, though? Edwin really wants value, and I know he's got a Dora Diamond, but if you draw 3-so...
I think even if you don't draw it, I think, like, you could, okay, even with that, you gotta force the Hongich, right? No.
No.
Interesting.
I'm tilting my head sideways and trying to read what the best shapes are for this hand.
Yeah, I'm confused too, because it doesn't seem like a horrible closed Hongich, because I think that's a complex way. Is that... It's a... interesting weight.
Yeah, I think the best way to read it is Ipeko 567, and then 7-8 Diamond and 2-4 Kanchan. And then you'd have the pair of Norths.
Yeah, that's the way I was thinking. I'm just wondering if there was any complex shape with like 2, 4, 5, 6,
Exactly,
7,
that's what I was trying to figure out as well. But I do think that is the best way to go. And Clinton, in the meantime, is actually committing to the Honitsu.
Got a Pongta for Tenpai, right? Yep, take the 2-5 Tenpai. That's a really nice tempai. Ooh, dealer. That's a tempai.
Ricci.
Interesting. Takes the Ricci.
Suji Trap Ricci, a Pio
Here's a
classic.
Trap Ricci.
Ricci Dora 2 Ipeco. This is huge. And you know what? Pio didn't even need to Ricci this.
He did not. In his position, he doesn't have to, but at the same time, you are threatening on the guy on the left.
Yeah, this is just the difference between 12,000 and 5,000. Well, 7,700.
Like pretty much, this is saying, okay, I'm dealer. I wanna threaten you. If you deal in, you're dealing big.
Yeah, and if you believe it's not a pin Honitsu, which it's very difficult for that to be pin Honitsu with all the pin tiles that you have, then it's got to be a So Honitsu, in which case either they give up their hand, which they should be Ishanten or Tempai, or they deal into you if they draw your tile. And if they're looking for an excuse to throw a tile, they might say, okay, it's Ricci Suji, it's bad, but 7 pin? It's Suji, at least, I could try it. Now, Edwin...
Is that tempai?
I don't think it was, because we're lacking a pair.
Oh, yep.
Edwin's kind of balancing fighting for this hand with defending against PO.
Ooh. Okay, doesn't decide to deal in yet. Ooh, 5 mon is a bit spicy, but I think with a Honitsu Tempai with a 2-sided weight, I don't think you fold here too much.
Clinton draws another winner, and now there's only 1 5-so left in the well for Clinton's weight versus 1 7-pin for PO. This is so tense.
I know. I'm wondering, like, because everyone has a chance here. Well, I guess Kaz here is half folding, but I would like.
I think at this point it's fair to say Kaz is just full out.
Yeah. Edwin is really not getting, like, Edwin's draws are like safe, but they're also at the same time not really helping him.
Yeah, the issue is he just saw 3 of the 3-sos come out, so Tempai's gonna be very difficult from this position. Kind of needs to pair up 2-so right now.
That 6-0 is at least a bit spicy. But how are you gonna fold?
Yeah, exactly. We can see that the 2-so is not going to come to Edwin. That's oncoed up in Kaz's hand.
Sumo.
Ah, the 5-so finally comes to Clinton, who, with all the Ricci sticks and the extra food and everything, will actually get over 38,000 in a significant way. And so we move to South 1 finally. It is Edwin's final dealership, and it needs to be a good one here.
Personally, when I see this hand, I don't like it too much.
I groan internally. I prepare my deep negative 4th place. It just leaves you with no optimism. But you can still draw tiles, and you still have to fight for your hand. So we will do exactly that. 1 pin, that's a pair. We'll take it. We just drew an 8-so, which is an improvement. And when you have a hand that's this bad, most of the tiles that you draw are going to be improvements. So
Home.
at least
That's a good mindset.
there's something.
Yep. Oh gosh, but as dealer in last place, that's like that white dragon pong. That's the last thing you want to see.
Yeah, and that's also from Clinton. It should be notable when you're in a deep 4th like this, you want to try to keep someone below 30,000 with you. Otherwise, instead of paying 15 points of UMA loss, you'll get 20 points of UMA loss. You have to pay an extra 5. So you don't want Clinton to be winning points here. You want it. If anyone's going to win and enter your dealership, let it be Kaz or Pio, somebody who's kind of out of reach.
Yeah. Oh gosh. So the one oh that's tempai. It's on the Dora indicator, but at the same time, a tempai is a tempai.
That's right. And there's a world where Edwin might just have to drop this 3-so because Edwin has to fight for whatever he can find. If it involves a hand that uses the 5-so as the pair and has shapes elsewhere, then you just have to drop the 3-so and see what happens. I think Edwin's hand will be able to incorporate it for now, but There's
It's
still
like
two in the wall.
it's like personally, I feel like the way Edwin's been playing this hand is very unconventional. Like I I will say, even if you play normally, like it wouldn't be much different from this right now. But I will say there were a lot of discards that I feel like could have changed this hand a fair amount. It could have been a Tanya even, depending on how things went.
Yeah, there's certainly possible. And no one really making good progress here. Oh, that's a huge draw.
Yeah, that's one of the best draws for him.
Edwin's still playing 4 blocks though.
I'm curious why he keeps the south and green for so long.
Well, they're safe tiles.
That's fair. Oh wow. You know, it's been working out perfectly. Like, yeah, no. At the end, he goes into that's literally pinpoint shanten. Wow.
Yeah, this is exactly where
Wow,
you
what?
where you'd be, right?
Wow. He turns that nothing hand into a Richie Pinfudora. Wow. And it might be Ipats. It's likely gonna be Ipats.
Oh, Clinton backs out.
Wow.
Strong defensive play. And that's a oh, there it is. He
Boom.
bots it. Gets the on the 9-pin.
That's amazing. Wow.
And just like that, 12,000 points. Edwin's right back in it. I love it when people get to see Edwin play for the first time. It's always so interesting because, again, like you said, it's very unique.
Yeah, no, like I was thinking with Edwin's hand, there's no way that he's the winner. But wow.
And here we are in South 1 continuation 1. Edwin has a callable hand this time with the Chun pair. Door's the 9-pin. There's only one in the hand to the right. Looks like that's a very speedy hand. Oh, except for the Penchan and the Manzu. But 2 away from Tempai is very strong. Across the way, Clinton, a bit of a weaker hand here. Couple bad shapes to fill. Kind of looks like where Edwin was a few moments ago with the 2 honors and kind of a prayer at some shapes.
Yep.
But Pio on the left, that one's the very exciting looking hand.
Oh yeah, now that's if you're asking for value, that's value.
The only question is, it's going to be Honitsu or Chinitsu.
It might just be Chinich.
It really does look like the way with
Chi.
the way the honors are shared among the players. The Chun is being held, the Pei is being held. East, Edwin's got one of those. So the most likely progression in terms of draws for Pio is just draw bar Manzu.
On the other hand, oh wow,
This-
I've got the perfect draw for Sancho.
Forced it in and is getting there.
I will say
Boom.
that 9-pin is very annoying for everyone to use.
Yeah, especially Edwin if this is a Honitsu play. And Pio, because we already know he's doing Honitsu. And you're not really expecting it to be Tempai on the 9-pin this early.
Yeah, and even like, oh wow, that's a nice tempai for Edwin too. Oh what? Does not take
no
tempai.
no Yaku there.
Oh yeah, Yakulis, yeah.
And as is, this is, I think you'd normally make this play anyway because it's Honitsu. Gotta go for
Yeah.
Honitsu.
That's fair. As last place, great all the way.
Where are the Dora though? How have they not come out? That's a Manzu for Pio. Pom.
Ooh,
2 so
that-
5 so.
that changes fate a lot. Oh, Edwin would have gotten Anko if it wasn't for that.
Oh, there's the 9.
Oh no.
Held.
Boom.
Not gonna drop it yet because Edwin could be waiting on it. Even though it does look like so Honitsu. And Clinton in fact finds Tempai on 4 so 5 so.
Okay, that 6-pin is gonna be his death. Like he's gonna think, okay, 6-pin passed, the city must be safe. He's gonna think that.
Right, but the big question is, what could Kazu's Yaku be? It's not the Chun. It could be the Haku. From Pio's perspective, it could be the Haku. Oh, he
What?
switches off the 4-7.
Switches off.
He's afraid of the Sohonitsu.
Wow. Would you have done that? Because I'm keeping Doratanki.
I'm not a believer that Edwin's Tempa yet. Oh, you know what? He could be because he pulled the South or the Chun and had just finished cutting away from the 7-9 shape. So that would be like a late Honitsu shift. So it actually is not unrealistic. But even so, I think I like the Doratanki.
Yeah. Like no one can use it, so it's like it's gotta come out of someone's hands sooner or later, right?
Clinton's bailing out too. I mean, I guess it could be a greed play for Clinton as well, but I feel like it's more of a defensive play. Clinton, from what I've seen, does tend to play pretty cautiously. Kaz is just fully out, and now it's only
Oh.
Pio who's contending here. And for Edwin, that's actually an issue because his weight's dead. There's only 1-5 so left. Switches to Doratanki. This is the Edwin we know and love.
Oh my gosh. That's a hellweight Doratanki.
Is this Tempai? It's Tempai.
It's Tenpai, Chinese Tenpai.
It's Shabo Tempai. How is the weight? 1 mon left. 1 8 mon. Look, there's the 8.
Oh no.
Kaz recognized the danger. He's out for good here. But
Oh,
Clinton does
no!
not. He forgot about the Chinitsu. Hanuman. And that drops Clinton way back down. Oh my goodness. What happened in that hand? That was a roller coaster.
Oh my gosh.
it doesn't stop. The ride keeps going. Kaz's dealer opens up to whatever this is. Yakuhai Honitsu Ishanten after the second cut.
Oh my gosh. We got drama.
Tonight has been insane. You just got the 7. No, you gotta hold for the 6-pin draw and the 8-pin draw.
Red Dragon was the right answer, but you never know. That's the 50-50. You got it wrong.
Yeah, I gotta pick the right Tonki. And there we go, 8-pin
Or
draw. So it's
You could
only,
just get Tenpai.
it's only 300 right now, but if you draw 1 pin,
I mean, Edwin's got to drop the 1 pin, but it's not like you're gonna call that for Tenpai.
no,
Well, okay.
yeah, it's too late. Well, you could.
Well, you could. There are some mad people who would do that.
Of course, to those who aren't aware, in this league we do not play with swap calling, so you cannot chi the 1 pin using the 2-3 and then drop the other side the 4.
Sumo.
Oh wow.
Just sumo.
Just sumo.
2,000 all on Kaz in
First place.
first place again. Yeah, surpassing Pio. I mean, it's a duel between these two. This high pie, not as crazy as the last one. Very awkward, actually.
At this point, at this point, I'm either thinking either something like unbelievable is gonna happen, or everyone else is just gonna do nothing.
Yeah, maybe the play was to drop 1 pin, 9 pin, and Hedronitsu. But we'll just be playing this hand very standard. Maybe 5, 6, 7 Sancho goes around instead. On the right, Clinton's got good shit. That's Shanten. What? All right. Ideal.
Okay.
Ricci pin through Dora. Maybe Dora 2 is certainly excellent. Pio passes the con here. Oh, Shasha. Let's go. There's a Tanyao shift.
Oh yeah, there's a tiny possibility. Yep.
And if you do draw the 4-mon, that also gives you Ipeko chance.
Question is, if someone drops the 4 there, do you chi?
I wouldn't be opposed to it if you are desperate to shut down this hand. Oh, guess Shasha was wrong. Oh well.
That's it.
It'll just be
I mean,
even more confusing when you reach a sha.
Yeah. I mean, West is the right draw. Oh, interesting.
Yeah, that doesn't really help the hand with the current shapes. You need like a backup pair in order to try something like that.
That's fair. Pio to Ishanten with that 7.
It's super wide Ishanten. You notice the long hesitation in dropping that 8-mon. And that's because he was thinking about the possibility of 6, 7, 8 Sanchokos. And you know what?
Yep.
Efficiency is better here.
Yeah, especially when you want to try to take out first place from the dealership, you gotta go efficiency.
Oh, second chance? Is the wall saying, no, you really need the Sanchok? No.
With one of the 7 mons already dead, it's a lot more difficult than usual.
It's going to be very funny when he draws the 7-mon into that by. Oh, here it is. This is what we've been waiting for, the 4-mon draw. You can cut the...
I mean,
Oh, it just plays efficiency. But I think I prefer just cutting the 1-mon.
that's fair. But I will. He's third place, so this is a very interesting position. Because you're third place here, the question is, do you cheat for Tenpai or not?
Let's see. If it's a Dora, that's 3,900. Just seems fair. If it's the 5 for 2,000, look, I can't even complain about that. And even this 5, I think you're justified in doing it because you want to have more than a 10,000 point cap on Edwin, and preferably 12,000 if you're gonna be because you still have a dealership.
Yep. So if you're thinking of like keeping Edwin out of it, then calling for Tenpai does have merit. That's an interesting draw. I don't think that helps him. Well, okay, you can at least drop the 1-mon, yeah.
Yeah, although at this point the 6-0 is kind of dangerous in the hand, so I'd rather have the West at this point. Tenpai.
Oh, well, that's Tenpai. No reason not to reach you, right?
1
Yeah, just slams at Ricci, Pinfu, Tanyao. Dora 1 with potential Ipeiko and a second Dora for Hanemon.
If he can get the 2-mon side, I think that's a Hanemon, right?
Yes. And there's the two. Oh no!
No!
Oh
A
no!
DC! Pio disconnected at the wrong time, and it's almost a Baimon. Needed an Ura to get there.
Oh no! What is up?
And that's not great for Pio, but that's even worse for Edwin. And Pio reconnects and sees he's down 12,000 points. Oh, that is the tragic scenes of an online mahjong player.
Out of all the calls, out of all the tiles the game could give you right after you disconnect, wow.
Yeah,
What are the odds?
and it's difficult as the player who takes the roam there because it probably wouldn't have come out without the disconnect. But
It's like you feel sorry, but at the same time, there's no way you don't take it.
no, you shouldn't feel bad about it. It's just part of playing online mahjong. It's like an
Gee.
understood condition of joining the league is that sometimes DCs happen. So
Yeah, it's something that I hate, and it's like Mahjong Soul usually gives you a buffer, but especially for Nintendo, they don't give you that buffer, so you really gotta understand that when you're playing this game.
yeah, Pio's storing right back with the Honitsu.
Just curious. This is a bit of a side talk. Do you have you ever had a time where you've canceled a session because you think your internet is too unstable, or you think there's a
Gee.
reason that you might DC, so you're like, I really don't want to do today.
I haven't personally had that situation, but if I did have a situation where, my internet was acting funky all day, or I knew that my ISP was having issues and it had like scheduled maintenance or something around the day, I would probably ask for a reschedule in that situation. You do have to take your internet into consideration, for sure. I really like this move by Edwin, cutting the 7-pin here. Just giving yourself a chance at 456 Sanshoku. And Pio gets the Tenpai on what looks like an amazing weight. That is very, very dead.
The question is, will Pio ever change the weight? Because to Pio, this looks like, oh hey, all the green dragons are alive. What is that Tanki there?
Yeah, I can't think of even Door Tonki you might consider, but he's already dropped that. And if it was a better door than the 6-mon. Oh, you're looking at the left. Yeah, that's a 3-sided weight now.
Doesn't Ricci?
Interesting.
I would insta Ricci that.
Maybe just say, oh, you've got 2 Dora. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, I understand you have Tudor, but like, it just said, isn't like 3-sided weight way too juicy though?
Yeah, especially when a player's made 3 calls and is on Sohonitsu.
Like, yes, there's a chance that you deal in, but at the same time, what, like, with
Okay,
only 4
rewarded. Cut the 7 here. Get Itsu, Pinfu, Dora 3.
1
Oh, gonna reach you this one, okay. 369, and Clinton draws it, dodges. 6-0 deals into Edwin. And we'd be Huritan, he has to drop it.
Don't.
And Edwin
God.
saves somebody from a tragic deal, and that was a monster that Kaz built.
What is this? What is Pio's hand?
Yeah, right. South Yakuhai pair, Hats Yakuhai pair,
ポン
Pon. It's probably Pin Honitsu. It seems
I-
like every hand someone's going Honitsu, if not multiple people.
That's the interesting thing. I've seen that without red 5, people really love Honitsu.
It's a free 2 Han. What's
Boom.
not to love? And there's a second call, and Pio looking very scary here. Now, Edwin's in a very interesting position because it's going to be difficult for him to catch any of these players. But if he can drag someone below 30,000 with him, that will be a gain of not only the number of points he wins for the hand, but also +5 Uma bonus.
Actually, I'm curious. Is there a difference? Actually, there should be. Is there a difference if he drags one person or two people under 30k?
There is not. As long as at least one person is below you, then you will be spared the extra payment of 5 UMA points. Now, if you do drag the other two people with you, so that there's only one person above 30,000, then the person who's above 30,000 gets a +5. So it's like, if you're the only person above, you get +5. If you're the only person below, you lose 5.
That's a really fast tempi over here, by the way.
Yeah, Kaz just blazing fast and it improves it even. Waiting 3 so 4 so now.
ポン
Now, the one question here I'm wondering is, do you possibly skip a run to specifically target Pio?
Only if you hate Pio. And I don't think Kaz has anything like that. Pio's a very likable person.
Yeah, because if you specifically target Pio, you earn more points. Actually, no.
No, you need to
you're
get both players below.
Yeah, okay. If you do that, you're just
They're just a spiteful pass there.
Oh gosh, that's the worst. Ooh, that actually no, that's not funny. But I will say on the left there, that's usually gonna deal in.
Yeah, that shape just has to come out either the 3 or the 4. Now, if one of these players, if you thought one of them would Riichi and go below 30,000, then you could go for it. But both players have opened, so that's not a consideration here. Oh, that 6-pin's kind of
Ooh.
bad.
It's bad, but ooh,
Gee.
Tempai. Which one will
Shaw.
you take? What?
Oh,
it takes a
3-pin.
three.
That's unexpected. The shot just came out, so I would have thought he'd try for it.
Yeah, I would too.
Like, you
It's
could
like-
even consider that Edwin might be dropping from a pair of Shaw.
Yeah, that's fair too.
Boom.
Oh, yep. Oh well. The
Cool.
sad 1,000 deal in.
Yeah, Sakigiri there from Clinton. We'll leave him over 30,000 though, and that's worst case scenario for Edwin. As all 3 players stay above, Kaz takes the +32.7, Pio the +5.8, and Clinton positive 0.1, and will take the 38.6 hit, but did manage to mitigate a lot of damage after a kind of ridiculous hand earlier.
I will always say, if you are able to get out of the graveyard, that's a graveyard. That is an amazing skill. Like usually, whenever you see yourself in a minus points, like a lot of people will just panic and they don't know what to do. The fact that you're able to get out of that and win hands, I really think that's a really important skill.
Absolutely, especially in a league where points matter and mitigating damage matters. Apologies to the viewers. I didn't hover over the screen here, and so that means that on the right the things didn't update for a while. So we had the old names up, but they're up now. Clinton +77.4 after just staying where he is in the promotion zone. Edwin dips down a little bit after that one, but still in pretty good position here in B1. Pio climbing just a little bit closer to the positives, and Kaz, the big result here, +32.7, jumps up and almost out of the demotion zone now. So big win there for Kaz. And I would love to look at the graph for this. I don't think it's possible for us to post this, but it is. I'm sure it's going to be extremely up and down, just corners everywhere. And because there are so many hands, it's going to look very strange. There are 15 hands in that game.
Oh, we have Edwin here asking if he wants to join to talk about his mindset.
Oh, sure. Now, a post-game interview?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. especially because Edwin has that unique play style, and it's a difficult table to play against. So very curious to hear his thoughts. Edwin, I see you've joined us now.
Yeah, I just figured it's weird because like those last two games, those games were objectively awful.
We missed
Um,
the results of the first game. We only
well, the first game actually, and this is what kind of got weird is that I had a third, and then if you look at the results, it's like I ended up with a fourth, and why was because I had a hand that would have gotten first. It would have double Yakuhai Chanta Dora 1. Well,
Mhm.
not first. It would have gotten me over 30,000 and a positive third. And I was Tenpai for it. All I needed was a 7-pin. It was near the door or whatever. And I end up drawing the 9-pin. So now you're looking at double Yakuhai Honroto, Toy Toy, Dora 2, possibly Dora 3.
Wow.
And I'm looking at myself, it's like, I don't need this, but I mean, it's more points, so I guess I should go for it. And I had an 8-9 pin waiting for the 7. Discard the 8. So now I'm on I believe it was like a West 9-pin wait. 9 pins the Dora.
Mm-hmm.
Pio immediately reaches with the 7-pin that would have dealt in.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh, expletive. I mean, I suppose I can swear, but I'm not going to. I'm screwed. Like, that was my chance to get over I'm still going to be third, but it's a positive third, right?
Right.
It gets to my Hotei tile. It's the 5-so. It's a Nakasuji to what 2 tiles that Pio's discarded. And I'm like, for some reason, I just was like, I'm just going to keep the Tenpai, dealt the 5, it dealt in, and that's why I ended up finishing fourth.
Mm.
That reminds me of
And I looked at that, it's like, wait, there was no reason for me to do that. Like, if I bail, I still get a third. It's a small negative third. And it would have been what, it wouldn't even been -10. It would have been like -9.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of that, it went from -9 to like -30, and I'm sitting at +40, and I'm kind of like, oh, well, shoot, what was I doing there? And so, like, in the middle of the first hand of the second game, I had made a mental note in the channel, and I had to remind myself to write in my journal about this and everything, because it's like I said, this whole thing about, like, normally I would be absolutely like frustrated at myself, can't believe I did this again, because I can't seem to control myself and avoid not doing these things.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason it was fine, and at middle of the first hand of the second game, I was kind of like, okay, so the reason why you screwed up, well, not kind of, is that you forgot about your conditions, you try to change it, and then when you realized there was no chance at getting the positive 30 anymore, you didn't shift your thinking to just be like, okay, take your third. Like, there's no reason to be Tenpai, just take your third, because like
Mm-hmm.
PO's at 8,000, at 22,000. There's nothing you need to, don't worry about it. And so I made a mental note of that. I was like, okay, fine. But ironically enough, for some reason, like, I was thinking about it, it's like, oh, it must have been just like, I think part of it was just fatalistic thinking. It's like, oh, well, it's like, well, if it deals in, it deals in, yada yada yada.
Right.
And I think the fatalistic thinking just carried on into the second game, because I just started paying into like everything.
Mm.
And I don't even know why, because it was like I said, it wasn't even a case of me like just thinking that I'm just like, this is just how it's gonna be. Like, it's just gonna be awful. You're just gonna deal into everything, right? But
It just kind of happened that way.
it just continued to happen that way. I'm looking at myself and I'm like, and again, normally when I see this happen, I tell people, like, it's like as if I'm watching myself play and watching it happen. It's like, I mean, bad comparison, but it's like watching the Hindenburg. It's like you're watching yourself go down in flames, and yet for some reason your mind can't do anything about it.
Ah.
And normally I would look at that and be totally frustrated at myself and be like, you know this is happening. Why aren't you changing anything? Like, you identified the problem. Why can't you fix it? Um, and eventually when I went negative, I'm just kind of like, well, I mean, I guess it's still early. There still might be a chance for you to salvage something out of this. And so I just ended up thinking, it's like, oh, just get what you can. Like you're already down here. You can't really, there's nothing else you can do about that. So just work on getting back out. And so, and then eventually you saw the Kokushi Tenpai, right?
Yes, the Kokushi.
I was
And-
so sad you didn't win that. I was hoping so much that someone would drop the 9 so you would sim it.
So here's the thing, right? I get to that hand started out, and I'm looking at my high pie. I'm like, what the hell is this? Okay, so I did swear after all. What the hell is this? Like, this is awful. It's like, is this Chanta? Is this, is it just going to be Yakuhai? What am I supposed to do with this? And eventually it's just like, you know what? It's just like, okay, maybe this is Kokushi, so let's just go for it.
Do you want to look at that
And
hand?
eventually I get there and I'm kind of like, do I reach you? And it's like, yeah, you know what? It's like, it's not, I don't think I should, because everybody else knows what I'm going for anyways. Maybe the 9 will just spill out regardless. And when I didn't win the hand, I'm just kind of like, it's kind of been this type of game anyways, where like things have not necessarily worked out, and some of it's of my own doing. So even if I was Kokushi Tenpai, like, I think I would, again, in a normal circumstance, and I don't know why it's not normal today, I would have looked at that and been like, it's just like, of course this doesn't happen. Of course nothing's going to work out this game. I'm going to finish 4th, yada, yada, yada. And I'm just like, okay, sure. Like, that hand was a Hail Mary of a hand anyways. The fact that I got Kokushi Tenpai was just bonus. I didn't win it, but like, okay, fine. I still got other hands I still got other hands to work with. Maybe I can salvage it. And after Clinton dealt in, and I was like, oh wow, I have a chance at 3rd. And then you guys said it exactly what I was thinking. And I even typed it in our channel chat, was that after Pio disconnected and dealt in, Pio was like, did I deal in? It's like, yeah, and I kind of wish you hadn't DC, because I actually had a chance at 3rd at that point. Now I just kind of have to accept the 4th. But even then I wasn't mad. It's like, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, again, everything about today would have made it such that I would have been frustrated out of my head. I would have been yelling at myself. I would be telling myself, what are you doing? Like, you've tried to work on your mental for so long. Why can't you get this right? Why do you always sabotage yourself like this?
And yet
today, it's like, okay, I'm back to 0. It's not the end of the world. Like, okay, I ended up getting 3/4 in this session. And, maybe I'm just lucky because I started off, well enough that I had a plus 70 that I could afford this minus 70, and I'm back at 0 with 4 rounds to go. It might be another story if I just started off poorly. But like I said, today I'm not even frustrated about it, and it's just more of like, I need to make sure I go write in my journal afterwards, because I want to kind of keep in mind of, like, not necessarily what made it so that today wasn't so frustrating, but just more of the thinking in general. Like, why is it, like, was it I mean, I guess maybe it is. Like, what was it about the whole mindset thing that just caused me to be like, eh?
yeah,
So
that's honestly great to share with everybody, because it's so easy when you're having a bad series, a series where you're getting lots of 4s, where your hands just aren't coming together despite getting, Yakuman Tenpai or whatever. It's very easy to just completely get down on yourself and dig yourself a bigger hole, not only in game but just mentally. It's hard to get out of that mindset. And I don't know.
It's not even just that. I mean, go ahead and finish your thought.
But yeah, I don't know. What if you do manage to identify what it is that keeps you, chill in this situation. Please share, because I guarantee you there's a lot of people who'd be interested in unlocking that secret.
Well, I think I just had to think. I don't know if it's just because, you know, I've mentioned this before, and I'm not going to get too much into this, but the fact that I just kind of relate mahjong to kind of like life, right?
Mm.
And that, the way you act over the board is kind of how the way you act in real life, or the way you react to things in general.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, for me, being frustrated at myself is pretty on par in terms of just being like really, really hard on myself, because I've played this for so long and yet I'm continuing to make the same mistakes. And it's like, why do I keep on doing this, right? You think I'd have learned at some point.
Yeah,
I
a
wonder if
shared.
today,
Go ahead.
I wonder if today it was just more of like, I guess the best word for it, if you're talking about like, psychology and whatnot, just having compassion for myself, or it's just like, you know, at some point it just kind of is meaningless to be hard on yourself. Like, in the sense that getting mad at yourself for doing all these things isn't helping and hasn't helped. And maybe, and again, this is the reason why I have to write in my journal, because I have to sort these thoughts out.
Yeah, I mean,
And it's like, and it's just kind of like, you know what? For once in a series, just be like, it's fine. It's just fine. Like, yes, these things have happened. Yes, you've done these things before. But for once, just be fine with it.
yeah. I guess being hard on yourself is good in one sense, because it allows you to identify uh, errors that you're making and prepare to correct them. But then after that, you don't need to, you've accomplished the goal. So then you can be a little bit more relaxed about it, I suppose.
I mean, and then there's that too. And I think I remembered at some point during the game, well, I think maybe I was Tenpai or something like that. I had just checked my stats because they were really, really good going into the series. And even after the first two games, I had an EV of over 1,000.
Yeah.
And eventually, I looked at it. It's like, oh, this is just awful, isn't it? And I was just like, wait, why am I caring about this stuff? Like, I think the other thing is that, whenever I'm doing well, there's always a thinking that the shoe's going to drop somewhere along the line, and that I can't have nice things. And so I think, again, weirdly, after checking my stats midway through the game, I'm kind of like, why are we doing this? This is just beating myself up even more for doing poorly.
Yeah.
And like, don't worry about the fact that your stats are good or bad. Just, it is what it is. Just don't even worry about it. Just finish the game, and yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know, very good thoughts. I mean, stats are great and all, but in the end, the stats
Well, my
don't really
stats aren't
matter.
great right now. You see there, it's a 468 and a 20% dealing.
Yeah,
Like, they were good, but anyways.
and they're just numbers, right? They're just numbers that are an attempt to reflect what's going on over the board, and in some ways they do, in some ways they don't, and they're just numbers. So yeah, I think not worrying too much about them is certainly a good strategy. But yeah,
Because, and I think part of the reason why I wanted to hop on is because I know there's a lot of people out there, even in the league or just elsewhere, that has been frustrated, like gets frustrated, and I'm certainly along the lines with those people, and I am not saying it's easy.
Mm.
Like, anybody who has known me for the last couple years, even before pandemic, know that when I go to tournaments, half the time by day 2, I'm yelling and wondering, what am I doing wrong and why can't I get this right?
Mm-hmm.
So it has been years and years of beating myself up over this. So I guess to have one day where I won't say there's clarity, but like, to be like, it's fine. It's kind of weird, to be honest.
Yeah, it offers hope to the rest of us, uh, that one day we too can have a moment of clarity and have some compassion for ourselves.
So, anyways, and I normally wouldn't, as I said, wouldn't be doing any of this. I'd probably just been stomping off, taking a shower, going to bed, or whatever, like waiting for the broadcast to end and yelling like, "Why is this all happening?"
Yeah.
So just because it was different this time around, it was just like, yeah, you know what? I'll just it's like might as well hop on and talk about it because it's I think it's something that people need even if they don't need it right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's not something that we talk about a lot. We mostly focus on the mahjong aspect of things, but the mental is very important. I think I'm very happy to hear that um, that this day's going this way. Not in terms of the games themselves, but in terms of the mental. Like that's actually I think huge, and it offers again uh, some hope for the rest of us.
All right, you guys have been on for over 5 hours. Go close this out.
All right, will do. And yeah, thanks for hopping in, Edwin. Thanks, David, for joining me and Michael in the commentary. It's always so fun to do commentary with you.
Thank you very much. Same here. It was nice for both of you being with you and listening to Edwin. It was a very nice day, and there were so many fun games.
Yeah, I'm glad that you got to the Edwin experience. If Edwin is still watching, you'll have to check the VOD because there are some very, very funny moments on stream. And of course, if anyone watching also wants to be a part of the funny moments in the fall, you can certainly join the league on our website, AmericanRichi.org. Registration is up and available until September 18th, so plenty of time to do so. You can also make sure to follow us and check out all the zany action we always have a Wednesday broadcast, and every now and then we broadcast on other days as well. But if you're following us, you'll be sure to know when we go live. And if you'd like to see any of our previous broadcasts, those are all available on the YouTube channel, tinyurl.com. Well, for Michael, David, and Edwin, thanks for tuning in, and catch you all in the next stream.